score, though, 4-2. Skipper Stephen Vogt, what's made Messick so good so soon.
He just keeps working, and I think Parker's tenacious, dedicated to his craft. He wants to get better every time out.
Guardians continue their series with Baltimore tonight. Progress Field this evening. Tanner Bobby's going to be out there as he is 0-2, a 6.38 ERA. Cavaliers back on the practice floor this afternoon, getting ready for their matchup with the Toronto Raptors. Jared Allen has practiced all week long, and he says, you know what, he's doing good, but that right knee is not at full strength. Cavs will begin their first-round playoff series against the Raptors tomorrow afternoon at Rocket Arena. NBA play-in round coming to a close time. It's the battle for the number 8 seeds in the Eastern Conference. Orlando going to play host to Charlotte. The winner takes on top seed Detroit. Out west, Golden State will be at Phoenix. The winner moves on to face Oklahoma City. Browns going to close out their second week of their offseason voluntary workout program today. Next week, Browns will be allowed to do some on-field activities. Meanwhile, we have less than a week to go until the NFL draft. For the moment, the Browns would pick 6 and 24 in the first round. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
If you hear anybody saying the Cavs didn't win by enough points on Monday after Saturday's game, it's a great weed out. They don't know ball.
Did you just uncover a new segment called You Don't Know Ball?
I think so.
I was going to go right to the podcast and go record that and let you get the hell out of here, but now we got to have a meeting over this because I like where your head's at.
I root for my hometown team.
Hopefully it doesn't get stolen by another show that listens to our every word. No, I'm not talking about Nick.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Tom Withers. He is in today. I feel like we're walking into the aftermath of the fan mock draft last night. I'm looking at some of the names on the board that they had last night. Saw a guy from Kent State, buddy of mine, Aaron, just texted me. He took a buddy of his from Kent State with the 10th overall pick for the Miami. I mean, I got to tell you, that was some high-depth research. He told me in the draft last night, he said he traded a pick with the Dolphins. The Bengals got Ruben Bane, Aaron Brewer, Mike McDaniel's inspirational post-game press conference speeches, and his girlfriend's mom's number. Well done. Well done. Wow. I feel like I'm walking into the frat house the morning after. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good morning, Andy Baskin. I'm looking at that mock draft board over there, by the way.
I am too.
Does Drew Aller know that he went number 3 overall?
I don't. Can someone call the Aller family today?
It looks like the Browns made the big trade that everybody's been talking about.
Yes.
Right? And there are some names there in the first 20 that I'm not sure I've seen before. So, hey, good for them, though. Looks like they had some fun. Like you said, we're cleaning up from the Phi Delta Theta party, right?
Man, Dan, I got to tell you, the funny part about this is that, and Dan and I were talking about this morning, that there are like other radio stations across the country that will pick it up and be like, those people in Cleveland are insane.
Nothing
nuts.
is more entertaining than reading the Twitter mentions under the picture of the fan mock draft. It is one of the funniest darn things you'll go through in your life.
Check it out.
Because everybody goes through there and immediately is like, these people don't know anything. What a bunch of morons. Who listens to this crap? Blah, blah, blah. Down the line from there, and you're like, we threw 30 people in a room with booze and a buffet and told them to do a draft.
This is what happened.
And this is what happened.
Yeah.
I will say that board is very impressive, isn't it?
The board,
they
board
brought
itself,
the mock draft board in here. Maybe we can get this out. We'll take a picture and send it to you. But, man, I'm very, very impressed. Like, what if another team, though, picked up an extra pick that we weren't ready for? Would we have had their logo ready?
I'm a little disappointed in the Browns secondary logo there. You notice that? Look over at the 29th pick.
Oh, that must mean that they ran. I can tell you exactly what happened.
Go ahead. They ran out of logos.
Yeah, so the Browns ended up with 3. Is that right? Browns had 3 picks in the first round.
This one. So whomever the people drafting for the Browns were in those particular places.
I got to tell you, I give our street team credibility. Credit. I'll just give them credit for it because it appears to me they took the Browns logo off of one of our old bumper stickers and cut the helmet off of it and taped it there.
I call it a win.
Impressive.
That's smart.
Orange is the new orange.
Innovation.
Wow. Good job, Street
What is it?
Team.
It's the genius of desperation.
And it
right?
looks like they traded away the entire 2027 draft class. So.
But you got Jared Goff out of the deal. So Jared Goff, Browns quarterback. Got
That is
going
true.
for us, which is nice.
There you go.
And they think we're crazy in Cleveland, don't they? I'll tell you what was crazy was
We are
watching
crazy.
the end of the Guardians game last night, Tom, because so first of all, I full disclosure, I didn't hop in until the 9th inning.
Oh, come on.
Well, I was at a track meet yesterday, so I was doing some stuff yesterday.
Sure.
So and then
you pole vaulted over then.
I long jumped with a pole in my hand, which was impressive. I went 23 feet with a pole in my hand, and then I stuck it and I landed on the other side. I did get burns though, like those skin burns you get when I landed. Yeah, because it's just not good.
Happens.
So did that, and then I was kind of disappointed there was no steeplechase last night because I brought my swimsuit too. So, by the way, probably one of my favorite events that we never see. I wish high school had steeplechase.
Fun,
right?
Fun to watch.
I mean, hey, let's put a pit of water in here.
Add a little spice to it.
I love it.
Make it a little tougher on it.
Yeah. All right, so that's enough track for today.
So,
Dan, stop making me talk about track.
So you tuned in the 9th, like many in Cleveland did, as everyone on social media was saying, get to your TVs, get to your radio, whatever you have to do.
I had 3 texts, and I had a buddy who was actually at the game with his son yesterday, and he goes, oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. But the hard part for me, and Parker Messick, what a great game he had yesterday, and didn't give up a hit until that first pitch in the 9th, and then he gave up 2. It was a little closer than I thought it was going to be in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And we can talk about that in a minute, especially with Cade Smith. And I just think Cade, something's going on there. We'll talk about that. But why? 1981, Tom.
It's just become a thing now.
I was in elementary school the last time the Indians/Guardians had it.
I was a sophomore at Ohio State. That just shows you how old I am.
Wait a second.
Yeah. 1981, yes, sir.
You were already at Ohio State?
Oh, yeah.
I thought we were the same age.
No, dude.
I thought we were idento.
I got like 10 years.
You look fantastic.
Thank you. I work at it.
Wow.
Yeah. I remember we were in Columbus, and we were watching the game, which was unusual, by the way, in 1981 to be watching an Indians game.
For sure.
I mean, they were barely a 500 team, if that, then, right? So, yeah, you know what, Andy? It's interesting.
Joe and Bruce Drennan on Channel 43.
Is that who the
Yeah, it was
two
Joe
were?
Tate up in the booth, and Bruce Drennan was down on the field. I did a story. I won a press club award for it because we interviewed everybody from that game except one player. Now I can't remember.
Right.
When I was working for Fox. Ding. Thank you. You're welcome. And I think what's crazy is this is just I shouldn't say this, but local TV Emmys are kind of a joke because I put hours into this piece.
Of course you
and
did.
won awards left. I think I know we won an AP award for that. We did. It was a half-hour special. Or no, actually, it wasn't. It was a 6-minute piece that we ran on a show that we had. And because I know what happens at these local Emmy things, they throw a pizza in the room. They watch 2 seconds of the first thing, and they're like, "Oh, I like this person." And they win an Emmy. That's so. Anyway, sorry, bitter from years ago, but 81, Tom, 81.
Yeah. So it's just been a lot of bad luck, to be honest with you, Andy. When you consider the fact that, if you had asked any random sports fan out there, any baseball fan, what baseball team has the longest drought, Cleveland would be probably low on the list, given that this place has been such a pitching factory, right?
Yeah.
For almost a generation now.
Although I do think we have guys that can do it this year.
Oh, I totally do too.
The hard part is making sure they stay in the game long enough to let them do it.
So I went out on a limb, and this is not necessarily a big reach, but one of my preseason predictions this year was that drought
is going to end
of the 2 that are currently going on here in Cleveland with our beloved baseball team.
Yeah, the big one,
the bigger one. That it's going to end this year, and I think, absolutely, Eddie. To your point, Messick obviously has the stuff to do it, right?
Oh, this kid's fun.
We've seen Williams take it into the 9th last year, right?
Yes.
Bibby's pitching sensationally. Oh, by the way, Cantillo has put together about a dozen great starts in a row. So, they got the arms to be able to do it. There's so many other variables that come into play, though. Look at the ball last night that becomes the first hit of the game, right? Brito almost gets there.
Yeah.
And if he starts out that play playing maybe one step to his left, he definitely gets there, and at least you have a play at first base.
That's a good point.
They've had some bad luck. Carrasco comes within 1 out a few years ago. Corey Kluber takes one in the 8th inning, ends up getting 18 strikeouts in a game where he's toyed with one. What was interesting for me, just a little side note here, is in past years when I was working for the AP, they would require you to have a staffer, if possible, at a no-hitter. Andy, I can't tell you how many times I was either beginning a barbecue or having dinner with my wife and found out that, the Guardians or the Indians have taken a no-hitter into the 6th inning, had to jump in my car, many times been on 90 when the hit has happened.
As soon as you turn the engine on, though, you know it's over,
yeah,
right?
it does, yeah. And we can talk about, whether or not there's a jinx at play here, or, everybody talks about, you're not allowed to say no-hitter, and I think that does apply in the dugout.
I agree.
I think outside of that, you can say whatever you want to, and
Although
it's not.
I mean, they do pipe the radio call in throughout the stadium.
And Tom Hamilton begins talking about a no-hitter in the 5th inning.
So listen, this is how much I respect Hammy. I hate it.
I love Hammy.
I hate it when announcers say no-hitter during the game. And I say this based on the fact that during my senior year, I was on a team that had a 30-game winning streak, right? We won 30 in a row, and we lost in the state championship. And the very first game of the season, I had an old cassette player, and on that cassette player, I had Dennis Eckersley's call from 1977.
Right.
And I listened to that on the bus every time. Well, it failed me in the championship game, I can tell you that. But I listened to it game one, and I remember second game, I'm like, I'm going to keep listening to this. I listened to that over and over and over and over again. And I remember Joe Tate calling Eckersley's no-hitter in 77 without saying the words no-hitter, but letting you know that that's where we were at.
Sure.
He just didn't say no-hitter. He said zeros on the board. He said no one has seen the base pass today. He said he danced around it so that if you were listening, you knew it was a no-hitter. I just thought it was it was incredibly and I actually had the talk with Joe about this once too. It was you had to think a little. Like you had to be a baseball fan to kind of get a little bit. I'm sure that if you were sitting with somebody who was a baseball fan and somebody didn't get it, they'd be like, hey, there's a no-hitter going on here.
Yeah.
But because I respect Hammy so much, I don't care.
Well, no,
if Hammy says it doesn't bother me.
I agree. Different age, different time.
By the way, the graphic in the corner says no-hitter through 8.
Parker Messick, no-hitter through however many innings. Yeah. I'm also, as a media person and somebody who, the AP, they require you to put out a 150 to 200-word story after the 6th inning. So you're sending it out to everybody in the world knowing that there's a possibility of this coming. Right. It used to be more because of newspapers wanting to, save enough space if there was history that was going to be made, right? So beginning in the 6th inning, you're already writing your no-hitter story and updating that as the time goes. It actually gets worse when it gets broken up in the 9th inning in terms of heavy lifting, what have you. But, yeah, I'm not one that subscribes to this, because you said it got broken up. It's just been bad luck for the Guards / Indians, and I think it's going to happen, and I think sooner than later. And by the way, since we're talking about gems, shout out to Westlake's Nick Sherwood, who pitched a perfect game this week.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, for the Demons against North Olmsted. There you go. Got to give the local boys a little love.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, I'll throw in. If there was a high school kid that I watched a kid throw a discus yesterday, third longest in the country. Amazing.
Is that right?
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
Hey, and we'll get back to talking about Parker Messick, but another strong performance by him, man. I like everything about the kid, and it was interesting. The last time he pitched at home, I had covered that game Easter Sunday, and game 2 of that doubleheader. And I remember Hedgie saying after the game, hey, you watch, this kid's going to be a household name before you know it. And sure enough, at least he became a household name in most parts of Northeast Ohio last night.
It's interesting that the way they approached, you were talking about how you approached a no-hitter. There were always days I'd be the same way. I'd be like, I'm going to write the story because I don't. And then all of a sudden in the 6th inning, you'd be like, hang on, I got to hold on.
Yeah.
And then I got to get to a TV, or maybe I need to get back to the ballpark, or things like that to try to figure out. Do you know how many no-hitters there have been? I didn't realize this.
In baseball history?
Yeah.
Hundreds.
326.
There you go.
According to AI.
How many perfect games? I think it's only
20.
I think something. 2 dozen. I think 24. Does that sound right?
Like 26 or 28.
Say it again.
I think it's like 26 or 28.
Okay.
And then what was Lenny's then? Lenny's was like 13, 14, something. I might be wrong.
Yeah, there's been several since then.
I mean, you got to go back to, but it's still, to me, it just seems bizarre.
24.
Hey.
24. So we were right there.
Nailed it.
What did I say? 20. I think I was right there.
We were all in the 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, we were up right around the mid-20s.
And there probably should be 25 because let's not forget about the one that got stolen when the Indians were playing the Tigers.
Oh yeah.
That I have nightmares thinking. Well, ESPN just did a story.
Did they?
Yeah, and I happen to be I'm not the egomaniac that I probably sound like I am this morning, but so I was anchoring that night.
Ding!
And
You beat me to the punch.
why can't I remember the umpire's name in that game? I'm glad, to be honest with you. For him, I'm glad.
Oh, you're talking the Galaraga game?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. He's like a really good umpire,
It
too.
is. I'm blanking too.
It was a good umpire.
Nestor Shylak. No,
Was that what it was?
No,
Was it
no,
Little?
no.
Was it?
No, we should know this.
We should.
Shame on us.
Was it Earl Little? I don't know why that name is in my head.
Now this is going to drive me nuts.
Yeah, because it became.
Goodness, now
Now we're all Googling as fast as we can.
here, Google music.
Jim Joyce.
Jim Joyce.
Jim Joyce.
Should have known
There it
that.
is.
So, I mean,
I was thinking Jay. Go ahead.
as you know, I'm a B writer at best, and I just remember anchoring that night, and I don't know if I screwed up the line on the air or I wrote it this way. I think I maybe actually wrote it this way, and I said something about Drew Joyce's nightmares became his reality.
Jim
or
Joyce,
something.
not Drew.
Jim, yeah, Drew Joyce. By the way, Drew's running basketball things out at the IX Center.
Yes, he
Congratulations on that. Making cash. He has something about his nightmares. He'll never have dreams again. He'll have nightmares every night or something like
geez.
that. But I mean, it was just one of those calls that you're like,
yeah.
and we didn't have replay at the time.
No, we did not.
So that's the sad
Yeah.
part about it. Why is it so hard?
Boy, would that have been an anticlimactic celebration, right?
I can't. What a conversation we had. I just almost blew right through the break here. All right,
it's
let's come
okay.
back. We'll talk more about Parker Messick. What happened? Cade Smith. We got a Cade Smith problem, and just the whole thing about jinxing during these games. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't know. I do and I don't. I know how I am. We'll talk more about that in a second. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
usual lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today for Jeff. Mike Rener from CBS Sports is going to join us at noon. Joe Noga, Cleveland.com. We'll talk to him. Cavs guards. We got a lot of stuff we can talk to these folks about today. I'm looking forward to it. He'll be with us at 1 o'clock. A lot of things going on. Cavs are the playoffs coming up tomorrow against the Raptors. We'll get into that. Obviously, the draft. This time next week, Tom, we're going to be talking about what they did in the first round.
Hey, about time, right? We've been talking ourselves in circles about this draft.
I sense a little sarcasm.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, since we're on sarcasm,
yes.
You still dislike the play-in game in the NBA, Andy Baskin?
I still
Sorry,
don't. I knew. That's okay. Did you hear me apologize?
Did you?
I apologized when we came out there.
You basically did on my text to you yesterday too.
Oh yeah, I said you were right. I was wrong, but I still think I just don't know how necessary it is. We had a fantastic last week of the season, so I don't know one or the other. It's good money for the NBA, and okay, good for you.
Drama's been great. I mean,
hate
the games.
I'll be honest. I'm bitter. What was it? How many years ago was it? The Cavs were in it, and they dropped 2 games and didn't make it.
To Atlanta, Trae Young.
Yeah.
Give you a little ice trade right there.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I'm just not a fan. I mean,
okay.
These games have been great.
Unbelievable.
So we'll get to that.
Sure.
Some people have certain tastes for things.
Gotcha.
Some people like, their steak rare. Some people like it well done.
Some send it back to get it redone.
And they get a special. Then they get the special flavoring on it. And I know that's exactly what you want.
I hear you.
All right. So there are 2 things here. One, obviously Parker Messick, awesome last night. I'm still the jinx thing, the whole what you're worried about thing. I don't know. Did anyone ask Parker after the game yesterday about? Did anyone say anything to him, or if I was in the dugout, I wouldn't say anything because it's hard enough. The guy knows. He knows. Like if you're throwing a no-hitter, if you don't know, something's wrong. Or maybe something's right. Maybe you're just like, I'm just throwing. Oh, I have a no-hitter? I didn't realize that.
They all know. Once you get to the 4th or 5th inning, it becomes a thing. And then everybody stays away from him in the dugout and what have you. So
there are all those weird superstitions.
Yeah.
Like the one that drives me absolutely nuts. This was the worst. And I don't know if it's still as prevalent today as it was. You're not allowed to talk to a starting pitcher on the day that they pitch. It is the most bizarre, dumb thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And I remember once having a conversation, Jeff and I think, together at the time, we're talking to Terry Mulholland, and he had walked out into the dugout before a game. And I was like, hey. And he's like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, you're starting today. He goes, who cares, man?
That's become a thing over the last few decades, I suppose. I know early in my career, it wasn't a big deal. Like, guys would come in, to your point, whether it was Mulholland or whatever. In fact, I remember one time I was in the clubhouse and CeCe walked in, CeCe Sabathia, and I had a good rapport with him.
Yeah.
And he said hello, and we started chatting, and I had totally forgotten that he was a starting pitcher that day.
So what?
And I remember Bart Swain walked in, and a couple of the Indians media relations people were looking at me like, Withers, what are you doing over there? Like, don't you know that he's pitching today? I was like,
can we be right too? Nothing against him, but it's not media. It's player relations now. They should just change they should change the name of it across the board for the most part.
Yeah,
I'm not belittling what our friends do over there, but it's not media relations. It's player relations.
I got you. They do a good job, and they've been very kind to me over the years. So
and they've been kind to me too. But I mean, obviously, when you work for somebody, you want to take care of the people you work with.
Yeah. But to your point, the superstition, the jinx of all that stuff is a little much at times. I think. I think. As we were talking earlier about this drought, I think this drought has just taken on a life of its own. So every time it doesn't happen, right, it reinforces this jinx / superstition / whatever you want to call it, associated with the drought.
It's just, I can't. I just want to see one.
I do. Yeah, I do too.
I just want to see one here.
Yeah,
it drives me. I'm trying. Someone threw one against us, I say the Indians, And I was like, oh, man. And I remember coming in the next day being depressed about it on the air. Like, this is within the last 5-10 years.
Oh, yeah.
And
Irvin Santana, yeah.
Was
Angels.
that what it was?
Yeah, Irvin Santana for the Angels.
Yeah, were you here that day?
No, I was at the game, though.
Oh, ding. Give yourself a ding. You earned
for
it.
What? The fact that I was there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ding.
I was
Thank
with
you.
two guys who were massive soccer fans and wanted to leave after the 6th, and I kept telling them, no, stop. Like, this is cool. He hasn't given up a hit yet. And they go, yeah, but beer's really expensive here.
Well, we had one a couple years ago here that I covered with that Wade Miley of the Reds.
Maybe that's what it was. I remember walking in the next day going,
2021.
This sucks. And whoever I was working with, they're like, get over it. Who cares? We got no hit. I go,
wasn't there a year
no,
where
it's embarrassing. You don't want to get no hit.
Didn't the Guardians get no hit like 3 times in that one season?
Yes.
And like
I'm like, what
in a
are
couple
we doing
weeks
here?
Yeah,
and by the way, if it was me, you might hate me. I'm bunting in the 9th inning. I want to get on. I'll do whatever it takes because
now you're breaking all kinds of rules.
Because I don't care. I don't want you to have a no-hitter. I don't.
Gotcha.
Dan, you'd go crazy if I bunted, right?
If you're fast, I don't care.
Yeah, if it's part of your game, right? If it's
right.
Yeah.
If you're Stephen Kwan, I will never have an issue with bunting.
If I'm Corbin Burnson, I see that third baseman is playing back towards the edge of the grass because he's trying to keep the ball in the infield, and I see that's there. I'm bunting. I'm bunting.
Why do you go to the fictional thing instead of the real life one?
Because the only way I would ever be on the field is in the fictional part of it.
Go.
That's why. Let's be honest.
Field of Dreams.
Cade Smith, do we have an issue?
Yes and no.
Or is it a Cleveland issue?
Yes and no. It's early enough in the season. Now, granted, he has not been – and here's the problem for Cade Smith, much like Emmanuel Clase, and that's a whole different subject, but – he set the bar so high for himself, Andy and Dan, the last couple of years, right, where he's come in and essentially been unhittable and, clearly vaulted himself into the conversation of one of the top 5 relievers in the American League. So when he's not, spot on and striking guys out and blowing them away, then we all get antsy. Now, they've barreled up some balls on him lately, and that's going to happen to everybody. And, oh, by the way, it's also that these hitters are making adjustments to him. Like, they're figuring out Cade Smith a little bit as well. And recognizing tendencies, what have you. I hope he's not tipping his pitches. I don't necessarily see that right now. Dan and I were talking about that off the air. I'm not sure if that's a thing yet. But, he's not getting himself ahead in counts like he's done in the past. They're fouling, that 2-strike heater that he tries to throw, that he tries to elevate a little bit, is getting fouled off on occasion. All that said, he's pitching okay. We did ask, Stephen Vogt 2 weeks ago about this when it was a problem even back then, and he just chalked it up to inconsistency and that he's looking for something. It's early in the season, so I'm not panicking yet. If that answers your question.
Yeah, here's why I'm not panicking. In Carl, I trust. And,
of course,
with Carl and Brad and Joe Torres is out there now, and I don't know, Brad Goldberg. I think those guys know what they're doing, man. I think they're really, really good.
For sure.
And they, I think alone, and they don't get enough credit, that they're the backbone of the reason why this team is having success.
Yeah.
And, I don't think we sit around and talk about it. And Carl has led the way, especially for Joe and Brad who are young. And I know Brad. I don't really know Joe, but I do know what I'm seeing as the result. And they're a reason this team is having success. If we can sit here every day and complain about how we're not getting hitting, and we're still in every game, and they're fighting for first place or second place,
staff,
it's on your coaching staff,
yeah,
and it's on the pitching staff. And I just think pitching is so fragile, right? And
100%.
And so that's the other reason why I'm not flipping out and saying we're having a Cade Smith. I just think that Cade's going to he'll bubble his way through the beginning of the season, and it may not look exactly perfect, but I think when push comes to shove, they're going to have him set and be in the right direction when they need to.
I agree with you. A couple things came to mind when you were just talking about the coaching staff for me, Andy, in that let's remember, too, that this is still a relatively new role for Cade Smith, right? He's still getting comfortable as the closer.
I mean, think about how the conditions he got thrown into this.
Well, and how about the uniqueness of last night, too, right? He's trying to get warmed up in the bullpen in the 8th inning, right? On a night that's it's a little cool but not bad, right? Mm-hmm. So he's still trying to figure out how many pitches do I need to get warmed up. He's got his starter out on the mound who's on the verge of making history.
Yeah.
Suddenly gives up a hit. Then they ramp him up and he's got to really warm up quickly. That could have something to do with it as well, and something that I'm sure the coaching staff is looking into is like Cade, are you throwing yourself enough pitches that when you come in, you're really ramped up?
The other part that it makes it a little even more difficult is, with the exception of one outing, Eric Sabrowski's look lights out.
The big Sabrowski.
Lights out.
Yeah, he's
and
tough.
so, you look at that and you try to figure it out, and you're like, I don't. They'll get it. They're
done.
Fine. They'll get it done.
Yep.
I'm not worried. All right, Cavs starting a playoff series against the Raptors. We need to talk about that. What are you expecting in this playoff series? Tom Withers is in. Andy Baskin. Jeff is off today. Mike Rener at noon. Joe Noga at 1. 216-474-0092.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports.
Cade's still not 100% of what he needs to be, and he knows that. He's still working on some delivery things. He's still working on some execution things. I want to credit them. Their at-bats off of him tonight were unbelievable. Laying off the split, fouling stuff off, using the whole field. They had some really good at-bats off Cade, but when he needed to, he bared down and did his job, got the save.
So Cade Smith did get his 4th save last night. I think he's had 2 blown saves. So it's his ability to bounce back here. There was a game against St. Louis they should have won. And so I think if you're a Guardians fan and you're trying to dive into exactly what this team is, where they are, Stephen Vogt said something 2 nights ago I thought that was really important, that if they're going to be the team that they are, and we're not expecting anything different, that they're going to have to scrape for every run. They can't afford mistakes that they can control. A pitch out of place,
you mean like getting guys thrown out at home plate?
Getting guys thrown out at home, exactly.
That's been an issue.
Yeah, all things that are within their control. So
little margin for error when you don't have a big offensive juggernaut of a team. But they found a way, and Andy, as I mentioned before with Cade Smith and with the Guardians, they've earned the benefit of the doubt with me. So I'm gonna err on the side of it's early in the season, much like Vogt says, and I'm not giving him an out by any means, but he's right. He has not been sharp. I think Cade Smith knows that more than any fan or anybody else out there. Like, he knows what he's capable of doing. Last night he was able to bear down then and get the final outs, and that's the bottom line. Is the bottom line, right? And that's he got out of the inning. They got the save. They got the win. Parker Messick, came close to making history, and it was. And you play again tonight.
You go back to that last game in St. Louis, and here's a team that hadn't lost the series all season. And, it's at one point, they were in the same boat, right? No, It was Atlanta. It was the series before. Atlanta hadn't lost the series. And now all of a sudden you're looking at, not only losing the Atlanta series, but losing the St. Louis series too, in a situation they should have won the series. That loss, to me, the
when they
loss,
led 5-2 the other night.
Yeah.
But you know what, Andy? Let's not turn this into a New York situation where every game becomes a season. It's baseball.
Here's the hard part, though. When you're a team like this, every game might be the season. And when you get to the end of it, and you're going, we missed the playoffs by a game, and you're like,
yeah, maybe so. You're also talking about the same team that was 15 games out in July last year and came back and won the division. So, like I said, they've earned the benefit of the doubt in my book. And I think Cade Smith still has the stuff. You're not seeing any real drop. And Dan, tell me if I'm wrong. You're not seeing a precipitous drop in velocity. He's still doing those kinds of things, right?
Technically, it's up by 0.2.
Is that right? There you go. Like, I don't know what the spin rates are or whatever. To me, from the
about the same. Okay. A little less spin, but not enough to be noticeable.
To me, naked eye, I see him getting behind in counts. And to what Vogt just said, you're seeing good hitters, foul off pitches that they were missing from him a year ago or 2 years ago. So, and I think, and I'll go back to what I said earlier about him and Class A, he set the bar so high his rookie year, right? That 191 ERA, just mowing guys down like nobody's business. And he's in a new role now. He literally is learning this is on-the-job training for Cade Smith.
So, I agree with everything you're saying, but I think one of the reasons that I don't want to say being dramatic about it, but over the top, is what Stephen Vogt said after the game against St. Louis. He came back and said that he called their effort uninspired.
Right.
And then he said, this is probably one of the worst games we've played since I've been here, and it happens. And he's right. It happens. But, and Vogt isn't the kind of guy, because I was looking through some of the other Cleveland.com stuff. He had said this was after Wednesday's game. I think there's a myriad of things that went wrong on Wednesday. I just felt like we didn't play our best baseball. I felt like we kind of just showed up and played the game. That's not who we are. And then he knew, you go back and it's a new game for the next day. And he's right on that. But he doesn't tend to normally
what that is
say
there,
these
Andy?
things.
That's good managing right there, right? That's managing the message, right? That's understanding your team and the makeup of your team and expecting more out of your guys. And maybe there's some other things that went on behind the scenes that we're not privy to that prompted him to say something like that, right? Maybe there was some attitude adjustment that needed to happen. So I think the good thing is that they responded, right? They came out, they win the opener of the series, and you're on your way.
So let me give you some Cade Smith, just something interesting.
Fire away.
So this season, Cade Smith is throwing 132 fastballs, right?
Okay.
People are hitting 333 off of it with a 600 slugging percentage and are swinging and missing 25% of the time.
Okay.
So last year, to put this in perspective, now 826 fastballs, right? So more, bigger sample size. Guys are hitting a $170 off of it with a 302 slugging percentage, swing and miss at 2%. Swing and miss on it.
Right.
So the fastball was clearly way more effective. The velocity is up on it this year. The spin is, again, negligible down.
Right.
Like, not enough to make any kind of a difference.
Right.
Guys, I wonder if this is like Class A last year. And I know everybody's going to immediately crack the joke when I say this. But if we remember in the beginning of the year, Emmanuel Class A was getting clobbered. And we were all trying to figure out what in the world was going on with Emmanuel Class A.
Maybe that's why I have faith right now, because of what happened last year.
Yeah, and again, jokes aside.
And he was throwing games. I mean, come on.
Jokes aside,
literally,
it ended up being because he was just missing his spots.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's where we are with Cade Smith.
I think it's a command issue, Dan, to be honest with you. I also think, and I'll go back to this, he's a different pitcher now in the eyes of the opposition, right? So those guys are spending a lot of time. Hey, you're going to face Smith. Be ready, guys, because you're going to see Smith in the 9th inning, probably 3 games in this series. So guys are watching more tape on him. They're picking out tendencies, and they're seeing that fastball doesn't have the late run that it's had the previous 2 years.
His splitter has been nails this season. That thing has been a monster staring at it right here. And so I wonder, guys, I don't have enough evidence. This is merely a theory, okay? I have nothing to back this up. It's just a hypothesis. I wonder if either A, he's missing his spots, which I think is the easiest answer, but B, I wonder if he's tipping his pitches.
Yeah, I don't know. That's always a tough one to figure out.
I got to watch more.
Yeah.
Or have somebody far smarter than me that can acknowledge these things.
Well, trust me.
I mean, is Don Zimmer around? He was the master of this stuff.
And as Andy pointed out before, Carl Willis and the rest of that staff is, spending an inordinate amount of time trying to figure this out, right? Mm-hmm. But I think they have to trust in this kid's, arm, his attitude, his work ethic, all of that. I think this is just a blip here, Andy. I don't think we're going to be even you know what? A week from now, if we're still having this discussion, then it's a real thing. If he has another couple of shaky outings. Right now, I'm not there. I like the fact that Hunter Gaddis is up and back, because if Vogt feels like he needs to make a change for a couple of games, he can do so and probably not miss a beat.
All right, you're 20 games into the season, boys. Yep. 20. Give me a little report card, a tiny report card. Are you allowed to, wait, Dan, are you allowed to give a report card at this point?
Do you want me to give you a grade, or do you want me to give you an overall assessment?
I think it's like a progress report, but we're not holding parent-teacher conferences yet.
Okay, if I was a teacher, I would write down that, given the schedule out of the gate, which was about as tough as you could imagine.
Yes.
If you had told me that they were 11-9 after 20 games, Andy, I'd give you a solid B+.
Hanging on to first place. I mean, juggling back and forth to try to get first place.
Keep an eye on those
today?
Tigers, by the way, 6 in a row, starting to get some momentum. Somebody's going to start getting it together in that Central. One would think, other than the White Sox. But I think, for the most part, this has gone pretty well. I agree with you, Andy, that there are a couple of losses that sting and really stick out.
Well, it's just they're so up and down. It's like we score 10 runs one day, we can't score the next. We score
guess what? April baseball.
11, yeah. Well,
you're playing in 35 degrees one day and 77 the next. So I think that's a variable that has to be weighed in here.
I'm not trying to be mean, but a little bit of that is an excuse. There are teams that don't make weather. Although maybe they play in good weather, so maybe I shouldn't say that.
You've been down to that ballpark.
I know.
It's an entirely different place.
But
April
a team,
and May,
no matter how bad the weather is, somebody has to win.
I agree.
So why shouldn't it be us?
Get a winning record.
We should be the team that's used to it. Yes.
Again, benefit of the doubt with this team from my standpoint.
I give it
Too many things have gone right.
That's true, too.
As far as I'm concerned, I think you've seen some real positives.
I'm haunted by a phone call we got the other day and normally I don't let phone calls, like when I walk out the door, I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's just somebody who, it was a regular middle-of-the-road fan who just said, I just feel like this ball club is always going to be a 500 team. They can't get any better. They can't get any worse. Of course, they wanted to go down the money road, and I'm just like, let's try to.
Well,
understand what you have. It's not change. Well, it might change if they have an ownership change, and there's no guarantee that's going to happen.
Okay, I'm going to get back. This goes a little bit off the sidetrack. Why do people criticize this organization more than any three in town when this has been the one that has delivered year after year after year?
I'm with you.
I don't get it.
But they haven't delivered the whole thing. That's why I think
that happens.
But guess what? Only the Cavaliers have delivered the whole thing.
Welcome to our lives, the days of our lives.
Maybe because there's so many games.
Maybe.
Maybe I don't know why. This is the team that didn't move. Remember, and a lot of people don't remember this, but they were close to moving.
Yeah.
But you saved them again, like you saved the football team. Let's. You want to talk about?
See, if I was a fan,
historically,
if I was a fan of this team, I would.
And you barely saved them here, man. You needed to drink and smoke a little bit more so we could save the team by 1%. Back when there was talk about them moving to New Orleans or moving them to Florida.
To me, after 20 games, what you would need to talk about from a positive standpoint with this team is that this rotation is dynamite. The starting rotation is dynamite.
And Chase DeLauder
is Chase DeLauder.
Yeah.
Stephen Kwan obviously looks like he belongs in center field, right? Rocchio's starting to get it together. Bo Naylor's not hitting quite yet, whatever. I've seen Manzardo playing better defensively at first base than I had seen him in the last couple of years, which I think is a huge positive. David Fry is a guy that can come off the bench now. Angel Martinez seems to deliver time and time again. You've worked around a couple of injuries here and there. I think it's all pretty good.
All right, we're off to a good
There you
start.
go.
I'll give you the good start. Speaking of good starts, the Cavaliers have a good start against Toronto. We'll talk about that. When we come back, Mike Rener from CBS Sports will talk NFL with him draft. That's coming up to Joe Noga at 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is
this is the most exciting part of the year. I mean, you'll remember when we're kids, right? Like watching the NBA playoffs, it's just a different deal. And someone asked me, do I feel pressure? Yes, I feel pressure, but you want to feel pressure at the elite level. You want that excitement. You want that nervousness. That's as a competitor. That's everything.
Cavaliers head coach Kenny Atkinson getting set, taking on the Raptors tomorrow. Hopefully all the video works on Prime Video, and if you're going to be watching that, hopefully you'll be able to watch the whole game there on Prime Video. Otherwise, if you're going to the game, have fun, enjoy yourself, and have a blast. So they'll take on Toronto. I'm Andy Baskin. He is Tom Withers. We're going to get into this into the first-round series for the Cavs in Toronto. We'll talk a little bit about these playing games, too, as well. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterler from 2 to 7. That is live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand, and you can do that right now. All right, Tom, let's talk about this series.
Let's.
Cavaliers, Raptors, appears they're healthy, which is the best news of the day. I think you can throw out the regular season between these two games. They haven't played against each other since November 24th. We were a much different-looking team here in Cleveland, and so forget about the regular season. The Cavs in a matchup against the Raptors. Your thoughts?
A lot to unpack there. I've rarely seen such trepidation with a fan base going into the playoffs as I do with this Cavaliers team, right? I think everybody feels that, because of how inconsistent this team has been in various iterations over the year, to your point, it's a different team than it was in November than it is now. What would worry me a little bit, Andy, is that they really never developed the chemistry that they wanted to. Obviously, the injuries were a huge part of it. They don't have the momentum nor the rhythm going into the playoffs that you would hope to have, right? The last week of the season turned into, okay, we're going to rest this guy and that guy. Jared Allen's knee tendonitis, I still think is an issue, and we're going to find out about that, pretty quickly once we see him out there and how he's moving along. This is huge. I mean, there's legacies on the line here. There's jobs on the line here. With the failures of the last 3 years, not getting out of the second round, and Donovan Mitchell and the narrative about him, et cetera. There's a lot to play for here. I think it's going to be a tougher series than people think.
Yes.
Maybe, I'm crazy. I think it's going to be interesting to see.
Are you predicting 5, 6 games, 6, 7 games, or what are you predicting?
I'll go 6. I think Cavs in 6.
I think Dan and I both said Cavs in 5.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how Toronto decides to defend Harden. If you see Scotty Barnes on Harden to try to limit him and what he can do, I think that's going to be fascinating. Are the Cavs going to play defense? We haven't seen enough of that over the last couple of months. So, I think anything and everything can happen.
I was watching one of the playing games. I think something happened in one of those games. It was my fear, and it was ball. It was right before. I can't remember if it was play before. No, it was right before he hit the game winner. Mm-hmm. And he was playing, and he took a shot. He made the shot, and then his body was sliding on the floor, and his body ended up in the stands, first row of the folding chairs. And they grab the ball, and they take it down the other way. I just think teams that take advantage of opportunities of 5-on-4s have a distinct advantage in the playoffs if you can run like that. That is a fear that I have that I think Toronto can do against Cavaliers.
Toronto plays at a faster pace than the Cavs do. There's no question about it.
So when you look at this matchup, my fear is just keep looking for odd man rushes coming back the other way. Because if you don't get back on defense, now all of a sudden you've got problems. And if they run, but I think the Cavs are a better team than Toronto.
Oh, I agree with you.
There are little things that might make it tougher than it has to be.
Well, I think Allen's knee has got to be on that list, right?
Although, if you think about it, this time that he hasn't played, especially over the last week,
it's been good for him.
You can't ask for anything. I mean, that's what the doctor ordered, right? Yeah. Rest. Mm-hmm. I'm not worried about this series, but I'm more worried about this series than I was about Indiana last year, and I got burned. I need aloe vera.
Yeah.
I got burned so bad on that one because I just didn't think Indiana was going to be the team they were, and I was like, whoa, this is not what I expected.
Yeah. Well, I think somebody in the East, and I said this last time I was on with you guys, I think there's going to be a team from that second tier in the East that's going to make some noise, and whether that's the Raptors or the Hawks or, should Charlotte, get past Orlando tonight in advance. I think one of those.
By the way, should Ball be playing tonight?
No, probably not.
But
if you're going to review things like days afterward, Andy, I mean, you're opening up a huge can of worms there. If that was not called on the floor, and then you're also you're going to litigate intent days after the fact, I think that's dangerous.
Grabbed his foot.
I'm not saying that it was a bad play. Don't get me wrong.
Here's what this is a philosophical basketball thing that drives me crazy, right? You play the game hard, and you play the game the right way, not trying to hurt anybody, but you pick up a foul. Now, all of a sudden, you pick up 6 fouls, and you're out of the game. Mm-hmm. And you didn't do anything that was egregious. You played the game hard, and you foul somebody. So now you're ejected from a game because you picked up 6 fouls in the NBA. Right. Here's a scenario where something may have been considered egregious. And, yeah, he did pick up a fine, and yet they can't go back and review it because it's too far away. Like, that's a psychological thing about the game that I just don't – I love the game of basketball. And, by the way, probably one of my favorite games to play. But –
yeah, but then after
you
the
start
fact,
picking up foul. I mean, you foul. That's what I just don't like about basketball. You can foul out of the game without doing anything. It's the only game I believe that you can really kind of do something and not get ejected for being egregious.
Bottom line is that 3 officials on the floor, everybody missed it, and that's bad. Okay,
yeah.
And maybe there is a procedure that should be in place in a situation like that. Much like they do in college basketball where you can appeal a play, right? And maybe you stop it and get them to take a longer look at a play like that where a star player gets knocked out of the game because of – but I think to be after the fact and refereeing, malice and intent is very dangerous. I don't think you can do that.
Is there any reason to ever grab somebody's leg?
In the heat of the moment, he's just trying – he's just making a play. He just –
and by the way, he said, I was dizzy, didn't know where I was at. It was at that point then, you really want to get technical on it? If he was dizzy and didn't know where he was and hit his head, therefore he had a concussion and should not have been playing in the game either. That's another.
Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of a dirty play. It wasn't.
It was borderline dirty.
And the other part is, if it's even borderline dirty, you knock a guy out of the game, you shouldn't be able to come back in that game till that guy comes back.
There's part of that as well.
I mean, but these would all be rule changes that try to.
I always felt that way in the NFL. When you knock a guy out with a concussion, you should be penalized equally.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
Although there'd be a coach that would take like the last guy on his roster and say, "All right, go out there, bang heads with this guy, their best player." End up on the ground, so he's out, so you're out.
Yeah. By the way, I thought it was interesting how Spoelstra went from screaming, and crying about this, then to saying he felt like Ball had been penalized enough and didn't need then a suspension.
Probably because someone said you need to stop because your team hasn't exactly been the cleanest team over the years.
Yeah, there's been plenty of instances with the Heat where we've worried about them or wondered about them. So,
Eric, Kettle. Eric.
To your point, Andy, playoff basketball, right, where everything becomes magnified and the spotlight is on every moment of the game where it can turn quickly. And to your point, I think the Cavs have to take advantage of those opportunities to get easy buckets. I'll be honest with you, and we can talk more in depth about this as we go through the day today. I think so much of what is going to happen over the next month is going to hinge on Evan Mobley. And is Evan Mobley the guy that the Cavs have, propped him up to be over the last couple of years? Has he learned from the lessons of the past failures in these playoffs in a young career? Can he be that guy when the moment matters most?
So 2 things here. One, do you think that James Harden has made him a better basketball player?
Yeah, in spurts.
I think he was a better basketball player even in the beginning of the season before Harden got here.
Yeah.
And since Harden got here, I think he's a better basketball player than he was. It gives him the ability to take it to the hole. I can't stand watching Mobley stand outside the three-point arc.
Yeah, no,
about as exciting as watching Z stand outside.
I'll agree with you, and I'll get back to what I said to you earlier about the fact that the Cavs have not been able to build as much chemistry and as much momentum as I hope they would since Harden's revival.
Although when these guys play together, they only had 7 games.
That's my point.
90-some minutes together.
That's my point.
But when they do play together, they look pretty special.
Agreed. But how many times did they get to the point where you had to figure out whether it was Harden or Mitchell in a big moment? One or two? Now you're in the playoff. Now you're in the playoffs. And guess what? It's going to be 105, 103, 4 seconds on the clock.
Who is it?
And you're inbounding the ball.
Who is it?
It's Donovan Mitchell.
It's Mitchell.
Of course it is.
And I think...
And it's Harden probably making the play for Mitchell.
Yeah, but I think that Harden is at the point now. I'm praying that he's at the point now where he can see that. Or that if Mitchell gets doubled, then Harden's got to take the shot. Well, let's go.
Harden has shown that since he's gotten here, right?
I think he's been a model citizen since he got here. I love watching him play. I understand who he is. He's made that very clear about what kind of player he is and where it's. But here is an opportunity for him to go out there and eradicate the ghosts of what everyone wants to say negative about him.
And you know, and there's a real parallel with his career and with Donovan's to a degree. Now, obviously, one's 36 and one's 26 or 27. You know, Harden has had his playoff failures as well. He's had to shoulder a lot for a lot of teams, much like Donovan Mitchell.
He's seen success since he was really young.
Well, yeah, and Donovan Mitchell's had so much on his shoulders for not only Utah, but for Cleveland here. Now they can do it together, and I think that's the best thing that the Cavs have going for them.
I also think the whole notion of Kenny Atkinson is on the hot seat right now.
It's ludicrous.
It is insane.
Yeah.
And I've had people say to me, "Well, you got to fire," and it's just so dumb that it's matter of fact that if for some reason they would lose in this first round series against Toronto, that he would get fired. Well, the only reason you would think that is because you have an ownership group that, you know, at one point fired a guy that took them to the NBA. I know LeBron was on the team. Took them to the NBA Finals and was in first place.
Yeah.
Well, was supposed to be the coach at the All-Star game,
I think
right? But didn't have a team. And so when they set the standard and the bar, no matter what you thought of David Blatt, they set the standard not about the person and the last name that goes along with it, but by the fact that they are willing to fire a coach at any time, no matter what they've done.
Yeah. Welcome to pro sports, right?
Is that just Cleveland or is that everywhere?
It's everywhere, but I think it's been magnified here. And then there was a period here where we had the greatest player on earth, right?
Right.
For 11 years and won one title. So I think people are still, a little bit chapped about that. But I think the good thing going into this series specifically, Andy, is that you've got the better team, you've got the best player, you've got now a Hall of Fame player playing alongside of him in the playoffs, which he hasn't had. You would hope that this Cavaliers team has learned some really tough lessons over the last 3 years, and you hope that this front line of Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, who have, let's be honest, they've wilted in the playoffs the last couple of years, comes out entirely differently. They push back a little bit. They show some aggressiveness and some physicality that we haven't seen in the past, and they get past this Raptors team.
What do the Cavs need to do to get past Toronto? What do they need to do? 216-474-0092. What are you looking forward to seeing? He's Tom Withers. I'm Andy Baskin. Talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
helping the Cavs hopefully knock off Toronto. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
O'clock. Rocket Arena. There you have it. Cavs, Raptors. Where will you be? Hopefully it won't be raining tomorrow. I don't know. We've had so much rain, hail, just crazy stuff. Did you get nailed with the hail the other day, by the way?
A little bit. Not as bad as they did on the east side and the south side. Yeah, there was some damaging hail.
I had a buddy.
They call it zombie hail, according to Betsy.
I had a buddy who was parked in Solon. Car totaled.
Really?
Totaled. Every window busted.
Unbelievable.
Headlights busted. He was just like, he was. I was talking to him yesterday. He said, I can't believe this. Like, and I'm like, well, good thing you weren't in the car. And his office was, you could see his car from his office. And he was like, I just sat there and watched it. There's nothing else I could do. The roof was completely caved in.
Yeah.
Weird.
Tough time of year. God bless some of those people in Kansas as well. I mean, there were some in Ottawa, Kansas. There were some terrible storms out there, and it's that time of year, man. It comes whipping through there. It's rough. I just remember being a kid. Like, did you do the tornado drills when you were a kid? Yeah. So when I was in elementary school, we lived in Kansas, and, and so we had tornado warnings. Where the entire student body, the whole school, was down in the basement. Those were same as us. Traumatic days. Yeah,
you had to tuck and roll or something like that. Yeah,
scary.
I remember sitting in the basement, old Milliken Elementary School in Cleveland Heights, and they would take us down by the boiler room, and we'd be on. But that building is still built. I mean, it was built sometime in the '60s, and you want to talk about rock solid, right? Yeah, those buildings were built to last. Oh, no doubt. So I guess I can't. You're probably safer being at school than you were at home if there was a tornado coming through. Yeah. You just never know. I'm glad we could bring up such cheery things to talk about here on a Friday.
There's a tornado tomorrow at Rocket Arena. Twister tomorrow. Storm coming.
At least it's not Oklahoma City yet. Give me an X factor for the series between the Cavs and the Raptors. By the way, hang on. Mike Rener is going to join us at high noon from CBS Sports. Joe Noga from Cleveland.com at 1 o'clock.
X factor Cleveland side? Yeah. I'll go Max Strus.
Oh, all right. I like it.
How's that? A guy that obviously is finally healthy, waited his time, has had some good moments in coming back, can give them a spark off the bench, not only from, 3-point line, but can give you a little grit and some defensive toughness. I'll throw Schroeder in the same context. Not necessarily, guys that you're going to, expect to be leading scorers, what have you, but have those intangibles that are so important come playoff time. To your point before, Andy, you talked about that Indiana team last year, right? Yeah. And you didn't realize the depth of that Indiana team until you were into the deep end of the pool with them, right? Yes. That was a really good team. And I think that's what this Cavs team has going for it that maybe these past 3 years you have not seen. You got a couple guys that can come off the bench. Oh, by the way, with playoff experience that can carry them through. So I would say I'll do a double X. I'll go Strus and Schroeder as my 2 X factors for the Cavs. All right,
so I've got 2. And if you've got X factors for the series, let us know. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. I look at this and I have a realistic one, and then I have kind of a off-the-wall X factor.
Go ahead.
First of all, I think Harden is without a doubt, and it's easy to say Harden, but it's the way he plays and how if he just does what he's been doing since he got here, and I don't have to sit here and watch this team, throw up threes at the end of the game to try to get back in it, then that means things will have worked out right. The trade was right, and that he has the ability to facilitate every offensive play. So when I watch Harden play, and when I watch Harden dish the ball, and I watch Harden make everybody else on the floor better, he is the reason that they can propel this thing fairly easily.
But should you have a game, though, where Donovan Mitchell is 2 of 10 from the field, and suddenly everything has to shift over to James Harden, then yeah, you're comfortable with him, taking over if you need to.
But to be honest, I don't know I don't know that that's what I want. What I really want is Mobley to be able to step up and have 25, 30.
I agree with you.
And so if he's the guy that can do it, now you're just more well-rounded. You always if I had to, I'm giving the ball. I mean, if I'm desperate and I know that things maybe aren't going the way that I drew them up, keeping the ball moving, rotation, getting back on defense. If I need to at the end and I need Harden and if only because Mitchell would be cold, then I know he could hit a couple threes and he can get right back in it. I hate watching 10-point leads dissipate in the fourth quarter and go, what just happened?
Yeah.
We're so much better than that.
That is the NBA, though. That does happen.
The other X factor, like you had two, I have another one too, is the clock. And I don't mean the game clock. I mean the game count clock. And Dan brings this up all the time about Harden in games 1 through 4 is amazing. And right, Dan, when he gets to 5, 6, 7, he's a different player. And you bring this up all the time, and it's aggravated me because I don't want to believe it's true. But you normally, when you're spitting out numbers, you don't lie. So hit your mic. Sorry, your mic. Mike. Your mic's not working. Oh, man. He's got bad luck.
They shut him down.
You know why? Somebody said no hitter, and that's why his mic didn't work.
I thought the shot clock expired.
Oh, is that what it was?
It happens. Hey, I agree with you. You mentioned X factor. I consider Mobley the it factor. Like, he's got to be the guy, finally. I mentioned that earlier. To me, everything about this playoffs, in my mind, for the Cavaliers is going to hinge on Evan Mobley and whether or not he can be dependable. As far as Harden's concerned, there's some wear and tear. There's the pressure that builds within a playoff series, Andy, I think maybe is why you see those numbers turn into what they have become in games 5, 6, and 7. But
sure,
he's no different than anybody else. That's happened to some of the best players in the history of the league.
Thoughts on Ingram and Barnes?
Both
Ingram especially.
Really good player. I'm wondering how, again, I think it's going to be very fascinating to me to see how they decide what the matchups are from both sides, how they decide to defend each other. Ingram's a handful. Ingram's a scorer. I mean, he's a guy that I've always looked at and said, man, he would fit well here in Cleveland. Even when he was in New Orleans, right? Yeah. Just that kind of a player. He's dangerous. He can get hot. Same with Barnes. Barnes does a lot of things really well. Balance across the board. Also plays really good defense. So, I'm not going to say that this is going to be easy by any means because I don't think it is. I think it's going to behoove the Cavs to get off to a good start, and I just don't know. I don't know what to think going into Game 1 tomorrow. I think it's going to be a fascinating start to the series.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel good about the Cavaliers in the series.
You should.
Why wouldn't we feel good?
I don't know. But like I said before, there just seems to be some kind of something that has fans a little more, maybe less confident than they have been in the past. Maybe it's because of the failures of the last 3 years in the playoffs, and understandably so.
They had kind of a bizarre season. Remember, they got real hot early on. I'm trying to remember how long that winning streak
Toronto,
was.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you go back and look at, they got about a week into the season, and they lost one game between Halloween and Thanksgiving. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And that one loss was to Philly. And then, things they were kind of an up and down team too. You look at the way their season went. Then at the end of November, after Thanksgiving, they won 3 games before They won 4 games before Christmas. So it's been a bizarre year.
And you can say the same thing basically about everybody in the top 4 in the East. I mean, other than the Pistons, who damn near went wire to wire and were as consistent, probably the most consistent team in the East, right? Mm-hmm. You could say the same thing about the Celtics. You could say the same thing about the Knicks and the Cavaliers. And I mean, and all those 4 teams, pardon the pun, there's a caveat with each of them, right? There is, with the Cavs, can they play the defense that you hope that they were capable of? With the Knicks, can that core, talk about a team that's got some pressure on it. Can that core finally put it together? Because
if they don't get it, I'm trying to remember, who do they have in the first round? They have Indiana. No, they have Atlanta.
Atlanta, which I think is a very dangerous team.
Mike Brown gone?
I
was reading all this stuff
in New York, yeah.
I
mean, I don't know about Mike Brown being gone, but I think, Towns, they'd have to move on from Towns. I think, Brunson to me is the only real stable core guy that I think you would hold on to there. I think anything is possible should they lose. And then with the Celtics, obviously, Tatum being back there makes them the odds-on favorite in the conference, but, they're susceptible as well. There's going to be nights where the Celtics go 9 for 35 from threes and they get beat. That's who they've been all year.
I also think sometimes, and this is kind of a weird play, but when you have a guy who's a superstar and he gets hurt and then he doesn't play in the beginning of the season, and you're like, I wonder if he's coming back. I wonder if he's coming back. Oh, look, he came back. But yet they were still the second-place team in the East all season long without him.
Yeah.
And then you try to add him to the mix, and you're like, oh, we got him back. This is great. And then if one thing goes wrong in the playoffs, you're like, well, we were good enough when you weren't here.
Yeah.
We were doing this when you weren't here.
It's interesting. It's going to go one way or the other with them,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I tend to agree with you. But I
don't know that it's going to go that way, and I don't know what the makeup of that team is in the locker room.
Yeah.
I just know what, historically, if you've seen teams that have gone through that kind of an issue, you're like, oh, well, look who wants the ball now, the guy that didn't play in the beginning of the season. But by the way, he does deserve the ball. So
let me
it's
ask
like,
you this. In your mind, how many teams can win the East, and who are they? Cavs can win the East.
Yeah, the Cavs can. I mean, if I'm
Celtics can win the East.
I don't question. I think the Celtics are going to win the East.
Can the Knicks win the East?
Yes, but Boston would have to implode.
And are we all overlooking Detroit? Yes. It's a pretty good team.
They are.
Now,
okay. So here's what I don't want to do.
Go ahead.
I don't want to make Detroit this year's Indiana.
Yeah.
Especially because they were the first place team pretty much wire to wire.
And we still don't know Cunningham's health, right? And they still have issues offensively with not having a proven second scorer. They can play some defense and do a lot of things real well, and a remarkable consistent year for them when nobody expected them to be the team that they've been. So, and I still, like I said to you before, I still think that there is an outlier there, and I'm not sure. I don't think it's Toronto necessarily. I still think that Atlanta Hawks team, which played as well as anybody over the last month and a half, is capable of doing some damage in these playoffs.
All right, so what is Detroit? Am I right? I don't know. Can Detroit be this year's Indiana? Or are they already... I think people think Detroit is last year's Cavaliers.
Very possible. I mean, it's all going to play out, but I think they have the talent to be able to do so. I think it's the tough. They're going to beat the hell out of you. I'll tell you that, Andy. They're going to get you into a street fight and bring you down into the game that they want to play. So, again, I think there are to me 3 clear top teams in the East, and I think somebody else is going to be nipping at the heels here.
What are your thoughts on Cade Cunningham? I mean, for a guy to come back after having lung problems, a collapsed lung, I just find that. I mean, you would talk about intestinal fortitude and just being able to be. I'm not trying to say a hero, but wow, are you kidding?
Well, and I don't know if there are varying degrees of collapsed lung. I'm sure there are. I'm not a medical expert here, but he's obviously been cleared to come back. He's gotten a little bit of time under his belt, and so. We'll see. I mean, that's going to be one of the big question marks going into the playoffs is Cunningham's health and how much he can do.
All right, more about the playoffs. Got a couple other things I want to dabble in. Mike Rener is going to join us from CBS Sports coming up at noon. Joe Noga at 1 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers, 216-474-0092.
on the Odyssey app. It is Friday!
Bye. To see you.
And you know what that means, don't you, Mr. Phelps, wherever you are? That means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of the great Tom Withers and the Andy Baskin here on 92.3 The Fan.
Gee, thanks. By the way, make sure you're locked in 5 a.m. on Monday. It is called the Jeff Thomas Show, isn't it? It is called the Jeff Thomas Show.
It should be.
It is called the Jeff Thomas Show. Are you going to promote your own
Hang on
show
a second.
here?
Here he comes.
Belittle me. And now
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
blow you up.
Friday. I'd like to go home. Yes, let's talk more.
Oh, I know, because you're getting
It's
less
called the
you're getting
92.3 The Fan warm-up.
Yeah, with Jeff Thomas.
Sure. And it's,
Why don't we just call it the Jeff Thomas Show? I'm going to call it the Jeff Thomas Show.
Because it's not a show. All right, it's not a talk show. Some people might be a little confused. It's not a talk show. It's more like a highlight post-game press conference sort of show. So we're going to recap things from Sunday and also for the Cavs game on Saturday. We'll preview game 2. We'll also play parts from other shows because, I mean, we're about promoting the station. If Dan wants to work through, PayPal, I could maybe put some of your interviews on. No promises. We'll see what happens.
Will you
Sounds
play
like a warm-up to me.
There you got that.
Hey.
Tom gets it. That's why Tom's great. And you're,
Oh, is that how you want to be?
yeah, I'm leaving. So that's exactly how I'm going to be.
Wow. All right, I just stretched you out an extra 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You can ask
And
him
that
another
invoice
question
is
when he gets
coming.
to the
That's
door.
true. So make sure you catch the Jeff Thomas Show at 5 a.m.
Bye, Jeff Thomas.
Monday morning. By the way, he'll be playing best of Make Jeff Thomas Do It in those, right? You rewind, get paid for those. That's what I say. About time.
Hey, by the way, quick
go ahead.
television tip. I watched a good documentary last night.
What'd you watch?
The Billy Idol documentary.
Is it a good one?
It
Really?
is good. It's a little long. It's about half an hour longer than it probably needs to be. It's 2 hours plus. Pretty well done, though. Yeah.
What's the highlight?
Oh, wow. What he put himself through physically and the fact that the guy probably OD'd a dozen times.
Really?
And it's I believe the name of it is Billy Idol Should Be Dead. And it's
Wow.
interesting, though. But good story, good backstory on his life and his family and the support he got from both his parents to pursue a dream that he never thought was possible and how he kind of stumbled into a few lucky breaks and made the most of it and was a rock icon. Still is.
Yeah, kind of. I feel
Yeah.
like he was a part of my high school life.
Yeah, sure he was. With a rebel yell.
So there's another documentary coming out, another Saturday Night Live thing coming out called Lorne. Have you seen this?
No.
It's
Lorne
a
Michaels?
documentary on Lorne Michaels. And I've seen, have you seen the promos for this, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, so I was like, I'm interested. And then they said in theaters April 17th. Oh, so it opens today. What do you think of that?
Can it just be a collection of everyone doing Lorne Michaels impressions?
Yeah, so I don't. I'm okay with it. I'm looking at who's in it. Man, woo. Chevy Chase, Jimmy Fallon, Tina Fey, Steve Martin, Colin Jost, Seth Meyers, John Mulaney, Conan O'Brien, Mike Myers, Chris Rock, Maya Rudolph, Sarah Sherman, Andy Samberg, Robert
So
Smigel.
if you want someone who was on the show to talk about Lorne, they'll be on the show talking about Lorne.
Sounds like something that should be streaming though, and not in the theaters.
That's exactly what I said.
Okay.
I'm like,
it'll probably be a short run there. Then you'll end up seeing it.
It'll be on Peacock before you know it. I'm sure. I don't know. Does anybody? You have a desire to see that?
Yeah,
you do. I do
Sure.
too. I mean, I love the whole.
I've been an SNL fan since day one, pretty much.
Have you watched the new UK one?
Have not seen that.
You need to see it. I think it's.
I know Tina Fey was their first.
Yeah, I've watched I've watched all of them. I think there's 3 out
Okay.
now. 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Maybe there's 4 of them out. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for that, but there are parts of it that I think are better than the American version.
Is that right?
Yeah, because I think just sometimes like
Is it that British sense of humor? Is it that
they do political humor in there too, but
Sure.
they don't. They go for bigger laughs on bigger picture stuff.
Okay.
And I mean, it very much feels like the
plenty
American
of material
version.
out there to make fun of these
Yeah,
days?
but
right?
there are just sometimes I'm just done with politics. Like I just don't want to
I
hear
gotcha.
any
Yeah,
more
yeah.
political humor. And I really feel like over the last 10 years, the Saturday Night Live, that I don't watch it every week, whether I like it or not. Like they just
You don't
need-
watch it live, you mean?
I watch it live most of the time.
yeah.
Well, the thing about Peacock is a lot of times, like if I get home at Saturday at midnight, I just rewind to the beginning of the show and go. It's almost like having an old VCR.
Yeah, yeah.
Except it's better than, because you can just rewind and it's going to play out in real time. I don't know. I like the show. And I don't know why. Maybe because I'm older and maybe because my wife got me into Outlander, but I just I watch British comedies now all the time. So I know Jeff Thomas does too. Maybe he got me hooked a little bit. And I'm really into watching Irish stuff right now.
There you go.
There was a thing called, write this down. I think if I told you, it's called Dairy Girls.
Saw it.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you watched it. What'd you think?
Lori and I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was well done.
Why? I don't know why.
Just kind of like you said, the
It's kind of like that growing up. It's coming of age kind of thing.
Yeah. And the accents and just kind of that Irish English / charm, right?
So
just
some of that is
wins you over. Yeah,
some of that is infiltrated into the new Saturday Night Live, the European one. So,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. But then I think the biggest reason I started watching was because I saw the movie. I want to say Ways to Die in Belfast, but that's not. It was something because the writer of both of those, it's the same writer,
right?
And there's some characters that cross over. Actors that cross over. The characters don't cross over.
Okay.
But the movie itself is it's I don't know why I'm into that. Like I walk away from these things and I'm like, did I really just watch this? And did I really just enjoy that?
Gotcha.
And I do. And I don't maybe I don't know. Maybe am I getting old?
3 quick series that I've just wrapped up pretty much.
Good. Oh, I love this.
Paradise on Hulu. Really well done. I'm not necessarily a sci-fi guy, but good storytelling, good cast, enjoyable.
Okay.
DTF St. Louis on Max. Interesting show.
What is it?
What do you mean? What is it?
What's DTF? Oh,
don't get
Don't
fired.
go there yet.
oh okay. Oh, never mind. Just figured it out. Yeah, sorry. Hello.
Don't get fired.
Okay.
It's very easy to get fired on a Friday.
Also,
don't get fired.
Rooster. Steve Carell.
Yeah,
on Max. Real good.
What's
yeah.
that? It's on HBO. I don't have HBO Max.
You got to. You got Prime? You going to watch the game tomorrow?
Of course. Are
you
they
going
going to
to
be
game?
able? Are they going to deliver? No, I'm actually. I've got to.
Oh, you're going out of town?
Yeah, I got to do a little road trip this weekend.
Gotcha.
So I'll be off the beginning of next week.
Good luck with
too.
that, man. Awesome.
Yeah,
We
we'll
also
see how it
exciting.
goes.
Take just a sidestep here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
To everyone out there who has loved ones who are going to be very confused as to where to find all of these games, please invite them over to your home. Please help them out for every last bit of it, so then that way every single Cavs fan can watch where these games are. If you happen to have Prime, hold the party. Have everybody bring something.
Dan, I'm giving you a round of applause. Hit your round of applause.
If you have
dog.
Peacock, hold the party. Have everybody bring
Nicely
something.
done, Dan, man. Again,
The great thing about these games being on Prime
it's a community
is
activist
that
right there.
you are allowed to park anywhere you want to during these games. So if you want to, you can park in the middle of the street. Just leave your car there for a day until the game's over.
Is that how it works?
Is that how Prime works? Is that what I thought it was?
You get to immediately be the delivery driver.
Oh, you get to park anywhere you want.
I feel like we're going to start doing Seinfeld on it.
Leave
too.
the door open.
Do not.
Oh
bend.
yeah, and then and then you can take pictures. What you do? Take pictures of your family in front of your house, and then send them to other people. And that way, you'll know that they've arrived
Do
at the
not
house.
bend. Crease, crinkle, cram. You'll make it work.
Is it going to work? How many? They've done 1 or 2 more games since the failure of the first game, right? They crashed.
Yeah.
So that's not good.
Yeah, but social media was lighting. It said technical difficulties, and I was like, I took a deep breath, like, please, can we see the end of this game? But yeah, people were.
I was waiting for the
fired up.
Let's all go to the movies. Or no, let's. What is it? Yeah, well, let's go to the movies and we go to the concession stand.
Yes, sir.
Afterwards, I don't know, Dan. I'm looking at this and I'm just trying to figure out. I was going to tell a joke. 2 guys walk into a bar and the other one says, "Hey, LeBron James doesn't want a retirement tour." I don't know what the punchline is, but it sounds like a joke. Do we believe this story? Who originally was it? Sports Illustrated that had the story originally?
The Athletic.
Oh, the Athletic had the story.
Sam
okay.
Amick.
Sam
Amick and Dan Wokey.
Sam the man.
Really good work over the years.
Okay, so I tend to trust him because I think he's a damn good writer. And he's now saying that, I wonder if it's LeBron saying this or LeBron's people saying that he does not want the retirement tour. I'll be honest with you, when Kobe did it and he spoke here, because I think you were in that, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was in that too. Mm-hmm. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
I really because I wasn't always a gigantic Kobe fan, but that day, sitting in that room with him and a microphone and reporters and just pressure-free talking about all the things in his career, it was probably one of the coolest places I've ever been.
There's a poignance about it now because of what happened to Kobe and the tragedy, right?
I felt that
at
when
the time,
he was alive.
but it makes you reflect on it even in an even different way now, though, doesn't it? Because of his passing. Yeah. Listen, the LeBron thing is the LeBron thing, and it's he always tries to, whether he's responsible for it or not, it usually becomes the summer of LeBron.
Tom,
and here we go.
Tom, since he's been at St. V, he's not responsible for it ever. He's never responsible for it ever. And a great basketball player, and probably an even better PR guy, because there's always a way for him to say, "Well, I didn't. That wasn't on me. I didn't."
Yeah.
Or he'll say, "I'm really uncomfortable with this." There is no way the NBA is going to let LeBron, if he's going to play, and they know it's his last season. There's no way it's not going to be a retirement tour.
Oh, of course.
There's no way he is not going to every city to get a rocking chair or to get whatever that city is famous for.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll probably give him the Statue of Liberty when he leaves. Well, not in New York, probably not, because it's New York. But
should give him the statue here, at least.
I would think in Indianapolis they'll give him a race car, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a statue coming here.
Of course he does.
Yeah. Where will they put it?
I don't know. I guess they're doing some kind of a. Am I wrong that they're doing like a team monument of some kind out in front where there's putting like a basketball court
for the team that
for the 2016 team? Yeah. Which, can you believe it's 10 years, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
Can you? Does it feel like it?
It didn't until like last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
And now I kind of like, especially because I think we have a team that can win a championship without him.
I agree with you.
And
in terms of his future, though, and Andy, getting back to that, I think we'll see how these. I think LeBron is going to be watching these playoffs as close as everyone else, right? And I don't know how far they're going to go. And, is he capable of getting a team, beyond the first round? Obviously, can they win the West? I don't think so. I don't even think they're in the conversation.
No.
And especially with Luka's injury situation, however. But I do think that LeBron then is going to take a look at, first of all, how does he feel, right? Physically, can he still do it? It looks like he can. He seems like he can turn it on and off when he needs to, which is just a remarkable feat for a 41-year-old. And I think he's going to evaluate, first of all, where's his body at? And then secondly, does he want to take another run at that last ring? And where's the best chance of that happening? Is it in Cleveland? Is it staying in L.A.? Is it going to New York? I think there's a lot of possibilities still out there for him.
Now, let me just we got about 30 seconds on this, too. The way,
gentlemen, I got a little news for you here.
Oh, all right.
According to Fred Katz of The Athletic, James Harden is expected to decline his $42 million player option for the 26-27 season.
Okay.
Because he wants another contract?
Would be my guess.
I don't know that that's gloom and doom. Do you?
No, I thought that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Did you? You thought that was going to happen?
Yeah. I did. Maybe I'm wrong.
Figured it was newsworthy.
Okay, no, it's newsworthy because it has been reported, but I thought it was a matter of fact that it was going to. That's the way it was going to play out.
Yeah,
and then
the thing that hangs him up here is the apron, right?
Second apron.
Yeah. So all right, let's talk some.
We'll get back into that.
Yeah, I want to talk. We're going to talk to Mike Rener next from CBS Sports. Want to get into some mock draft stuff. I do want to go back to that though because I do think it's interesting. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Barry didn't have much to. I mean, he had plenty to offer yesterday, but no real substance in terms of what the team is thinking, because that's what this weekend is all about, Andy. This final week started leading into the draft now. These are the final days where you really come up with your strategy, and you look at all the possible scenarios. And obviously, the first 5 picks in front of them will determine what the Browns are going to do at 6.
All right, let's find out what Mike Rener from CBS Sports has to say. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Mike, thanks a million. I read your column every day. Mock draft, man. And the best part is you're number 1 on the CBS mock draft. So you're the first one I look at every day. Congratulations for that great award in your life. I'm sure you feel better right now.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me out, though.
So, Mike, I'm not crazy, though. You've changed your mind on the Browns here at some point, haven't you?
We all have.
Yeah.
I've been waffling on tackle at 6, which one exactly that they'll go with. But I do feel more confident that they go tackle first before wide receiver. But hey, it's this year's draft compared to any in recent memory is so up in the air. Right. After pick 1.
Completely agree.
So you have Kaden Proctor coming to the Browns with the 6th overall pick. Why?
I think he's the best offensive lineman in the draft. That's why. Okay. And I think someone will at the end of the day agree with me. Not a lot of people do, it seems like, in the media, but his ceiling to me is the highest because of his physical tools, because of what he brings to the table at 6'7", 350 that you just don't get often in the NFL. And to me, when you watch his tape, by the end of last season, he was the best tackle in this draft class. He's the youngest tackle in this draft class, and he's 3 years of starting experience. He's only gotten better every single year. So with rare physical ability, with obvious improvement on tape, with obvious room for improvement, which is just getting his weight down to a more manageable, which, that's a big knock on him, but there's been so few guys in recent memory. I feel like that was something we talked about a decade ago plus about weight issues with guys. No one in the NFL seemingly anymore, with all the resources they have those sorts of issues. So because of that, I just think this guy could be special. And you don't necessarily need him right away if you're the Cleveland Browns. You can wait a year or two to get him.
Couple things on that, Mike. First of all, the weight issue was kind of a deal with Damon Jones here with the Browns. And, obviously it's well known that he has not been able to make it through the last couple of seasons and was dealing with, some weight at the beginning of his career. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you got probably some Browns fans scared out there only because, and this is no knock on Kaden Proctor, because the Jade Wills experiment did not go well, a former Alabama tackle. So you mentioned that you think he is the best lineman in what seems to be a fairly deep class in terms of offensive linemen, but no real stars. Now, why does he stand out to all of them for you?
It's a combination of two things. One is just that at 350, he can really move.
Right.
It's rare to see a guy that nimble at 350, and even compared to, J.C. Latham, Evan Neal, which Alabama's track record tackle in recent years is not great.
Not been good, no.
So even compared to those guys, I think he moves so much better. Just so much more of a fluid athlete. And I'll say this, those guys played under Nick Saban. Kaden Proctor played under Kalen DeBoer. And the Kalen DeBoer offense is a pro-style pass protection offense. It's so different than what they were doing in the past. So He's actually coming in more prepared in that regard. But then the other big reason is I see his balance for a guy that big, and it is exceptional. One of the things that Paul Alexander, former Bengals offensive line coach, one of the biggest things he said to me when scouting offensive linemen is, I watch how many times guys are in their shoulder pads and how many times they end up on the floor. And he says, you want that number to be as low as possible for each. And with Kaden Proctor, just is never on the floor. And that's rare for a guy who's that tall, that big, to be on balance as good as he is. That's like a building block trait that speaks to natural coordination. And one of the things that kind of unites the elites at the position is their ability to stay balanced, because it's just offensive line play is ugly. A lot of times you're not in the best spot. And so the guys that have that are the ones I trend towards. So that's why Proctor's my OT one.
What did you think yesterday when Andrew Berry said a tackle is a tackle? It doesn't really matter if they're right or left.
I agree with that. It's something that when I used to work at PFF, we were banging the table for and kind of pioneered the discussion on that, hey, left tackle and right tackle in terms of value at the NFL, there's not a huge difference, because a lot of times people put their best pass rushers over the right tackles in the NFL, like TJ Watt in that division. So, you're going to have to block the best guys if you're on the right side. And the pressure that comes from the right side, it actually leads to worse performance from the quarterback. Pressure from the left side leads to more sack fumbles. So that's why you want, historically you want the guy on the left side so you don't get those game-changing plays, but pressure from the right is also super valuable, and obviously TJ Watt has had no issue causing a lot of fumbles. So I'm in complete agreement with that. A tackle is a tackle. Now it's more how much has he played on either side, because I don't want to go flip-flopping a guy because it is different hand usage. It is different, coordination to go from left to right. So if a guy's done a bunch at one, I don't necessarily just want to flip him and think I'm getting the same guy on the other side.
Yeah, Mike, I've kind of gone back and forth on, okay, obviously there's a need at tackle for the Browns. There's obviously a huge need at wide receiver with the Browns. And because of what the Browns did in terms of addressing their offensive line and free agency, I don't know, it gets me thinking that maybe wide receiver is the better pick here at number 6 and the value might be better. Who's your top wide receiver on the board? And I mean, Carnell Tate is obviously a guy that is very well known here in Ohio, being a Buckeye. Could you see that being a landing spot for him with the Browns at 6?
I think he could, and obviously you can't go wrong drafting Ohio State wide receivers. I think he's an incredibly safe pick. He's not my top guy. On tape, I had Jordan Tyson as the top receiver in this draft class, but I would not draft him top 10 given his injury history. And then I have Casey Concepcion after that because I think he's the best separator. But another guy, it's I would not draft him top 10 either. And that's why I lean tackles, because I don't actually see these receivers as kind of top 10 wide receivers. I think they're all very good, and I think they're all really high floor and that you're getting a good one. But I think the one you get at 24 may not be too dissimilar than the one you would take at 6. Now maybe the wide receiver class will be cooked by then. Actually, maybe you'll have 5 guys off the board, and you won't actually have one fall to 24, which is maybe not as big a worry as tackle. But I see a bigger spread in this tackle class than I do in the first round receiver class, which is why I've kept saying if I were the Browns, I would probably lean tackle first.
Yeah, which also makes me think, Mike, that maybe the play is to trade out. Should there be some interest that other teams have in somebody at number 6, that Andrew Berry's best move may be to drop out of there, drop down a little bit, pick up some assets, and still come up with some good players later in the first round?
Oh, I would 100% advocate for that. I think that is their best move. And if it's someone like, the Cowboys who have multiple first rounders, or someone who's, really wants to go at, a different position that the Browns wouldn't even take, that's your ideal move. Because again, like I said, there's a spread in the tackle class, but not really between the top 2 or 3 in my eyes. And similarly with this receiver class, where it's the guy that they might have as wide receiver 1 might be other people's wide receiver 3s or 4s. So it's a weird class in that regard.
There is no way that the Raiders are not picking Fernando Mendoza. Is that, I'm saying to put it in double negative. I did read a couple stories yesterday. They're like, what if the Raiders do decide they want to give up that first pick, or they don't take Fernando Mendoza? Is there any world you see that happening in?
There is not. I do not see any world where that happens.
Yeah, I figured that'd be a quick question because I don't see how it doesn't happen that way either. So I think the other big play for the Browns here is Jeremiah Love. If he's sitting there at 6 and is available, that's like the trade that everyone I think is waiting to see that happens to the Browns. Are like, well, if Love doesn't get picked up by the Titans, like you said, and I think a lot of people are saying that Titans are going to take Love, but if for some reason the Titans don't do that and he's still sitting there for the Browns at 6, then obviously the Browns become a trade partner because they probably should feel comfortable with the running backs they have. It's one of the few things on offense that maybe it seems to be working right. I don't talk about Love and how he plays out in this draft, and are the Titans a sure bet for that?
I don't know if they're a sure bet. It's always, again, hard to say for certain where a team will go, but I think 3 or 4 or even 5 wouldn't surprise me if Jeremiah Love comes off the board, just because he's like Saquon Barkley, not only from a talent perspective, but just in terms of face of the franchise. The guy is super likable. He does everything right. You're going to sell a zillion jerseys that say love on the back, right? As soon as you draft that guy. So from that perspective, ownership would be all on board.
We've got some Kevin ones if you're looking for one. We got a couple of Kevin Love jerseys.
Yeah, right. It does. Like those, when you got a name like that, it's going to move more jerseys. So I do think that he's probably off the board by 6. But if not, I do think the Cowboys are a team that could get antsy because everyone knows he would get drafted 7 with the Commanders. Like that's his floor to me. So it would probably be an intriguing trade-up spot if he is there.
Mike, the guy that dropped into the 5th round last year ended up being a Cleveland Brown, and everybody's going to try to figure out who's this year's player that's going to be projected to go in the top 10 and end up being sitting there on Saturday or Sunday. Ruben Bane's situation in Miami with the revelation recently of the car accident where there was a fatality, et cetera. How much do you think that has damaged his stock, and is he a guy that you could see sliding deeper than everybody thought?
I don't think so. I don't think it's really damaged his stock. And again, by all reports, people I've talked to, that NFL teams knew this, and it's not as if it's, it's not even like it's Jalen Carter who was drag racing. This is just an unfortunate accident.
Right.
Yeah, it's tragic, but I mean, those kind of things happen. And obviously, Miami knew about it. NFL knows about it. It's more going to be the on-field and the arm length that I think, and what he does at the NFL level, what he projects to, that could cause him to fall a little bit. I don't think he lasts outside the top 10. I would be floored if he did.
Yeah. Let's go 24, Jordan Tyson. Speaking of the Cavs, Jordan's brother's here with the Cavaliers. I think there'd be a lot of happy folks in Cleveland if he's sitting there at 24 and the Browns can take him. Why Tyson maybe over, and looking at your partner right next to you on the mock drafts, Casey Concepcion, Ryan Wilson's got him, same spot. You guys both think wide receiver in that spot, but why was Jordan Tyson the right fit for the Browns at 24?
I've said I thought he was the best wide receiver on tape. He looks the most like a wide receiver one. He has, his brother's ability to, the crossover at the top of the route. Like he has that. That's what it looks like to get open at the NFL level. Now, it's just with him is the injuries, and that's why I think he could fall to 24 is he didn't have a full healthy season in college, whether it's freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, senior year, and even the hamstring injury that he suffered at the end of his senior year, went all the way through his pro day that he had to miss. And now I think he's working out today to do some running for NFL teams. So that's the worry with him. But on the field, you are getting a true number one potential type of wide receiver if he does fall there. But again, I've said this wide receiver class is really close, and that if a guy has that big a red flag, which is injury, which is availability, it could cause him to fall.
I love the site CBS because it gives me all 6 of you guys at one time, and I'll go back and look at what you have or whatever. And then, but do you guys have meetings? Like, do you guys talk about what the other guys have? Because Pete Prisco's the only guy that thinks the Browns might even consider Ty Simpson at 24 to take a quarterback. I'm just curious, when you guys, are you just kind of on your own for these things, or do you guys actually have meetings to talk about, like, hey, who are you taking here? What are you doing there?
It's on our own, so it's all just our opinion. I think Simpson's gone by then, truthfully. I think he will be gone. I think his floor is 21. I don't think the Steelers would pass on him. So if the Browns want him, I don't advocate picking at 6, but if they do trade back and get a bunch of draft capital, then we could think about it.
How big is that gap between Mendoza and Simpson?
See, I've been saying that talent-wise, it's not that big. Like, he has legit NFL tools, Ty Simpson does. There's a lot to like about his game. It's more just in the how safe do you feel about this guy translating, because with Mendoza, he's never gotten hurt. He's played a lot more football. He's played a lot more big situations. And the guy's football IQ and sort of off-field is about as off the charts as you could ever get from a draft prospect. That's not the same with Ty Simpson, right? He does not command a room the same way. He does not have the same 6'5", 235 frame. He does not have the same play in crunch time situations. He was not as healthy. So in terms of just like on-field ability, throw for throw, when he was healthy, I don't think there was a huge difference. It's more just the other things that Ty Simpson has to answer for, and that's the unfortunate reality of only having one season of tape.
I'm sure you haven't started working on your 2027 mock drafts yet, but you guys do your work, so maybe you already have. And what leads me to that is that there's going to be at least 4 Buckeyes probably taken in the first 10 picks of this year's draft. And I was wondering if he was eligible, Mike, would Jeremiah Smith be the number 1 pick in this year's draft?
See, I don't know if he'd go number 1 just because of the way quarterbacks are. Like the Raiders, if they drafted him, they'd still have no one to throw him the football. So right. I don't know if he would go number 1, but I would guarantee you that the Jets would not take long to call his name at number 2.
Let me ask you this. Andrew Berry last year seemed to have got the draft right. He's had a lot of drafts where he hasn't gotten things right. Is he getting better? Is it smarter? There's talk about Paul DePodesta, maybe what his influence was, especially knowing that he wouldn't be with the team anymore. If anybody knew he wouldn't be with the team at this point. Is Andrew Berry getting better at picking players in the draft?
He finally had some high picks last year, too.
Every one of those guys that he picked last year started at some point during the season. Now, again, I think it's relative because you got to remember they were only a 5-win team. But he got it right last year is what most people will tell you around here.
Yeah, I think to your point there, it's the first time in a while he had first-rounders, right? I think that's always easy to throw stones at a guy when, I think they didn't even have a second-rounder for 2 of those years that he's been. When you don't have a top 2-round pick, I always say that, after your draft is your first and your second-round pick. That if you go hit, it doesn't matter what the heck you do after that because it's tough to hit third-rounders. Just go back and look through third-rounders historically, and it's 5 or so guys out of 32 most years is what you're expecting to become competent quality starters. So if you don't have the premium capital, it's just going to get tough. And he's found some guys, even beyond that, he's found some guys like Isaiah McGuire, Martin Emerson. So I don't think his draft track record, it's just we didn't have much to go off of, unfortunately, for him.
That's fair.
So I disagreed with the Wills pick at the time. I had Chris Morphs there. That's one that's regrettable.
But you're not the only one, yeah.
I got a headache from that still, yes.
I think the turnaround, I think, is real because he's been good at the later picks, at least hitting. Again, it's hard to hit thirds, hard to hit fourths, hard to hit fifths, and fairly consistently he's been able to find at least guys who can see the football field at that point, which is kind of what I think of when I think of good GMs. Is a lot of the really, really bad ones who really don't have it. You look at their day threes, and it's just guys who they can't even see a field. So at least he's finding some guys that can there. And so now that he has some premium picks, obviously this would be a big one for him in terms of actually his draft prowess and flexing what he can do.
Mike, as always, thank you. We appreciate your time. And, of course, you're sitting in the sweet spot when it comes to CBSSports.com's mock drafts. And he's right there. He's the first thing you'll see when you get on there. Mike, thank you. Appreciate your help.
For sure, fellas. Appreciate having me on.
Talk to you soon. Mike Rener, CBS Sports. Make sure you're reading him. CBSSports.com. Let's talk about what he had to say, his mock draft. But first, let's get it 2020. By the way, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Now let's do it 2020.
Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Tom Withers. I'm Andy Baskin. Interesting day we've had so far. We've talked a lot about the Guardians and what happened last night. We're also talked about the Cavaliers. Mike Rener from CBS Sports just joined us. Talk about mock drafts. He is one of the 6 mock drafts they have on CBS Sports, so you can always go check that out too. And you can see what they're saying about what they're going to do. I don't know. Over the last 2 weeks, I've changed my mind. I felt like it was a win-win if they came out of this with 2 offensive linemen and 1 wide receiver in their first 3 picks, or 2 wide receivers and 1 offensive lineman.
That's the scenario I like.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Playmakers.
I'm okay with all of those. There have been little things that have come up throughout the week that have made me kind of just be like, maybe I could look like if Love was available, maybe I would rethink the way I'm looking at my running backs.
I think he's gone.
I think he's gone too. But you kind of have to have a scenario in your head that, okay, what if he is there? What if there's?
I feel the same way about Caleb Downs, as I've said numerous times here. Yeah, I'm surprised, and Mike does a nice job, by the way, and I like the way he breaks these guys down on his mocks. He's got Proctor higher than I think I've seen anybody. He's a little bit of this tackle group, and it seems to be a fairly deep class. He seems to be the biggest long-term project of the bunch, which I don't know, again, and he mentions in his draft that because the Browns have a luxury of taking a high-ceiling project, do they really have that luxury? Do they have that time? That's what we don't know, and that's what we've been trying to figure out. What's that mandate that's on Todd Monken's head this year?
I just don't think project is a good word.
No, never. Never.
I also, I believe
DeJuan Jones was a project, but that was a third-round pick.
We kind of knew that was. Yeah. I mean, that's okay. Yeah. I still think they're going to trade the pick. It's just they're the Browns, and that's what they do. And I know Andrew Berry laughed about it yesterday. He goes, "Last year, nobody thought we were going to trade, and yeah, we did. And now this year, everybody thinks it."
Well, it seems to make much more sense this year, though, given the fact
you're at 6.
Because you're at 6, which is a weird spot.
The name Sal Pal told us this the other day. And he kind of sold me. And I don't know if it's because it's Sal Palantonio and I trust him. And Dan and I have talked about this too, is Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, who could be as powerful as a wide receiver for you and can block and can do a lot of things. Now, he probably will make it into the second 10. So if you were going to make a trade, maybe he's the guy you could be looking at. Again, David Njoku's not here anymore.
Need playmakers.
And he's a playmaker and
offensive-minded head coach, right? So he wants guys like that. He had a bunch of them in Baltimore, so that makes some sense.
They always had 2 strong tight ends with Monken.
Well, and this would seem to make sense to your point. He is not a name that's been associated with the Browns to this point, which is kind of like where we were last year with Mason Graham, right? Yeah, interesting.
And Sal Pal also said again, they do the matchup show, so it's about. What's a tough matchup for another team if you take this guy? So they had 5 blue chippers, Love, Sadiq, Downs, Baines, and Styles. Those are the 5 best guys on the board for them. And if Mendoza is going at 1, they're going to have a chance at one of those 5 blue chip guys in this opportunity. Now, it was interesting because Todd Monken talked again, what was it, yesterday? Was that when he did this? Or is it from the owners' meetings?
He did this from the owners' meetings. He was on Kevin Clark's podcast, This is Football, which is always an enjoyable listen as well. Kevin Clark working for ESPN. Todd Monken sat down, had this thing when he was asked what the 2026 Cleveland Browns will look like.
Your physicality, your effort, and your execution pop off the tape because that has nothing to do with what scheme you run. The way I like to say it is as much as I love winning and I hate losing, I despise football. like absolutely despise that it doesn't look like you want it to look like. Like where it's just like you got 10 on the field, you got 12, you're up against the clock, you don't have effort that you look for. It doesn't even look like you've practiced. There's nothing worse than that because it's a reflection of you. That is you out there. When Jimmy and Dee sign my check with my name on it, sign a check with my name on it, they expect a kick-ass football team. And my job's to prove them right every day. When I got paid at the last place I was at, they expected a kick-ass offense. And that was my job to try and prove that every day. That's what a player's job is. When they sign a check with their name on it, it's their job to prove it every day, just like all of us. That's our job.
Interesting comments. We went from
talk about the difference in personalities between your last head coach and your current head coach.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, I think he's kind of in the honey. He hasn't lost a game yet. So
and he
hasn't had to eat any words that he said.
And I think he wants to show that he's much different than his predecessor, right?
Possible.
It was interesting though that he went from talking about winning to making the product look better, right? So you wonder what, again, I've said this many times, what is the mandate from ownership for 2026? Is it to win or is it to make things look better because we're already looking down the line at the 2027 draft and beyond and a new stadium? Is this a longer runway towards a rebuild than any of us really want to admit?
All right, that's Todd Monken on the football podcast from the owners' meeting. So, he's got one more cut?
This is football.
Oh, this is football. What did I say?
Yeah. You said the football.
Oh, sorry. This is football.
Just trying to give credit, you know.
Yeah, you're right. We
get our facts right.
Stealing their audio from us. Well, at least we can do is make sure we tell you to go listen to him.
Yeah, I had this to say on his offensive philosophy.
Well, I think you have to mold and adapt to who you have. If you said what really is a core belief is that our physicality, our effort and execution ought to pop off the tape. If you just said just holistically what you want it to look like, it ought to start with that. That is a core principle that is set in stone. Your methods are not. How you go about that are in sand, and they change and they evolve, and you adapt on a yearly basis, not only by the players that you have, but by how there are changes in football.
I always say this to everybody before they get up and speak to somebody. Know your audience. Yeah. He knows his audience.
Yeah.
There's no question he knows his audience. You can't be a Browns fan and not listen to what he's saying and be pumped up about it.
He spent some time here.
Yeah.
He knows that this market is about, right?
Yeah.
And he's also coming from very strong, football fan bases in other places, whether it was Georgia or Baltimore. Like, He knows what football fans want. He's gonna try to deliver.
Yeah, I keep hearing from people that I heard some stuff that I trust, and not only him but the staff is supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Like I feel I like Kevin. I think Kevin's gonna do well in Atlanta, and I think we're gonna have our eyes on him the whole time. But the things that I'm hearing, I like. Now, again, you can like a lot of stuff before someone's won or lost a game. So I feel like we're going in the right direction, and I think we got a guy that understands.
Well, that's a refreshing take, though, Andy, because everybody kind of poo-pooed this hire, right? They were like, oh, geez.
Well, he's not the guy we didn't think he was going to take.
No, yeah. No, everybody was like kind of let down by it. So,
like I said, if he starts season 4-0, he'll have a statue right next to LeBron if he wants. So. All right, let's come back. Headlines, maybe a little bit more Browns here. Joe Noga at 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
start their on-field drills. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Tom Withers is in today. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Joe Noga is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Check out one last pre-draft edition of the Fan Offseason Special. That is Wednesday night with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder. They'll give you one final preview of Thursday's first round and the latest around the league and what the Browns could do in the draft. That's the Fan Offseason Special right here on 92.3 The Fan. Streaming on the Odyssey app, and of course, you can always watch on YouTube. Tom, it's always one of those special times when we hand things over to Dan Mennigan, and Dan gets us up to speed on what's going on and everything else. We call it Headlines. Live from the 7.5 minutes and 0.46 second newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen, we will begin in the NFL. So Ian Rappaport has reported that the Cardinals could trade up from 34 to draft Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson late in the first round. Said he would be surprised if the Cardinals took a quarterback with the third overall pick, but could be interested at the back end of this draft. Is this something that you could see happening in this draft where you get a couple of these teams that start trying to move up from the second round to get that fifth-year option for a quarterback?
Yes, I could. I think they're going to have to move up in front of, and Mike Rener had mentioned this before, I think Ty Simpson in Pittsburgh makes a lot of sense. Mike McCarthy was brought to Pittsburgh to help fix that quarterback situation, so I could see that happening. Your thoughts?
They have Will Howard. I think they're good. I'd rather have Will Howard. I want to see Will Howard play. Kid, he was the first to go through the gauntlet of a college football playoff. I don't understand what's so negative. Yeah, I don't get the negative part about it.
Will.
I don't care about your stupid Will thing. I'm telling you, the guy deserves a chance. I hope he gets it in Pittsburgh. He plays for Pittsburgh, and that part I don't like. But how many times has Pittsburgh taken a guy from Ohio State and said, oh, this seemed to work out?
Funny.
More often than you think.
No doubt.
So does he have like a guest room in the house? Is he paying you rent?
Are you done?
Because this is starting to turn into Oscar Gonzalez and Jeff, where I was 99% sure that Oscar Gonzalez was renting the spare room in Jeff's house.
No, his is.
That's why he loved it.
It did happen, didn't it?
I was convinced, man. He still hasn't confirmed nor denied.
His was more Deshaun Kaiser. I think this is the Deshaun Kaiser.
Oh, no,
comparison.
Oscar Gonzalez. I used to crack jokes constantly that Oscar Gonzalez would come home and he would actually go around the house and grab everyone else's towels as he was doing laundry to make complete loads.
Hey, back to Ty Simpson for a second. He seems to be the guy that
How dare you put this back on the rails?
Well done.
He seems
Your new nickname is the conductor.
Well, the reason I did it, too, is because we were talking about him. And I just looked over at the mock draft board from last night, and Ty Simpson's name just jumped out at me. He really is going to be a guy, though, that everybody keeps an eye on, right? Much like last year with Shador. It's like, how far is Ty Simpson potentially going to come up in this draft?
Well, and I wonder if there's anybody else who's going to move up to get their hands on anybody. Like, I wonder if maybe there's a team that'll move up for Nussmeier, just for the idea that, hey, I want the fifth-year option.
Yeah. Well,
I know.
Who knows?
I know he went third in our mock draft last night. I think Drew Aller's going to help some team somewhere down the road. Somewhere down the road.
By the way,
if it's Drew Aller versus Will Howard down in Pittsburgh,
I wonder if whoever was picking third is from Medina. Probably.
Oh,
right?
guaranteed.
Yeah. If it's Aller versus Will Howard down in Pittsburgh, I am going to have a six-pack abs from laughing so hard.
If Drew Aller played at Heights and I had the number one pick, I would have taken him at number one.
Right.
So.
That's funny.
In one of the more bizarre stories that I have seen in a minute, gentlemen. So, of course, one of you Ohio State fan, another one Ohio State alumni and fan on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently Jackson Smith and Jigba ran into hamstring issues when he was at Ohio State, right?
Cost him a national championship. Go ahead.
Cost him a national championship, all that kind of stuff. Well, apparently they had the Seahawks director of equipment, Eric Kennedy, speak on this. And they said the reason why his hamstrings may have been as much of a mess at Ohio State and now have been solved in the NFL is because he was wearing the wrong shoes. Apparently at Ohio State, he was a size 12. They brought him into Seattle, measured his feet, realized he was 10.5.
Wow.
I've never heard this before.
We better fix that in Columbus quickly.
Yeah.
Let's remeasure everyone. So he went from a 12 to a 10.5?
So a 12 to a 10.5, and his hamstring issues have ceased from there. They believe it's because his feet are no longer able to slip inside of the shoes on cut sprints and decelerations.
Wow. So we're going to blame shoe size now on losing a national
here's
championship.
what I'm going to say. This is all blasphemy.
Yes.
Rob Lachey, who is the equipment manager or was in charge, I think he's got a bigger title than that now. His brother, you may know
of the
him.
Lacheys?
Yes, he is from St. Henry. Jim is his brother. This is blasphemy. I would trust Rob with my shoes. I think he does a fantastic job for Ohio State. He always has. So I will not sit here and let you belittle not only Rob Lachey, but the United States of America.
Maybe his feet have shrunk since he got to Seattle.
But the United States of America.
Nothing.
Yes.
I'm just saying this happened.
And isn't this an indictment on the whole shoe injury? Thank you.
Just fascinating.
Your lead-in was good, Dan. It was a very bizarre kind of story.
Yes.
Yeah, to say the least.
Who am I? I am a champion for long snappers,
Equipment managers,
tight ends, and equipment managers.
Fullback. Don't forget the fullback.
Fullback. I'm a big fan of and the tight end.
Big on fullback.
I can't.
Pro fullback. 18 teams expected to see Jordan Tyson's workout today in Arizona. This one is going to be interesting. He's been dealing with the hamstring issues and other injuries in between. Jordan Tyson going to have a workout. We'll see if he's going to run. We'll see if how many passes he's going to catch and all that kind of stuff because he sat out the combine as well. Tom, do you think there's any chance if, let's say, Jordan Tyson has a really good, I don't know what you call this, workout?
Yeah.
Do you think it would change anyone's mind, or do you think by this point it's kind of set in stone this is what we're doing?
I think because of his track record, Dan, with the injuries, that it does matter. That if he does have a good workout here, that he could vault himself up into the
I think so too.
into the top 15, maybe even to the top 10. He's a guy that people have looked at, and there's seems to be interchangeable guys in terms of who you like, or the flavor of the day, whether it's Carnell Tate or Mekhi Lemon or Jordan Tyson or Concepcion. There's a bunch of wide receivers who are all kind of the same ilk. So, yeah, I think this could help him a ton.
Let me just say this. If Jordan Tyson ended up with the Browns, back when Brad Mellon was our equipment manager, who just retired, a year ago, 2 years ago, we would never question his
Shoe size?
shoes ever. Brad, perhaps one of the greatest equipment managers in the history of sports. I just want you to know.
He just tied that together, Dan. Did you see the way he did that?
He is such a good guy. Such a good guy.
Dude.
We stole him from Seattle, I think, at one point. Although Tony Amato does a good. I mean, we've had many good equipment managers across the times, but Brad, A1A. He's statue worthy. I just said it.
Okay.
Brad was statue worthy.
Right next to the Lerner in Berea.
Whatever it takes. It could make it a little bit bigger. Put it around the corner by the equipment room door. Wouldn't that be appropriate?
Next to the Spielman Rock.
Yes. It was funny.
Still there.
I had to explain that to my kid the other day, what that was all about.
So former NBA player and coach Damon Jones is going to plead guilty to the charges that he provided sports bettors with non-public information about injuries to LeBron James and Anthony Davis, according to multiple reports. Oh, boy.
He's facing some time, isn't he?
He's probably, gonna have a jumpsuit with his name on it. Not good,
a jumper suit?
Might be.
Go ahead.
It was good.
Still made a big shot, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had that big shot against the Wizards.
Let's see what happens. I mean, he's helping the prosecution, though, right? He changed his plea.
He better be.
Yeah, my guess would be we are scratching the surface on some of this stuff. Hopefully I am wrong. Hopefully that is not the case at all. But boy, oh boy, reading the tea leaves, it might seem like we are about to see how big the iceberg is under the water.
I hear you.
So hopefully that is not the case. So have you guys been paying attention to all the bluster around the LIV Tour of recency?
Yes.
A little bit.
So apparently it doesn't appear to be, and I'm taking this from ESPN, there doesn't appear to be much life left in the LIV Tour. They are saying that they are going to finish the season as planned, uninterrupted and full throttle. But he did not, Scott O'Neill, the CEO of LIV Golf, did not address any of the reports that the Saudi Public Investment Fund is going to pull its funding after dropping $5 billion in 5 years on this whole thing. So it is sounding like the Saudis are going to yank the cord from this bad boy at the end of the season. Andy, a weird question for you because it's the one that popped into my head most when it came to this.
Okay.
Was this good for golf?
I think at the end of the day, isn't the PGA more powerful because they've now taken on? I mean, they kind of took on Goliath financially to be able to do this. I think the PGA will do things. I think they've already have started doing things a little different. So at the end of the day, I think this could be good for golf. We saw it with the Masters last weekend. We've seen the ratings when these teams, what is it? Tom Petty said the waiting is the hardest part, right? Mm-hmm. So you take those guys apart, and all of a sudden when you put them back together, everyone loves it. And then you take them apart, and we don't get to see all these great players play against each other. And then you bring them back. So
I mean, ratings of the PGA Tour are already through the roof even before.
Did you see, by the way, how the Masters, like the merchandising was different this year down there? Like they almost went to like a LIV approach where they had like different like they're obviously trying to sell it to a next generation of golf fans.
Right.
So I think to Dan's point and to what you're talking about, Andy, is that maybe LIV allowed them to kind of see the future of where golf was going, and maybe it has helped the PGA evolve a little quicker and maybe catch up to the times because it was trailing a little bit there.
Yeah, I just hope the PGA never goes to shorts. I don't like watching
or music playing during that.
Yeah, I don't need a DJ with my golf. Or I don't need team golf or any of that kind of stuff with it. I think the biggest downfall that's going to come out of this, though, is there's going to be less golf. And there's going to be more money, but less golf and less opportunity for golfers to replace other golfers. And I think that's the part of it that actually is worse for golf.
But you want I agree with you, Dan. You want all the best players here, though, on a week-to-week basis.
Each other.
Yeah.
It makes it better.
Yeah.
You would like that, but you're also going to have less events and less opportunities for that next run of golfers to come up and replace those guys.
But then you're going to have those satellite tours, right? Those Nike.
Yeah,
all those
Hooters.
Those second, right? That second tier minor league golf, if you will. Mm-hmm. You might get better players in there as well, and maybe more opportunities there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you
we'll see.
If you shrink the player pool, aren't you necessarily making the play way more competitive? Right,
one would think,
and we'll find that out when some of these leagues start adding teams.
According to Jordan Schultz, gentlemen, the Browns are in attendance at Jordan Tyson's private workout today.
Oh, well, that's good.
There you go.
That's good to hear. Joe Noga, Cleveland.com. He will join us next. We'll talk a little Guardians, we'll talk a little Cavaliers. He'll get us up to speed on everything. The writer for Cleveland.com. Joe Noga, next. Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers.
subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today for Jeff Phelps. Let's start things off on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We bring in Joe Noga from Cleveland.com. Joe, how are you this morning? Afternoon, so it's 1 o'clock. I forgot I slept in. Yeah. I'm in the wrong time zone. I don't know. I'm in.
Wake up, Andy.
I must be in the mountain time zone or something like that. Joe, so when I read the headline today on your story, I kept thinking, what is it, 16,408 days injury-free or since we've had an accident side. Because as we were watching yesterday, especially at the end of the game, I'm like, man, 81 since we've had a no-hitter, a perfect game here in Cleveland. And I got to tell you, beyond just the whole fact that we just missed out, or the team just missed out on a no-hitter, Parker Messick has looked really good, and he is fun to watch.
Yeah, he's something special right now. And just considering the level of competition that he's done it against, he's gone through the Dodgers lineup, the Cubs lineup, the Braves lineup, which was super impressive to see him do that last week in Atlanta. So it's just been really exciting to sort of see that and sort of spin it forward to think about what he can do in the future as long as they manage his workload and keep him on his feet through hopefully 30 starts this year.
Joe, his comportment on the mound, he's just a guy that he doesn't mess around, right? He gets the ball, kind of, gets the sign, and he's ready to go. I like everything I see about the kid.
Yeah, Austin Hedges talked about that yesterday as sort of one of his secret weapons is the pace that he pitches with. And you're right, he does. He gets down the mound rather quickly and gets the ball back, and he's up there ready to go and fire the ball. And the arsenal that he's got complete command of 6 pitches right now. We know that his changeup is probably his best pitch, but lineups have been hunting that changeup, and his command of the other pitches in his arsenal right now is giving him the ability to get to that changeup. If not early in the game, then, Hedgie holds it back until later in the game. We saw a little bit of that last night.
We're not jinxed, are we? I mean, I hate to use that. Why is it? And I think it's only harder now than it's ever been because if you think somebody's at 100, I mean, if you're at 100 pitches in the 7th inning, odds are you might get taken out because of the pitch count. And it doesn't matter if you've given up a hit or not. That's why I think it's even harder now to throw a no hitter if you're.
Those early innings matter. You're right. You got to be at a good spot by the time you get to the 5th or 6th.
So I mean, I'm just looking at it, and you think about all the. I thought it was great that you brought up all the pitchers that we've had here that won Cy Youngs, and we haven't been able to do this, and that how close this team has come to getting a no hitter, but just can't get over the hump.
You talk about the guys that have come through here in the past who have no-hitter stuff when they're on. They have a no-hitter stuff every night when they go out there, and it's just a matter of time. Heck, Corey Kluber threw a no-hitter. He just didn't throw it with the Guardians. He threw it when he was with New York.
Yeah.
You're sort of looking at that going, that no-hitter belongs in Cleveland. How does it was just tough to watch. But you go back to 2015 and Carlos Carrasco. If Jason Kipnis is 4 inches taller, we're not talking about this right now because he catches that line drive from Joey Butler and the game's over.
Yep.
Hoynesy told me on our podcast today, he said Carrasco told him after the game, before he threw the pitch, he was thinking about how he was going to celebrate. Was he going to throw his glove in the air or what? That's the kind of thing that goes into this. It's just crazy that over 169 games between the regular season and the playoffs have been played since Lenny Barker's perfect game, and no hitters. And you talk about the franchises that have multiple no hitters in that time, and the Guardians just don't have one.
And to your point too, Joe, if Brito is like one step to the left before that pitch, he probably gets to that ball.
Yeah,
to start the ninth, right?
And that's you're talking about the way infields are played with shifts now and all that. So it could have been different. It turns out, they needed a defensive play from Juan Brito, of all people, to sort of rescue that game last night. Because, Cade Smith, as I listened to you guys talking about, his struggles so far this year. But I have full faith that Cade Smith is going to right the ship on that, and it's not going to be an issue. Like you said, it might just be searching for some command right now.
I think we're paying the price, Bow, on this no-hitter thing, because I'm just thinking, we had 3 from 74 to 81.
Bosman.
Yeah, less than 10 years.
And then Barker.
Yeah. So I think this is bad. It's the baseball gods punishing us for having too many too quick in that short time frame.
Yeah, it was Bosman, Eckersley, and Barker, I think, were the ones. Yeah.
To your point, too, Andy, Bosman on 79 pitches through a no-hitter, which is crazy. Hey, Joe, let's go back to Cade Smith for a second, since we batted that around a little bit earlier. And Stephen Vogt has said all the right things, I think. And as I mentioned to Andy earlier, I think it's also, Cade Smith set the bar exceptionally high for himself to begin. He's still relatively new in this role. Is there anything that's tipping you off, though, that there's more than meets the eye here? Or is this just a matter of him finding his command and figuring out his sharpness early in the season?
Yeah, I know the workload might be a thing. It's 150 appearances over 2 years. And this goes back to a philosophy, that was back in Tito's time as the manager. If you're effective, they're gonna pitch you until your arm falls off. And between Cade Smith and Hunter Gaddis, who we saw, sidelined in spring training with forearm tightness, and you start to wonder, 150 appearances over 2 seasons plus postseason, is that a lot on a guy? And I don't think you're saying that the fastball velocity is a tick up, but the fastball itself is not as effective. The run value on that fastball, according to StatCast, is a -3 right now. It was one of the most dominant pitches in baseball for 2 seasons, and now it's in the bottom 11th percentile.
Interesting.
In terms of run value. All of his StatCast metrics in terms of barrel percentage and expected slugging are up because they're almost double of what they have been, just because of the ineffectiveness of that fastball. But in talking to Cade Smith, he's a guy who likes his secondary stuff. He likes throwing that splitter. He almost, when we were trying to talk to him about the fastball in 2024 and 2025, he's like, hey, don't forget I throw a good splitter too. And so, he can be effective if he doesn't have that best fastball. It's just, it seems like you alluded to earlier, Tom, you're in that closer's role now, and they're going to game plan for you because they know where you're going to show up. In 2024 and 2025, they didn't know where Stephen Vogt was going to deploy Cade Smith. He could show up in the 6th inning. He could show up in earlier if he had to. Wherever there was a fire, he was going to put it out. Now he's coming in the 9th inning, and so you can stack your deck for that if you're an opposing lineup.
I thought it was interesting the other day, like Stephen Vogt, who I normally doesn't say anything even negative, and I was reading your stuff on, I don't know if it was from the podcast or if it was kind of translated in there, just about how positive he is all the time, more than what would you see. But 2 nights ago, he got a little irritated about the lack of effort. What'd you think of that? And just is that a motivator, especially for a team that lives on they ride the wave.
Margins, yeah.
I mean they're always 2 seconds away from drowning, and so and if they're going to live that life, I thought it was interesting. I don't want to say did he call him out a little bit? Yeah, and that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I want to be careful there. I don't think he said anything about a lack of effort because he's never done anything. He's never said anything like that. He did say they played an uninspiring game, is the way he put it, and I thought that was a real subtle way. It was a mic drop walk-off moment at the end of his post game on Wednesday, and we also Andre and I sort of looked at each other after he said it, and then I checked with Bart after I asked Bart Swain. I checked with him after I asked Bo Naylor about Vogt's comment, and I said, that's fair to ask him about it, right? He's like, yeah, I think it was kind of intentional. So yeah, that's the first time I've really seen anything like that out of Stephen Vogt. Like you said, the whole thing is positive. That's positive is how he got this team back from 15 and a half games down with your all-star closer, sidelined, suspended for the rest of the season. This team has been through so much adversity because of Stephen Vogt's leadership and positivity. that when, there's a sort of a sidestep on that at any moment, that's what makes a headline for me, is that that was what was different. So it seemed to be effective. They played pretty darn inspired last night in all facets of the game. So whatever he's doing, that's why he's got 2 Manager of the Year trophies in 2 years.
Joe, plenty of other positives, and I guess you got to start with this starting rotation, which is we seem to see, Gavin Williams growing per start, Tanner Bybee doing his thing. Joey's been good, about 10 or 12 starts in a row now. We saw Parker last night. Well, what do you make of this starting rotation in general, and is this what Stephen Vogt is going to be able to lean on all year like he did last year?
Yeah, in general, I think the good starts are going to outnumber the bad ones, and we've seen Joey Cantillo sort of step forward. He's emerged. He's on a streak of something like 11 starts in a row where he's only allowed two runs, and that's he's 2 behind Corey Kluber in that regard. That's the kind of numbers that we're talking about there. Slade Ciccone, a little bit more inconsistent, I think, than the other 3 or 3 or 4 guys in the rotation so far. But we've seen him when he's on, he's really good. So I think it's a matter of finding that fastball command for Ciccone, and he talked about some things that he's working on with the pitching staff in terms of mechanics that he needs to clean up after his outing the other day. So. They're going to be able to lean on this rotation. We're going to get into June, July, and that's going to be the backbone of this team. Absolutely. I'm certain of that.
Still some inconsistencies offensively, Joe, which I think we expected. And as Andy and I were talking about before, this ballpark down here plays a little differently in April and May as it does for the rest of the year. So what are you looking at in terms of any deficiency right now in the lineup where you think they need to make some strides? Where do they need to start getting some more run production?
Well, if you would have asked me this question a week ago, I would have said Jose Ramirez and Stephen Kwan need to get their butts in gear. But that's happened over the last 7 days for both of those guys. Kwan coming up with a couple of multi-game hits, multi-hit games, and Jose Ramirez. The numbers just over the last week, he's hitting last 7 games 333. With an 42 OPS, pretty good, 3 home runs, 4 RBIs. Just that's the Hosey we're used to seeing. As far as deficiencies go, they're always going to struggle. Or at least these guys, a young team like this with 2 outs, runners in scoring position, those leverage situations. We've seen them hitting better with 2 outs on this past road trip. But just getting those runs home and giving away outs on the bases, we've seen that a couple of times. A couple of bad sends. Gets Kyle Manzardo thrown out at the plate. Just like you said, the margins for this team are so thin in terms of you can't make mistakes like that and expect to win games. So they cleaned some of that stuff up. Kyle Manzardo looks like he's coming out of whatever early season struggles he's had. Really happy to see Daniel Schneemann, Angel Martinez really step up. Schneemann's been he's been a demon the last couple of games. He's hitting 444 in his last 7 games. But that road trip was really an example of where Stephen Vogt wants or needs a good quality at bat. He knows he can send Daniel Schneemann up there, and he'll usually hit the ball hard somewhere.
I have 10 seconds. When do you think Travis Bazan is going to get called up? He's hitting 282 now. I have 10 seconds.
Probably not until June. I would think the end of May or early June, something like that.
I'll take end of May.
They got to make sure.
That.
Joe, it's yesterday.
Thank you. We appreciate your perspective and everything you tell us about the Guardian and what's going on. And have a good weekend, my friend. Enjoy the baseball.
All right, take care.
Thanks,
we'll talk
Joe.
to you soon. Joe Noga, Cleveland.com. Make sure you're reading them. Make sure you're watching their podcast. They do a fantastic job over at Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. Of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan, you knew I was going to ask him. That didn't matter if we didn't have any time or not. Let's come back. We'll talk more about the Guardians. I want to get into the Cavaliers, too, with the Raptors all set for tomorrow with this playoff series. Hey, everybody. It's
Tyson. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Of course, it's Baskin and Phelps. Jeff is off today. Tom Withers is in. Meredith Kane is here. Dan Mennigan is here. All kinds of fun stuff. All right, so was there a little bit of news here that happened in the break, Dan? Something with Will Anderson.
Yeah. End. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, Texans and All-Pro edge Will Anderson Jr. have agreed on a 3-year, $150 million extension, $134 million guaranteed to make him the highest paid non-quarterback ever. Damn, good for you.
$50 million a year. Wow.
Holy
right?
smokes.
Am I reading that right? $50 million a year?
Yeah. What's Miles think of that?
I don't know. What does Miles think of that? I mean, they play the same position, don't they?
Yeah, essentially.
He is younger.
Yeah, he's 24?
He's really good.
He is really good.
He's a dynamite player. I tell you, that team, if they add a little more, they add a little something on that defense and maybe a playmaker or two on offense, they're knocking on the door again.
30 sacks in 3 seasons.
Browns built them into what they are. Let's be honest.
Was that our pick? They got him?
Uh-huh.
That was 3rd overall pick, yeah.
There you go. Hey, it happens.
Hang on, I'm going to go give myself a swirly.
It's all good. It's all good.
So disheartening. Oh. Ouch.
Well, could this trigger another contract situation with Miles? Like, we saw what happened.
Just have one?
Well, we did.
We just had a contract.
Have another. Who knows?
But the question might not be our contract situation. It might be his contract situation with another team.
Yeah.
That
talk is not going away. I told you it would not.
No.
And it's not going to anytime soon.
Is he – what was the – someone pitched to us the other day, Dan.
A trade?
Yeah, that you trade him in the 6. Somebody, who was it with, Dan, that we would end up getting 3 first-round picks in the next 2 years. We would be moving back.
Oh, the Dallas one?
Was it Dallas?
Yeah, I think Darryl was the one who threw that one out.
Would you do that?
Say he wants a 27 first.
Well, you can see why Dallas would be interested in them. You can see why any team would be interested in them.
I just feel like Dallas will pay the most.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I said to you a couple weeks ago. This is the hot donut light is on. Right? They made that move, and it is obviously a bat signal across the league that you want to talk, let's talk.
But, gents, the other question that always comes with it is, why would you, if you're the Cowboys, why would you trade Mike Parsons to then turn around and trade for Myles Garrett?
No.
Have you ever heard of a team making sort of a knee-jerk move that they regret?
I
think it says, welcome to Cleveland, home of the knee-jerk move that we regret.
And how often do those work out?
Is that what that sign says?
Yeah, it says
on the outskirts of town?
It used to say All-American City. Now it says
Regretville.
Isn't that call throwing good money after bad?
Yeah, they're not the only franchise that's done that. So, I don't know. I'll be very intrigued to see what move the Browns make in the first round, and should they take a defensive end? Oh my God! Will that discussion ramp up? Did you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. We talked about this yesterday. I was like, if they take a defensive end, wow, how great would it look to see a nice like David Bailey or Arvell Reese, or Ruben Bane. Like, if they took one of those guys and you paired them up with Myles Garrett, I don't know where that's got to be a defensive nightmare, an offensive nightmare for anybody who's playing against the Browns, right?
Yeah.
If you take one of these guys that could be the next with the current.
Pair him up. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
But I think that's not the way it's going to be perceived. It's going to be perceived as they took one of these guys at 6 a position that they really didn't. We're taking the best player on the board, not a position of need. And it is going to drive speculation that they did that to replace Miles.
Well, and it's also driving speculation that we haven't heard from Miles in all of this, right? I mean, at one point, is he going to...
kind of a quiet dude, man.
He is in general. I agree.
Unless you're at the Super Bowl on Radio Row and you're looking for a trade.
Or unless you want to throw your coach under the bus in the last couple of weeks of the season. Then you're going to hear from him.
Yeah, I hate getting negative on Miles.
No, I like Miles. I'm just being funny.
I just don't know. And this is nothing about Myles Garrett, the person. This is the business.
Sure it is.
How often do you hear, well, it's a business move? The players say it all the time. Players say it all the time. So now I think on our side of it, the fans have got to say, well, it's a business move.
And Andy, we're only a little more than a year removed from him demanding a trade and then doing a full 180 from that. So it's all possible.
Sometimes it's just all it takes is a glass of water and millions of dollars.
That's it. Simple.
I don't know. I just look at it. Dan, weren't you hearing some rumors or something or
I don't
hypotheticals
Let's call this a thought exercise.
Okay, here we go.
So someone sent me this.
Okay.
I will not say who.
Trustworthy?
Yes.
Okay.
Myles Garrett to the Eagles for A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter, and a 27 first-round pick.
Yeah, I got it right. I don't see these things. Okay. A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown.
Okay, I like that.
I pass on him.
Jalen Carter.
If he could get his...
And a 27 first-round pick. The Eagles' 27 first-round pick. So that'd give you 2 in the draft where you want your quarterback.
This is your hypothetical or somebody else's?
No.
Someone sent this to me.
Oh, okay.
Legit person.
And it really made me think. Your thoughts?
You making that move? General Manager Baskin?
I don't know. I'm the kind of guy that thinks that even though things maybe have gone sideways for someone at one team, they might go the right way here. It'd be hard to say no.
Yeah, it would. I think I would prefer to hang on to Miles and ride it out. Especially coming off the season he just had.
And you'd get the Eagles' first-round pick next year.
That would be the hypothetical trade.
Which would be in the 20s.
I would feel better if you got those two players and their this year and next year? Or give me your second next year?
My guess, you're getting Jalen Carter. I mean, Jalen Carter's 25. He's on a rookie contract. He's pretty darn good.
Yeah, he is.
Now, between his ears is a little bit of a question. But skill and talent level, good gravy. You got something special there. I think I would do it if I could make it a 3-way deal where I reroute A.J. Brown to the Patriots and get back either another first or a second. Because that's the part of it that holds me up. How
about some tabloid pictures to be named later, too?
A.J. Brown scares the snot out of me.
Same.
I do not want A.J. Brown.
No, I don't think they're...
Yeah, I just think if he doesn't think he's getting the ball enough in Philly...
Yeah, right.
You think he's going to see it more
with the Super Bowl ring?
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes for good talk.
Oh, yeah, that's what makes all this stuff fun. I think if I could reroute A.J. Brown, I would do that move.
What are you getting, then? Another first-round pick?
First or second. One of the two. Because I know the Patriots are interested. I don't want to hand A.J. Brown his next contract. I hate paying for was. I hate paying for was.
It is very hard not to look at a wide receiver that, like, you're guaranteed you're guaranteed 1,000 yards.
He's going to help. Yeah, he'll help you. Although there's a whole lot of other baggage that comes with it.
Yeah, let's just say, I'm just doing the quick math. Let's just 14. I really don't want to do this. This is bad. I'm going to do it anyway.
You're going to do the last Browns wide receiver to catch 1,000 yards?
I'm just doing a little...
Amari Cooper.
I was going to say, it's Amari Cooper.
No, I'll take that.
It's not that
No.
I've just got to double check one thing.
Speaking of Cooper, nobody talks about that Omar Cooper from Indiana, who I like a lot.
No, he can play.
Yeah.
I like watching
He's
him
the
play.
guy I've been seeing show up a whole bunch of different places, Tom. You're onto something with that.
Yeah. Take him at 24.
I could get behind that. The other one, Chris Bell from Louisville, intrigues me.
Is that right?
I feel like
it's just... a slot guy? Is he more of a...
Big dude.
Oh, big guy.
Like 6'4".
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he's kind of one of those guys that needs seasoning. He needs to go to somewhere where a wide receiver coach is going to work for him for a good period of time, but there might be something there.
You think they're in love with Carnell Tate enough just to make it the pick at 6 and we're done?
I actually think
I'm kind of
if you go back and think about
so.
If you think about everything he said yesterday, he probably alluded to it at one point what they really want to do, and they'll do it. I just think it's needle in a haystack every time he does that press conference.
Yeah.
And you'll go back and you'll be like, I didn't even think about it when he said that because I didn't think it was that big a deal.
About Tate?
About anybody. I really think a tackle is a tackle. I don't know that that's made for us to hear. I think he's saying that for another general manager to listen. I think a lot of the things he says
I think you're right.
Are for have nothing to do with us. Gives him a platform to make somebody believe that they're going to do something that they're not. There are just too many head games involved in that. Why do I feel that way? Because they're the Browns.
Yeah. Masters of misdirection when it comes to the draft, right? It's felt that way. And to your point, when you asked Rener before, he did hit a home run last year with the draft because he finally had some assets to use. He finally had a chance to show what he could do, which I thought was.
I still think Paul DePodesta had a lot to do with last year's draft. I don't know why they wouldn't have. Unless for some reason Paul had told them before the draft, he was like, guys,
I'm out of here.
I'm bagging out. I'm going to go
back to baseball.
I'm going back to Colorado, and here's the opportunity. I just want to make sure you guys know. I really, as thought partners, this has been a great relationship, and I really enjoyed our time. But my attorney will be here with the divorce papers a little later. I just want to give you a heads up before he gets here, just so you don't feel like you got served, right?
I'm on my way out.
Do you think?
I don't know. But listen, I don't think Barry needs. By the way, everybody's talking about he's got to do it again. I don't think you have to have as good a draft as you had last year. It's a very important draft, but again, I go back to what is the ultimate goal here in 2026? Is it just to get things ready as we get toward a new stadium, or is it to win games?
If it's to get things ready,
Tom.
$1
million question,
guys. If it's to get things ready, then you probably should trade Myles Garrett.
There it is.
And you just
pulled the trigger.
It's going to be hard to sell tickets though if you do that.
Yeah, it is.
Are you willing to? I mean, it's a slow burn. 216-474-0092. I wish I didn't think that, but if you're looking to the future, then the time now. The question is, and we'll answer this when we come back. If you were going to trade Myles, would you do it before the draft or after the draft? 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers in today.
I'm Pat.
trade clause. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers was in today. Want to let you know that if you missed a moment of the show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Kind of want to leave us with this thought here, and it's not quick predicts. I'm just telling you that, but I do kind of want to hear what your Monday morning headline is going to be for the Cavaliers after Game 1. Against the Raptors. So, you want to hop in? I'll let you do a headline. 216-474-0092. I don't need a score or anything like that. 216-474-0092. Give me what you think Monday's headline will be about this Cavaliers-Raptors Game 1.
Mitchell, Mobley, Harden all come up big in Cavs' 20-point win in Game 1. I get a feeling, I don't know, I don't want to say they've been sandbagging here, but I think Donovan Mitchell, from a health standpoint, is in as good a spot as we've seen him in his time here in Cleveland. Typically, and remember he sat, 10 days ago or whatever it was, which was, to me, a good sign in that he was addressing what was, maybe a lower leg situation, whatever. He dealt with a groin for a good part of this year. So I think he's in a good spot health-wise. I think mentally he's in a good spot, knowing that he's got Harden here as a Robin to his Batman, if you will. And just so I think they're going to come out guns blazing tomorrow.
Dan, give me your Monday morning headline for the Cavs and Raptors.
I'm kind of thinking what Tom is thinking. This feels like, to me, you know how you get an NCAA tournament game where it's like the 2-14?
Yeah.
And like, you get done and you're looking at it at halftime and you're like, oh boy, I don't know. The 2 seeds on the ropes. And then all of a sudden, shift, up, done.
Yeah.
I got a feeling we're going to be there. Where it's going to be something like, we're at halftime and Cavs fans are going, oh, I don't know. And then barrage of threes, 12-0 run. And here we are looking at each other on a 15-point win going, okay, I feel better.
I think they're in a good place. And I think they know their path. And I think that's important as well.
I do too. So do you have a headline then? Did you give me a headline then? Or just...
I'm not good. I was never a good headline writer. I'm too long-winded for headlines.
All right, here's mine. Rested and ready, no rust for Cavs in Game 1.
I like it. See,
rested and ready.
Some alliteration there. I like that.
That's how I roll. I'm all about that. When you
Jared Allen's knee scare you guys at all?
Yeah.
I'm not. Actually, this is about as good as I felt about his knee in a while. I think he's been rested.
You mentioned that time off. I
just think it was
week,
big. It was big. They do need him to play well, though. It's transition basketball that scares me in this, but I just think we have more talent than they do. I think they're going to be able to get the ball up and down the floor. We need some guys to play you got to play some defense.
And it's really not Toronto's way to try to be physical, but I think given that they know that the Cavs have kind of crumbled under those scenarios the last couple of years, that they're going to come out and play them hard. Like I said, I'm really fascinated by the potential matchups of the Barnes versus Harden, the Mobley and Ingram. Those are going to be fun to watch.
I when Schroeder got here, he gave me. I love his attitude.
Sure.
I've always I hated it, which means I loved it.
He'll push back.
Yeah, I just don't think this is our. This team is not soft like they were before. Now I hope I don't eat those words next week, please. Please don't make me eat those words. And I think it's because of Schroeder that makes me think that they're not soft. There's something about him aggravated me. I could not stand watching him play for other teams, and I've never been happier to have a guy on my team, especially this team going into the playoffs.
And I think Atkinson, too, is a different coach than he was last year at this time, Andy. Mm-hmm. I think there's a comfortability, if you will, a confidence that he's got in this group. I think he knows that he's got a deeper team than he had a year ago. And again, with Harden alongside Mitchell, man, he's got 2 A+ options.
I'm looking forward to the series. I still think Cavs in 5. You said Cavs in 6?
I did.
And I don't think they lose at home, though. You know what?
Not game
I
one.
shouldn't say that. Does it matter in the NBA?
A little bit.
How many times have you? I mean, it can't matter for the team this year if they really want to go somewhere.
No, which is why I think they come out tomorrow like firing.
Yeah, I think they'll play good. I don't have any reason to think there's no way they come out rusty. Please don't tell me they come out rusty because they haven't. And I think when we watch tomorrow, all the talk about 7 games, 90-some minutes together for what you might want to call the new core 4 or whatever you want to call it. I don't think that's going to matter.
Yeah.
We've seen them play together
enough,
even if it was just a touch.
You just want a little bit more, right? Just to give yourself a little more confidence.
Dan, you still going Cavs in 5?
I think Cavs in 5. I just look at this Raptor team as being a little incomplete right now, and I think they could make some moves and be able to make some noise, especially the fact that Quickly is looking like.
He's got a hamstring.
Let's see what that hamstring looks like. We know how those things go. When they start feeling better and then you push it, all of a sudden you yank it again. So that's the other one, too, is it's tough to play without a point guard. Though Scotty Barnes can't play a little point, you'd prefer him off the ball.
Yeah, before we get to moment of the show, Mayor, give me what do you think? Cavs win? How many games?
I'm going to go Cavs in 5 because that's what I want to see happen. So I'm trying to speak it into existence, into the universe. Cavs in 5.
So what really happens then?
Cavs in 5.
Oh, okay. All right. You're all right. That's good. Good little lead in there for moment of the show. Do we have a moment of the show today?
Yes, moment of the show is not Cavs related. It's Browns related. It's from Mike Rener, and he was explaining why he would go with an offensive lineman over a wide receiver for the Browns at number 6.
I think you could, and obviously you can't go wrong drafting Ohio State wide receivers. I think he's an incredibly safe pick. He's not my top guy. On tape, I had Jordan Tyson as the top receiver in this draft class, but I would not draft him top 10 given his injury history. And then I have Casey Concepcion after that because I think he's the best separator. But another guy, it's like I would not draft him top 10 either. And that's why I lean tackles because I don't actually see these receivers as kind of top 10 wide receivers. I think they're all very good, and I think they're all really high floor and that you're getting a good one. But I think the one you get at 24 may not be too dissimilar than the one you would take at 6. Now maybe the wide receiver class will be cooked by then. Actually, maybe you'll have 5 guys off the board, and you won't actually have one fall to 24, which is maybe not as big a worry as tackle. But I see a bigger spread in this tackle class than I do in the first round receiver class, which is why I've kept saying if I were the Browns, I would probably lean tackle first.
Why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers today? It is brought to us by our good friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain? Give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of our conversations about the Cavaliers and previewing their series with the Raptors. I'm very, very excited for the playoffs for the Cavs this year, and I'm really, really hoping that they can make it to the finals and hopefully win the finals.
There we go. Optimism. Love it. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Schreiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Smarter for this reason. Do you guys know who the highest paid quarterback is by average annual value? Just 1-year deal, average money.
You want to guess?
Just take a shot.
Kirk Cousins.
That's what I was.
It's not a terrible guess. Dak Prescott. Making $60 million.
Good for him.
Holy mackerel. I need that agent.
That's why you're smarter?
Yeah.
Just want to make
Would
sure.
have never thought Dak.
Tom Withers.
I'm smarter because Joe Noga actually put some metrics behind Cade Smith's fastball and explained that there is a -3 run value on that fastball, which puts him in the 11th percentile. Not that makes a whole lot of sense to me, except that it explains maybe why Cade Smith's having some of the issues he's having right now.
I'm smarter because we listen to Mike Rener. I'm smarter because we listen to Joe Noga. But I'm going to have Tom one more time. What are those 3 things you're watching right now that you recommended?
Oh, okay. Rooster. Stephen Carell.
Is he typical Stephen Carell? No.
Yeah. Enough that you'll love him.
All right.
Yeah,
Good. Okay. Rooster. What else?
Paradise on Hulu.
Paradise.
Yes, sir.
Hulu. Okay. And the third one?
DTF St. Louis, also on Max.
And that's after their airport game. Okay, good. All right.
And don't forget, as Dan Manigan mentioned, if you have Prime and you want to invite your friends over to watch the Cavs tomorrow, open door policy.
Same thing with Peacock when it comes on Monday. Help your friends. Help your relatives.
Help a brother out.
Odds on a clean feed for the Cavaliers. Dan?
Hi.
I think so, too.
1 o'clock, Saturday afternoon. Sure.
Well, because bandwidth will be available? No problems?
Nothing.
All right, I'll take it. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Have a safe weekend. Enjoy the sun while it's out there. It sounds like we're getting a little bit of rain as well. So be careful, be careful, be careful. Enjoy all the sports this weekend. We will talk to you again. Jeff is back on Monday, and then I'll be back. I think I'm back on Wednesday. So just got to double check. I could be back on Tuesday, though. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Have a great weekend. You know what's coming up next. There's this package sitting here all day, and it's for the afternoon boys. We talked about it yesterday. Will they open it during the show? And let's see what it is. I think it's from the morning show to the afternoon show.
What's in the box?
What is in the box?
What's in the box?
I want my Oompa Loompa.
What's in the box?
See ya, Cleveland. See ya.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
You don't even have to say anything. You just get to walk up there, let everybody boo you like crazy. Hell, bring your 2 DPOY trophies if you want it.
Now we're having the conversation.
Bring the helmet that you hit Mason Rudolph with. I mean, come on, let's get deep with this. So he's public enemy number 1 when it comes to Brown Steelers in the previous 10 years.
What if you bought Mason Rudolph's helmet?
Did you not listen to a word I just said like 30 seconds ago?
Which one?
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson. It is Afternoon Drive. JP is off once again. He'll be back on Monday as we get you ready for the NFL Draft. But we got a sort of football Friday, 6 days of the NFL Draft. We got a F-off Friday, a feel-good Friday. The sun is out Friday, although that is not alliterative. And that opened courtesy of Guardians TV, showcasing the Guardians' almost no-no and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! And, of course, we salute the Supreme Leader because if we didn't, there would be consequences. And we got Jake Merriman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, producing for us today. You can follow along all 5 hours on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, watching us. I don't know why you'd want to see this face, but you can. Don't forget, subscribe to the channel. It is free. Like our videos. We love to be liked here. And then Meredith Kane on the 2020s. But next to me for the next 5 hours on all the things. 6 days of the NFL Draft. Gardo's almost no-no, from no-no to oh-no, potentially. And the Cavs-Raptors series getting underway tomorrow. We've got the great unboxing because Lima's got a gift for me that I'm sure is a severed head. It's Daryl Ryder. Hi, buddy.
Hello, Nick. Are you sure it's a severed head and maybe not just like a finger? Like
that's true.
The warning shot.
The old line, I can get you a toe. If you want a toe, I can get you a toe. Now, listen, we're not going to dwell on this because we're going to unbox this later. This is, I will tell you, I don't believe Lima did the wrapping.
No, the missus had to do that.
It's too nice of wrapping. And even the tape placement is very, I couldn't do this. I have no gift wrapping skills. I usually give up and I just kind of like, it kind of looks like a big dumb idiot kind of put it together. So I'm not saying Lima's a big dumb idiot, by the way. That didn't come out right. My point is, this attention to detail is not from Anthony Lima, and we will have a card to open up as well. And that card,
that card is a little thick for my liking.
Oh,
easy there, Daryl. We better make sure that it's not ticking.
Why would there be a bomb in the card? The box I get.
Well, no, that might be the trigger for the box.
So it gives me a bomb and the trigger? Wow, come on now.
Well, no,
I think that's a little.
You pull the card, it sets off the box.
Ah, I see. It's one of those hair triggers. You got to watch Speed, the original Speed, one more time, and I would have gotten that.
Or the third Naked Gun.
I stop after the first two. Yeah, the first, and really the first one. The other ones made money for Leslie Nielsen, and we're okay with that. But happy Friday.
It is Friday, can confirm. The new Cavs sign is up on the side of the Sherwin-Williams building. We'll see.
And James Harden's face is blocked.
Well,
at least in the picture I saw, I don't know if the stanchion was still there.
They were still putting it up when I walked by.
But I was like, man, if I'm James Harden, that one hurts a little bit here.
But we'll see how many of those guys are here on July 1st.
Oh, man, you and Spencer German. I'm not. No, listen, it is a valid conversation, and the or else is mighty big with the Cavaliers. And I do understand that. It's just not where I am today. Where I am today is.
You know what? I just looked at the picture I posted. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
When the whatever they call it, the lift or whatever it is right in front of James Harden's beard.
Yep.
I should have probably maybe stayed for another 5 minutes to wait for that thing to get out of the way.
I just want to make sure it was moved, because if we're putting it over anyone's face right now, it should be Jared Allen's. Right? He got bounced out of the core for a year ago for DeAndre Hunter. When DeAndre Hunter got traded, we didn't necessarily – it kind of became the core three, wink, wink, nod, nod. But, no, I mean, it's funny. I think everybody's all over the place emotionally with the Cavaliers. I'm just excited. There's been a lot of hurry up and wait for the Cavs. And every time you thought they had gotten someplace or were getting someplace, it ended up being the same damn place you'd been the 2 previous years before. So the idea that this could lead to more forward movement for the team, or that we could finally have a payoff for this,
there's like no bad roads from here, even if this doesn't go the way we all want it to.
Well, I think there's a few bad roads this could go if it doesn't go how we're all hoping and praying.
I mean, the worst case scenario is you rebuild around Evan Mobley. I don't think that's a worst case scenario. It's not like LeBron leaving. And by the way, even if it goes well but not well enough, then I have to move on from Evan Mobley, maybe for Giannis. These to me are like first world problems here.
I don't think that they're going to rebuild around Evan Mobley if this doesn't go well. I think that their priority is to keep Donovan Mitchell, get him to extend again. I really love what he had to say about his love for Cleveland and how comfortable he is here. I think that's certainly positive.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
I know Donovan does love Cleveland. He was at the Guards game last night. But what I mean is their priority today is to keep Donovan in the fold long term. Right. These playoffs have a pretty significant weight on what priorities will be coming up in about 6 weeks after this season.
I mean, this could be seismic for the Cavaliers. This could be some of the largest changes organizationally that we have seen in years if this does not go well. But I'm going to be positive today. They're just getting started. I'm very confident about this Toronto series. I'm confident that if second round, they're going to get through it. The conference finals, to me, is where the rubber meets the road. Are they going to be good enough to take the ultimate step and get back to the NBA Finals?
I do want to get to that in a moment. We do have the great unboxing coming up in about 15 minutes as well. I just think it's so funny, and I understand why we're doing this from the Cleveland side of things, which is we don't want to lose Donovan Mitchell. So we've started to regress into the way we were both time LeBron were here, where we were like, all right, well, what do you have to do? How can we keep him? Right? And you get kind of a little feverish, like, oh, you want to trade Evan Mobley? I'll trade Evan Mobley. But every pick from between now and 2040, sure, I'll do that. And the truth is, I do think while the Cavs and Evan and Tyson and the young Cavaliers, even James Harden, they do have to prove to Donovan Mitchell that they're not just along for the ride, but they can help elevate him and help put him in a position to deliver the second NBA title in Cleveland Cavaliers history. Yeah, I think Donovan has some things to prove for the Cavs.
Yeah.
And it's so funny, like with LeBron, I understood the desperate tone that we approached every deadline, that we approached every NBA offseason. I don't have that with Donovan. I love watching this guy play basketball. And I do think that he's almost become underrated because of the postseason narrative about him. I think it's so much more than just, well, he's the best player on this team, and so they didn't get it done, so put it on him. There's been structural things here. By the way, there were structural things in Utah as well. The guy's never played on a team where everything perfectly lines up to him, and that does matter in the NBA. At the same point, Donovan has to prove to the Cavs he can get to the Eastern Conference Finals and beyond. And I think in our desperation to not lose the best player that the Cavs have, and certainly one of the 5 best Cavaliers in Cavaliers history, we get into this stance of we got to do whatever we can. We got to prove to Donovan, and it's like that's a two-way street. And I think as much as I'm saying this from a spot of I love watching Donovan Mitchell play. Well, I want Donovan now to prove to me that he can go ahead and elevate this team, and that's what this postseason is to me.
Yeah, 100% in agreement with you. It is a two-way street. Donovan has to show the Cavaliers that he can be the leader and help get them over the hump. He clearly signed off on the James Harden move. That's a gamble on the front office because you're giving up a younger player for a guy who is not just on the back 9 of his career. You might argue he's on the 17th hole of his career as far as being able to play at a high level. And I love what I've seen from him so far. We have gotten the best of James Harden. What worries me is the worst of James Harden. And when does that arrive? I mean, that was one of the first things I think that came up after that trade. Okay, yeah, the honeymoon's now, okay, but how long is that going to last?
By the way, I don't think we have gotten the best of James Harden. No, I mean, he's fit the role the Cavs designed for
We've
him,
gotten
which is
a good
basically
version of him, though.
Oh, no, okay, so that I think is a little different. Like, because to me, the best of James Harden in the postseason is I'm getting the Darius Garland. You're going to give me 20 and 10 or 11 assists per night, maybe a couple rebounds per night, and then once a series, I'm going to need you to go turbo mode. That to me, like, if he just does Darius Garland, well, okay, I had that, and we've seen how that went. I need Darius Garland plus in these playoffs. And again, it's only like one game a series because the rest of the time, Donovan's got to be the closer. Donovan's got to be proving that in those big closeout games, or if you got a chance to close out the Pistons early or the Raptors early, he's got to be the guy taking over that series.
But also, too, it doesn't mean he's got to take it over by playing 1-on-5. Okay, I don't need to watch the LeBron offense that we used to watch here at times where LeBron's just dribbling out the shot clock, winding it down, and then he tries to make something happen, whether it's
there are going to be games where that's how you got to win.
I get it, but like I don't want to watch that on a regular basis. You have on this team right now, when you're talking about whatever you call them now, I guess you can't call them the core four because Darius is gone and James is here, but
the sore four.
You've got no, that was with Darius being here.
I was still Jarrett's sore. We got a thumb, we got a finger with James. We got a lot with they're sore.
Yeah. But you've got four guys here that can score 20 points in a game with their eyes closed. And so for me, it's not just about Donovan taking over down the stretch or James Harden taking over down the stretch. It's making sure that Jarrett Allen is just as involved, making sure Evan Mobley is just involved in these games. I agree with you. You need that every once in a while. You're going to need that turbo performance, but all four of those guys need to find a way to balance this thing out and carry this basketball team.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Right or Wrong FAN on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Who has more to prove to the other? The Cavs to Donovan or Donovan to the Cavs? I think pretty much everyone slept walk on what Donovan has to prove to the Cavs. And that's what I need to see this postseason. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Jack Armstrong, Toronto Raptors sportscaster and analyst. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll get the Toronto side of things. How much of a fight do they think the Raptors can put up? Jason Timpf of Hoops Tonight. At 4 today, we'll talk Cavs-Raptors. We'll talk maybe LeBron's farewell tour here, and, of course, the retirement report. Not retirement report, but the report that retirement could still be on the table this offseason. We got the lead at 5. We've got we're going to have a guessing game with Jake Murren on the Browns draft picks coming up later in the show. But who has more to prove to the other? The Cavs to Donovan Mitchell or Donovan Mitchell to the Cavs? More on this, and it'll be time to unbox Lima's gift. Again, likely a severed head in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. starting Monday, April 20th. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder with you. If you missed a moment in our show, that's been 20 minutes, but you can figure this out. Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We're asking the question, who has more to prove to the other? The Cavs to Donovan Mitchell or Donovan Mitchell to the Cavs? Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. We are going to get the great unboxing here out of the way right out of the gate here because we don't want to make people wait too long. Apparently, this box here. What's in the box? What's in the box? And this has been here now for 2 days. Yesterday, of course, we were at Game On, so we didn't get a chance to open it up. Now, I will tell you, we don't need to do the cards thing. The cards thing is the greatest scam in the history of gift giving. One, they're like $7 now. Two, nobody cares. Unless Lima has secretly hidden $1,000 in this card is small potatoes compared to what's in this box.
Three, it's probably not a very good card. Cards, the quality of cards today, I'm not talking about like manufacturer quality. I'm talking about the message with the cards. Not very good today.
All right, so they were good at one point?
At one point they were. Now
like
they're
what
not.
Year? Like 91?
Yeah, way back then.
Is that when
back
cards
in the day.
peaked?
Yeah,
that's
peaked.
when a Hallmark really, that's when they were in for the love of the game.
It's been all downhill from there.
All right, so I'll open this up first. I hope this doesn't spoil this, right?
Well, I'm thinking I might need to duck under the table just in case.
I mean, listen.
It's a pretty intense rivalry between you and the Morning Boys here.
Now, see, look at that. That's a dinosaur card. Look at that. It's all right. I'm going to read this as Lima's card. Nick, the playoffs are finally here, and I couldn't be more excited to share airwaves with a fellow ball knower. Come on, you old so-and-so. I thought a playoff present would be an order that would align with your rooting interests. Go insert your favorite team. One half of the Morning Boys. All right, so
and it's not only got the dinosaur on the front, on the back it's got Jurassic Park logo.
Now the good news is I can glue over this and then just give it to Myles Garrett for his next birthday present, right?
Or his next contract extension,
which could be any moment if you're listening to Mike Garafolo. All right, guys, who's ready for the great unboxing?
All right, here we go. The suspense is killing me.
Again, I do not believe that Anthony Lima in any way wrapped this. It's actually a well-wrapped box, by the way.
And I just want the record, because I'm really good at wrapping presents, I just want it on the record, I didn't wrap this either.
Why would that be up for it?
Well, just because it's well-wrapped.
Get all this out of here. Come on now. Daryl, you're going to have to fill time while I open this up.
So Nick's got the wrapping paper off of it. He is now grabbing a key to cut through the 7 layers of tape that Lima put on this thing.
Oh, boy.
Trying to make it as difficult as possible. Anthony forgot we're doing radio here.
Very nice. A Toronto Raptors mini hoop. All right, that's good.
All right, that's
good.
Actually, that can go right over the waste receptacle right now. It doesn't have to go in it, but it can go over it.
And a Toronto Raptors. This is very nice. A pennant here. So the joke here is that Lima thinks I'm pulling for the Toronto Raptors. And you know what? I will take this in good faith. This is definitely something I can use in my house.
No. Actually, that should go on that waste receptacle over there because that's where Ken airballs all of his crumpled up pieces of paper.
No, I'm not going to re-gift it. I'm not a monster.
No, you're not re-gifting
Also,
it.
as we all know, anything that is put in this studio will disappear at some random time, and then we'll wonder what happened to that, now probably $100 bobblehead, or what happened to that Mark. You can't keep a damn pen in this place. You think I'm going to leave a mini hoop here? Well, I'd like to first say thank you to Anthony Lima for this wonderful gesture. I am not a Raptors fan. I know it's. I guess I thought it was interesting. I thought our job was to analyze what we thought of a team instead of just wave pom-poms, but I get that Lima's been a pom-pom knower. He is a ball knower. He is a pom-pom knower. I appreciate that Lima is, quite frankly, taking Ken's bit and being the homer on that show for the Cavs because he is a ball knower. And he knows balls. And I want to say again, thank you to Anthony Lima. It's a very thoughtful gift here. Everyone can use a mini hoop.
I thought you did a very good job with your own unboxing. Because that's like the thing now. John Gruden started this thing with the getting the free stuff and unboxing it. Mm-hmm. And, various shows have picked up on that trend, getting free stuff to unbox. And I thought you did a pretty good job unboxing your free Toronto Raptors mini Trashman's hoop and pennant.
Could this be the start of a new side hustle for me? Could I be the next great unboxer? Many people have known.
You know what?
And you know what, though? I would if that was true. Because Lima's the guy that got me into it, I'd welcome him into the side hustle. We got to share here. All right, we got to share here.
I think I need to do a bobbleheads unboxing thing.
Yeah?
Like, you send me free bobbleheads, and then I will do the unboxing videos and then tell you how good or awful the bobblehead is.
I just love this, where it's like, you just send me a gift.
Right.
And then I'll open it. And that's content.
Yes. Fantastic content there.
216-474-0092. What do we think of Lima's gift? Now, do I have to reaffirm that I am a Cavs fan every time we talk about the Cavs? Because I've been accused of being un-Cavs fanly simply because I don't love every move they've made.
Well, the playoffs do begin tomorrow. You are not wearing any Cavs gear. Now.
That is true. I don't usually wear Cavs gear. One, they don't make a lot that fits a man of my dimensions. And two, I don't love a lot of the Cavs hats, right? Like we saw at Rally House, they had a great orange hat. Then they didn't have one that fit my dome. So I would have been wearing that today, but that
kind
one's
of think
coming in the mail.
adjustable thing is for you.
No, you talking about the snapbacks?
Yeah.
No, you know why? I have such a dome that it ends up resting on one thing, and it looks ridiculous because it looks like that one button is just holding on for dear life like the rest of the clothes that I wear. I don't need that for my hat as well.
That, and on top of it, like, it would be so tight on your head, then it would leave the mark of the snapback on your forehead.
Oh, and I've got a 5 head. So, snapbacks just don't work for this dome. Like much things don't work for this dome. It's funny. I feel pretty plucky about this series, by the way. I do. Unlike a lot of people who don't have the balls to say Cavs are going to sweep, so they go, well, I think it's going to be Cavs in 5. I think the Cavs should sweep them. And if the Cavs were 100% healthy, like if I knew Jarrett was 100% healthy, going to play in every game, if Strus had maybe been back a little bit more, I wouldn't even think about it. I'm still going to say Cavs in 4. I think the Cavs should sweep the Raptors. I think the Raptors are the least 5 seed of any 5 seed that you could possibly have. And if it doesn't go that way, I'll kind of wonder why you didn't sweep, or at the very least, gentlemanly sweep the Raptors.
I say Cavs in 5 because I honestly do believe they will lose one game. They have been through so many lineups, and they've lacked continuity the entire season. I just think it makes sense for them to stub their toe in a game. They're gonna win the series handily, but I do think they will lose one game. It's going to send everybody outside their mind, and the game that I think they very well could lose is Game 1 tomorrow. It's a 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon game. Cavs aren't all that great in the afternoon for some reason. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's psychological. I don't know if it's philosophical. I don't know what it is.
Existential.
Metaphorical.
Hyperbolic. I'm just mentioning words now.
I don't know what it is, but I think that's the game they're in most danger of losing is that series opener. And they get through that, then I think that it'll be mostly smooth sailing.
If I do want to know, just based on what you're saying, I want to know everyone's reaction if they lose Game 1.
Oh, I already know what the reaction is, and if that does happen, the Sunday morning show's gonna be a mess.
I do want to know, do I get to re-give this back to Lima if he panics on Monday if they lose on Saturday?
Yes, I think you should.
Should I just keep this here and then just maybe do like a scavenger hunt for him to find it? So we go from the great unboxing to a great scavenger hunt. That'll be tougher to do on the video. No, I mean, listen, this is the Cavs versus the Cavs. The Raptors, I can give you 2 stylistic reasons why the Raptors could make this an interesting series. The first is they play a lot out in transition, and that is something that the Cavs have been stymied by previously. The other is they've got a lot of length and athleticism on the wing. So those are two stylistic things that the Raptors could present as a challenge for the Cavs. Now here's the thing. Those two things only really work for the Cavs if they're not making their shots. Like, I think if the Cavs make their shots, this thing's over. And again, the games might not look pretty. They're still finding out who they are. I think they're still figuring out the identity on both sides of the court, specifically defensively. But, like, they just don't have enough difference-making talent, the Raptors do, to truly make this a threat unless the Cavs either don't have the right vibes, they have one of those randomly cold spots where they multiple games in a row. And again, those are Cavs issues. I don't think those are going to be things that the Raptors do to the Cavs.
Yeah, the 3-point shooting going cold from beyond the arc gets me a little nervous because we've seen that from the Cavaliers this year. I do like the fact that Kenny Atkinson is really leaning, even though they haven't played Toronto since literally last year. I think November was the last time these two teams played each other. Cavs are a completely different team since then. But I do like the fact that Kenny Atkinson has been leaning into, well, they kind of dominated us when we played them. I certainly don't expect that. The stat that blew my mind, and it came from Chris Fedor, he put this out there, not just the 41 different starting lineups. That's half your season. You're putting a different starting five on the floor, but 293 total games missed this year due to injury collectively as a team. That's a pretty sizable number. And the fact that they still found a way to win 52 games, get a top 4 seed in the Eastern Conference, in my opinion, have one of the better paths to get to the conference finals laying in front of them. Not in the least disappointed that they're 4th seed in the Eastern Conference. And you're right. When you're talking matchups man-to-man, Cavaliers by far, by light years, have the better basketball team. But again, I'm leaving room for error for them to have one of those off nights shooting the basketball.
Isn't that living in your fears, though, a little bit?
No, winning a game or winning a series 4-1, that's just as fine to me as a sweep.
Yeah, but the talent deficit here is significant.
I understand that. I understand that, but I'm giving them the grace here. If you stub your toe in a game, I'm not going to freak out.
Well, no,
and you win a series 4 games to 1.
You're predicting them to stub their toe versus you think the Cavs should sweep, right? Because I think everybody thinks the Cavs should sweep them. They just don't have they just don't want to say it, because then if it's Cavs in 5, all of a sudden people are going to say, "But you said sweep."
They have the talent to do to the Raptors what they did to the Heat last year. Okay? They do.
So you want to say sweep.
I'm
right that you say you want to say sweep.
I'm just talking a complete, not just a sweep, but a complete demolition of them.
You'd rather be right and say Cavs in 5 because sweeps are hard to come by in the playoffs.
Yeah.
At least you admitted it. That's all I care about. 216-474-0092.
Hey, you know what? I didn't sit here and box up a bunch of Toronto Raptors gear and hand it to you.
Yeah, that's fair, but I did just box you up. So I unboxed this and boxed you up in the same. 216-474-0092. Is a early first round the best thing for the Cavaliers? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you. All right,
Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Knocking everything everywhere here. So we did have, it was Barber's Den on Twitter, suggesting that I could get these adjustable snapback hat extender straps for big-headed people that they have. Guys,
that's a no.
When I go in a plane, I already have to use one of the extenders to go ahead and buckle up. I'm not going to do that for my head for a hat. Okay? Like, I will draw the line somewhere at accommodating my own fatness. I love the suggestion. Appreciate. Didn't know these existed. I still probably am going to pass. Also, one more. Come on. Very well done, Anthony Lima. We didn't see the socks in there, which we're going to go and those are nice socks. These, I got big feet, so it takes a lot of thread to cover these gargantuan feet, and now I've got Raptor socks. I'll be walking around Wadsworth, Ohio with Raptor socks on.
Just trim your nails.
No, I don't do that. No.
You don't want Raptor claws.
Maybe I do. Now, let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
By the way, Jack Armstrong, Toronto Raptors sportscaster and analyst, coming up in about 20 minutes. Talk Cavs-Raptors. AZ Fudd went number 1 overall in the WNBA draft this week, rejoining UConn teammate and girlfriend Paige Beckers on the Dallas Wings. AZ was asked about the relationship dynamics in her introductory press conference with the Dallas media.
Paige announced last year on TikTok that y'all were a couple, and I'm wondering if that is still the case, and if so, if y'all have talked to any other couples in the league about how they negotiate that dynamic as pro teammates.
I understand why you have to ask that question, but we're going to respectfully decline from commenting on our players' personal lives. Go to the next question.
So that was the Dallas Wings PR person. Are questions about their relationship over the line?
I have always tried to stay away from questions involving players' personal lives unless it has involved a legal situation. Because to me, what they do off their floor is their business, and I've always just subscribed to the thought of that's out of bounds. Again, as long as there's nothing involving a legal proceeding to bring it into the public eye and make it relevant. That one's
Can we just
though.
say, I thought it was a great question.
Yes.
I thought it was a great and respectful question that really wasn't about scandalizing anything.
That was the right way to ask that question.
It was about the locker room dynamics, which does matter.
Yes.
And listen, guys, in the WNBA, teammates have dated before. Diana Taurasi and Penny Taylor were married while being teammates in Phoenix. There have been other instances of this as well. So I almost feel like this is a league decision to go away from this, because if we remember the night that AZ got drafted, there was very clearly her and Paige had been instructed not to go too far in their embrace afterwards. They more dapped up than embraced like a couple. And so I know that there's a lot to this. I will just say, if the WNBA looks at this and says, we can't have this as part of the narrative, then you probably should have told Dallas not to draft AZ Fudd, right?
Yeah.
Because it is going to be a part of the conversation. And it's so funny. I think it's a situation that really no other league gets to deal with. And I think that'll actually lead to intrigue. I remember there being stories about Penny Taylor and Diana Taurasi, and that was something they talked about. I know Paige is like the future of the WNBA alongside Caitlin Clark, and AZ probably is too, as the number 1 pick this year. But I kind of think every league has a different hook with people. The personal lives of NBA and WNBA players have absolutely been fodder for generating interest for the league. It feels like a weird situation to pull the punch on, even if Paige and AZ aren't comfortable with that. And again, I would go, well, Paige, you said that's your girlfriend,
right?
And now you play together. That is a dynamic that might play out in the WNBA regular season.
And I almost think the PR reaction to that amplifies it even more.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that is going to end that line of questioning going forward. Rather, I think they would have been better off having her answer the question, and then I think there was a better chance that, okay, it's been asked, it's been answered, and that's going to be that. So I think they called more attention to it by saying, she's not answering that question. Joe Flacco has some thoughts on the never expanding waistline that is the NFL regular season schedule. They've gone from 16 to 17. There is a strong push now for them to go to 18 games. Flacco was on a podcast with Front Office Sports, and he said, quote, it's got to stop at some point. What happens when we get to 18? Are they going to want 20? Are they going to want 22? We used to play 14 games before I was born. At some point, it has to stop, end quote. My question to you, Nick, how much is too much when it comes to NFL football? I know I am of the type, when there's a football game on, I'm watching it. I don't care what level. I'm a football junkie. But I do think at some point the league is going to oversaturate itself. I just don't know when that's going to be.
I think people have been saying the league's going to oversaturate itself going back to when they went from 14 games to 16 games. I don't think there is a limit to the thirst for NFL football to the American public. I actually think, by the way, I think people focus on the amount of games. I think it's the amount of days in the week that they put games on that's a bigger threat to oversaturation than, for instance, like I think having a baseball game every day of the week for your local team takes some of the special out of watching the Cleveland Guardians play. Like I think that's one flaw in the baseball schedule, even though I personally enjoy it. But to Joe's point, do I think he's right that once you get to 18, they're going to go to 20? Yeah, that is. Yeah. I'm going to shock everybody here. There is endless and bucketless or bottomless greed from billionaires in America, and NFL billionaires are no different. What I do think the flaw with the league is that they've expanded the season without considering the physical toll on the bodies. I think if you go to 18 games, I would have no problem with 3 bye weeks. 3 bye weeks, which allows you to pepper things out a little bit more. We can take another preseason game away, because that's the guys playing on Sunday, then playing on Thursday, then playing on Monday. Like, it's the amount of time without proper recovery that I think is the bigger problem, not just the amount of games.
They want them playing overseas, too.
Yeah.
They want them going to every continent now. And I think that's another toll on the body. So I just think that the product, the Thursday night games, you see it. You watch those games, the product's not good. People watch it because it's the NFL. But that's just because people are watching it doesn't mean your product is good.
Yeah, but I think the product not being good is as much to do with a lack of practice time now in the offseason than anything. Because, again, you've got guys coming into the NFL that are less prepared than they've ever been, and now they have less time to get prepared leading into the regular season. I think those things factor in as well. But specific to Joe's thing of it's going to hurt the product on the field, I think the NFL can easily take care of that by at least 2 bye weeks instead of 1, and I think they should really consider 3. I would have no problem if we start the season in August and go to President's Day, and from a Browns fan perspective, there are 3 Sundays where I just have to watch everybody else. Right. Like, if that means better health for the players, I'm okay with it. All right. Chiefs GM Brett Veach told the NFL fans to buckle up for next week's draft in his pre-draft presser.
I think that the fans will be in for a treat next Thursday, because I think that the grades are going to be so close from some of these tackles and DNs and other receivers that a lot of these guys that are mocked high may go a little lower, and a lot of these guys that are getting mocked a little lower may go a little higher, because I think they're so close this year. It's not this huge gap and big fall off. And even with the offensive linemen, I mean, there's traits that you like and some things that all these guys need to clean up and work on. But I think that the grades are so close that it'll come down to the scheme fit and, coach's analysis, the vision, the fit for these guys. So I think it should be an entertaining night and look to probably be a lot of trades. And I think that's what a draft like this, when you don't have, 2 or 3 franchise quarterbacks and, a Will Anderson or a Myles Garrett, I think it does lend itself to open up to a lot of fun and a lot of excitement. So I think from a fan's perspective, they should have a lot of fun next Thursday.
Are you expecting chaos next weekend?
Yes, I really am. I'm expecting the unexpected. I don't know if it's going to be as chaotic as our mock draft was last night, but I do think that it is going to be one where because we all have these preconceived notions about not just the Browns, but all these other teams, what they're going to do, what they should do, and after listening to Andrew Berry, listening to that bite, I don't know. I'm thinking we just better brace for impact.
With respect to Brett Veach, I don't believe him. Do I think there will be some trades? Yes, there's some trades every year.
Right.
I think this has been the most boring free agency in NFL history. I think it was the most boring trade season in NFL history. It has been the most boring lead up to the NFL draft in NFL history. I will expect that the NFL draft itself will then follow through with the rest of the offseason, which is suck the life out of every NFL fan as we slog through 7 rounds. That doesn't mean not to be excited, but this has been the least typical NFL offseason ever. A lot of it's because there's just no quarterbacks out there in free agency trade or whatever. But my point is, I get it. We got to hype up the draft. We can also be honest that this has been a stinker, and it's probably going to continue next week.
And I'm really hoping Andrew Berry trades as many day 3 picks as he possibly can. Just give them away like Halloween candy. Thanks for the deal. Here's a 7th rounder.
Is it like Lima spending $60 to give me stuff just to troll me ahead of the Raptors series? Like, hey, Eric DaCosta, here's a 7th round pick for that whole blowing the Max Crosby trade. Thank you, buddy. We don't have to see Max Crosby this year twice. Awesome stuff, buddy. No, I don't. Now I do want. If you get me a trade at 6, you get me a trade at 24, you get me a trade at 39, and we can just load up on a lot of picks in the future, I wouldn't hate that.
Me neither.
Although again, that would be the most boring thing. If there was a year, it was during
Joe Banner's year. He basically an entire draft. He punted
the second half.
To the following year. He kept trading 3rd round picks for 2nd round picks, 4th round picks for a 3rd round pick next year. Like
I was also thinking of 2016, where
wasn't that the Barkevius Mingo draft that he did that?
Yeah,
yes,
but he stayed at 6 and took Kiki.
Yep.
And then they didn't have a 2nd rounder because of Josh Gordon, and they stayed with the 3rd round pick, and then every other pick. That was the Shamarko Thomas thing, where we traded the 4th rounder to Pittsburgh, and people melted down. We thought they had just given him the next Troy Polamalu. That is quick hits right there. We've got venerable broadcaster Jack Armstrong joining us 5 minutes, giving us the Toronto side of this matchup on 92.3 The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting Monday on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder back on Afternoon Drive. It is a sort of football Friday as we are 6 days away from the NFL draft. We're 1 day away from Cavs-Raptors game 1 here. Do I get to say you predicted a Cavs loss?
No, because I said they're going to win in 5.
No.
How's that predicting a loss?
But you got very sassy very quickly. What I meant was a game 1 loss. You did. You said.
I said that's the game I'm worried about most. That's not a prediction.
Oh, you were
That's not a prediction.
You said
no.
The
I
Cavs
said
are going
that
to
is
lose
game.
one game in this series, and that's why you thought it was going to be tomorrow's game.
But I didn't predict that that's going to happen. I said I'm concerned about it. Concern does not equal prediction. Now I'm jamming you up. How's that feel?
No, you're not jamming up. You're misrepresenting what you said on air.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Some would call it a flip-flop.
No.
Some would call it you're wussing out.
No.
There's other ways we can say it, but I don't think I'm getting jammed
Cavs
up
in
here.
5, and I'm worried about game 1. That's not,
Mac, I'm going to need to throw to the Brecksville judge here. Mac, how do you recall what happened about an hour ago?
This feels very slippery, Wizard. I got to say.
Yeah. I mean, I already had to deal with the great unboxing, and now you're trying to be the slippery wizard here.
Am I going to come in Monday and there's going to be a box waiting for me to unwrap from you?
Yeah, but it's not going to be a nice stuff. It's going to be smelly. Now, this being said, Cavs, Raptors, tomorrow here in Cleveland. I have no concerns about game 1. Daryl Ryder thinks they're going to lose. On the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Jack Armstrong, Toronto Raptors sportscaster and analyst, joining us right now. Jack, welcome to the show.
Guys, how are you?
We're doing all right here. I'm very confident about this series. My partner today is confident about this series, just not game 1. From the Toronto side of things, how confident is Raptors Nation, #WeTheNorth, about their chances against the Cavs in this series?
Well, it's going to be a difficult series. It's challenging, obviously. Even though the Raptors beat the Cavs 3-0 during the season, those games all took place early in the year. And the Cavs were banged up, and obviously, with the addition of Harden and Schroeder and Ellis to their team, and Max Strus now healthy, it's a big difference in terms of what their team looks like. So obviously the Raptors are inexperienced and young, and for a lot of these guys, it'll be their first time, and for many of them, just their second time. So, they're going to have to play incredibly well to put themselves in a position to win a few games in this series and then play really, really well to win it. And, because the Cavs, in my opinion, when you look at the East, obviously last year was deeply disappointing being eliminated by the Pacers. And, they're all in. They're in the luxury tax and the second apron and all that. And, this is the moment of truth for their franchise in terms of post-LeBron. And, I had 3 springs ruined back in I think it was 2016-18, where we'd come every year and just got our heads kicked in by LeBron. So it's a different time, but nonetheless, I think the expectation and the commitment of the organization right now is to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and try to get through that and get to the NBA Finals. And this is a roster the Cavs has that is more than capable of doing that when you compare them to the Celtics and the Knicks and the Pistons. That they're definitely a top 4 team, and but they're going to have to click on all cylinders to get there. And the Raptors had a really nice year, 16-win improvement, so trending in the right direction. So this is a great matchup for the Raptors. I'm excited. And quite frankly, if I had to choose between, the matchup against the Knicks, where they lost 5 times during the year and have lost 13 straight, versus a team that you've at least beaten 3 times this year, even though the circumstances were significantly different, I think from a mental perspective, I think for the Raptors, I think they come in with a little bit more confidence than they would maybe if they had to deal with the Knicks, who've really made them have a difficult time this year.
How would you characterize the stretch run for the Raptors? They seem to start the season off really, really well after the All-Star break, close to a 500 team. So are they on the uptick here, or they just kind of needed to get through the end of the season? What was the deal with the Raptors down the stretch?
I think two things. Number one, I think they got two young players that are emerging. Jacoby Walter, who's shooting over 47% since the All-Star break from three, and he's a good two-way player. And then the other kid, Colin Murray Boyles, the first-round pick, drafted ninth out of University of South Carolina. The kid can guard all five positions. He's an absolute beast. I think if there's people there tomorrow from the Cleveland Browns, when they see this guy, they're going to want to draft him as a defensive end or a linebacker. I mean, the guy's a beast and a terrific young talent. Numbers don't really jump off the page at you, but if you look at how he played the last 6 weeks, he's really good. So, the young guys have actually come on here late. To me, part of the early success was a soft schedule, and the other part of it was the fact that the Raptors spent a lot of time together from an organizational perspective overseas, having a few mini camps. And I used to be a college basketball coach, and, anytime you had the opportunity to maybe do a European tour, have some practices, play some games, it helps you get out of the gate quicker than maybe anyone else in the fall when the game started. And I think that helped the Raptors early on. So, yes, to your point, things did settle down, and they were more of a 500 team. I do think, though, they're healthy, relatively speaking, with the exception of Manuel Quickly. I think that's a day-to-day thing with his hamstring. But this is a team that definitely earned a fifth seed. Like, when you look at the totality of what they did this year, they were relatively consistent. Their problem was they couldn't beat upper echelon talent, but they took care of business below them. And the one team that was upper echelon that they could beat was Cleveland. Again, so we'll find out what was fact and what was fiction from the early part of the year.
Jack Armstrong, Toronto Raptors sportscaster and analyst on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. From what I can tell from the Cavs fan side of things, we're pretty confident in Evan Mobley against your bigs down there. Obviously, we got a lot of love for Donovan Mitchell here. Is there a matchup misfit that you see for Toronto for the Cavaliers?
Well, their three spot, obviously, depending on who's playing, if they have to guard Brandon Ingram, do they play him with single coverage? Do they start sending a second guy his way? That's always a bit of an issue, and Ingram is a terrific scorer. So that would be one area, I think, for the Raptors. And I think the Raptors absolutely have to win the turnover margin, take away, give away category. They got to play with pace. Cleveland's going to try to slow it down. They have terrific guards. Obviously, Harden is masterful as a playmaker. I tell you what, he's even more dangerous as a playmaker than he is as a scorer because he's got great strength and vision. And those big guys, Allen and Mobley, it's got to be a joy for them playing with him because he just puts you in great positions to be an effective high percentage scorer. So, when the game slows down and you got a Hall of Famer in Harden and a great player in Mitchell, it's tough to deal with. And on the other side, I think if the Raptors can get up and down and play and turn them over and make them play with a little bit more pace, I think it puts them in a good position. So, and look, you're going to have to shoot the ball really well if you're Toronto in this series. I think the addition of Strus to their team and having some healthier perimeter players helps kind of give them a little bit more balance, a little bit more spacing in their offense. So it'll be a fun series. I hope it goes a good ways. You guys don't seem to think so, but I think I'll get thrown in Lake Erie if I'm side with you guys right now. That's for sure.
Well, we don't want that, Jack. Let me ask you this: Toronto's one of the better transition scoring teams in the league. Not so much from beyond the arc. And the game today seems to be the perimeter shooting based. From your standpoint, you mentioned turnover battle. Where do the Raptors win this series or win a couple of games in this series when you're looking at this matchup?
To what we just spoke about, turnover battle, like pace of play, they got to be the better transition team, and I think they're having a good shooting series. You look at a guy like I mentioned, Walter, and hope to maybe get Emmanuel quickly back and healthy. He can play off of Scotty Barnes a lot. And I think Scotty Barnes and Colin Murray-Boyles and Jacoby Walter, those three guys, their ability defensively in one-on-one matchups where you don't have to send help their way. And those guys had to have a big series in terms of staying out of foul trouble, making it as tough for Harden to make others great. And again, the question with a guy like Harden is, do you play him more of as a scorer, or do you play him as a playmaker? Do you play him straight up and let him get his scoring going, but nonetheless take away maybe some of his playmaking? Because when you start sending two guys to him, he just carves you up. And again, Mitchell is a great scorer, back end of the shot clock. Mobley and Allen are amazingly capable scorers. Mobley's a phenomenal defensive player. Allen brings great size. He's not 100%. I understand that, but these guys are really, again, been part of this thing for a few years now. There's a lot of expectation here to do it. But I think for the Raptors, they're going to have to win the 3-ball battle, turnover margin, things like that. And look, again, just from a confidence perspective, just staying close. I think the pressure is all on the Cavs. So if you can make these games interesting, close down the stretch, I think all that pressure shifts to Cleveland, and you're playing with house money if you're Toronto.
All right, Jack, you are known for a couple legendary catchphrases here. So before we let you go, I'm going to need either a get that garbage out of here, or I will settle for a hello or a bonjour if you have it.
I can give you more. I'll say, hello, get that garbage out of here. So those are my we don't have any French players. We used to have a few guys from Montreal, so I would do the bonjour instead of the hello for them. But no, it's a lot of fun. I'm a guy from Brooklyn, literally my 28th year calling Raptor games. So I don't know how I got here, but somehow, some way, it's worked out pretty well. So I got to keep fooling them as long as I can.
Yeah, we all do, buddy. And listen, if because I'm seen as a Cavs doubter in town, if the Cavs do lose this series, I will be seeking asylum in Toronto. I'm going to be sleeping on that couch up there, okay?
Well, we hope that happens. I think I'm sure we can find a job for you in Toronto. That's not a problem. But hey, look, people are going to be on your case about being a skeptic, but this is sports radio. You got to have some. Everyone can't be aligned. You got to have somebody stirring the pot a little bit. So that's exactly what you're doing. It's good for ratings.
My ratings agree with you, Jack. We appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Have a great weekend.
Jack Armstrong there, Toronto Raptors sportscaster, analyst. The man's a legend. I can't do the voice thing that he does when he says, get that garbage out of here, because I'm going to sound like Adam Sandler character when I do it. One of the best catchphrases there. We have more with the Toronto and Cleveland series coming up later in the show, but Dale Ryder says maybe it's time to take somebody off the board. No, for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
They're both excellent players. They both have size. They both can separate. Good hands. Obviously Carnell, if he's not an NFL receiver, he probably could be a trapeze artist with how acrobatic he is. And Jordan's an excellent creator with the ball in his hands. So they're two excellent prospects.
Browns GM Andrew Berry yesterday talking about Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson, 2 of the 3 top-rated wide receivers in this class for the Cleveland Browns. And we've got more intel coming in as we're 6 days away for what the Browns might be looking at, the trade-back scenario. But, Daryl, obviously you have a take on this piece of audio. What Andrew Berry had to say about Carnell Tate and what it means for Carnell Tate and the Browns.
I think he's off the board. I go back to last year's press conference with Travis Hunter where he could not contain his excitement over Travis Hunter. Call him the Shohei Ohtani of football. And we all know that he had the deal with Jacksonville in the back pocket already to move down from 2 to 5. And so if they come away with either Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson, I'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Sign me up. Do it right now. I don't think Tate's going to be the guy. Just the more I'm thinking about this, and I sliced up the videos from the press conference. I went back. I reread the transcript from the press conference, and I'm just sitting there because Andrew does such a great job of keeping the cards close to the vest and not tipping his hand of what he really thinks, how he really feels, what his plans are. And so we're left to try and read between the lines and figure things out. And as soon as he, pulled out the trapeze, I'm like, yeah, he's off the board.
I think last year melted everybody's brain with the Browns. The idea that nobody saw a trade down coming on draft night, I think, has turned people into thinking that Andrew Berry is Pepe Sylvia in It's Always Sunny, and he's got all these plans and all these things going, and it's like, okay, I don't buy that. And now I do think the Jeremiah Love stuff was, and referring to him as special, I did see specific intent on that.
Although he did push back on the generational thing, right? He's like, every year you guys say that there's a generational player and it's getting played out.
And by the way, the only thing I would say is, because he said if there were truly generational talents, it'd be every 20 years. I actually think it'd be about every 10 years. Generations tend to go at about 10 to 15 years, but that's just a semantics battle with a really smart guy that I would like to have. But I don't think Carnell. Listen, I don't know Carnell's going to be there. The Titans make some sense for him. Certainly the Giants might make some sense for him as well. So do I think there's a chance that he's not there? Yes, but I don't know. Like I will meet everybody here that because of last year and because this is a year where the Browns could go in a lot of different directions and they don't control their situation maybe as directly as they did last year, having the number 2 pick, having the 6th pick this year. I'll meet everybody halfway on that stuff, but I think Carnell's off the board because, Andrew Berry said something nice about him yesterday. I think we're getting too far into the week. We're starting to confuse ourselves by overthinking it a little bit.
But that's what we do this time of year. This is what we do. I mean, we're
well, I think we're giving Andrew Berry too much power, which is what I think I'm going to.
Well,
he's just a normal man. Yes, he went to Ivy League. Yes, he's very smart. But we're turning him into like we're
the master manipulator.
Yeah, we're undressing his quatrains. Like, well, okay, so his 5th quatrain, the 4th line, it pretty clearly spells out he was going to take a tackle this whole damn time.
In fairness, it is interesting. He does the tackles or tackles bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Which I hate, by the way.
Right, I do too.
Because I don't think he actually believes that. And 2. If he does, he's wrong.
Right.
Yeah, there are guys who can switch across, and that does make sense. Some guys are more comfortable than others, as we saw with DeJuan. And again, that's incomplete because DeJuan only got a couple games in before he got hurt.
Yeah.
But I mean, DeJuan looked like he was playing a different sport last year,
right?
Trying to switch over to the left side.
Yeah, and also the injury thing. But when I'm listening to him, because he's got such a calm delivery, very little inflection in anything he says. I think that also helps him hide his true thoughts, his feelings, intentions, all those things. But I get nervous anytime I hear him start gushing about a player. Like, I'm glad that they really enjoyed their time with Ty Simpson. I feel a little bit better today, knowing that they enjoyed their time with Ty Simpson, and hopefully that is all the time they will spend with Ty Simpson. But I get nervous anytime because he doesn't like talking up the guys he really, really likes. But then he doesn't hesitate to talk up the guys that ultimately he doesn't pick.
I will buy more into, hey, the guy he didn't talk about is a guy that he's really into, than just because he says nice things about a guy. I will go one way with this. Maybe it's because I work with JP, and JP, again, every day, it's like, Andrew Barry loves playing the game and distortion. It's like, I think every NFL GM does. There's very few guys. John Dorsey was the anomaly of guys who's just like, on any given day, you might get him to tell you he was going to take Baker Mayfield with a week to go to the NFL draft. But I think it's interesting because, there is still a lot of ambiguity about what the Browns are going to do at 6. And here is Mike Rener from the Midday Show today on why he mocked Kaden Proctor, known chubster, to the Browns at 6.
I think he's the best offensive lineman in the draft. That's why. Okay. And I think someone will, at the end of the day, agree with me. Not a lot of people do, it seems like, in the media. But his ceiling, to me, is the highest because of his physical tools, because of what he brings to the table at 6'7", 350,
6'7",
that you just don't get often in the NFL. And to me, when you watch his tape, by the end of last season, he was the best tackle in this draft class. He's the youngest tackle in this draft class, and he's 3 years of starting experience. He's only gotten better every single year. So with rare physical ability, with obvious improvement on tape, with obvious room for improvement, which is just getting his weight down to a more manageable. I just think this guy could be special, and you don't necessarily need him right away if you're the Cleveland Browns. You can wait a year or two to get him.
Let's not do that. You don't wait a year or two to get a player at 6. Listen, I'm not a big Kaden Proctor guy, and I'm going to continue to go this. If it's true that the biggest concern about Kaden Proctor is he's not always motivated to be the best player he can be, I'm out. I don't draft top 10. When we're talking about top 10 offensive linemen, be it left tackle, left guard, whatever, I do not draft the guys who are supposed to be the tone setters on your offensive line. The guy who, if he hits 4 years from now, I'm going to be paying $20 million or $25 million a year to protect the blind side for the quarterback. I'm not getting a guy that I have to motivate. And that's on top of a guy that already reminds me a lot of Jed Wills before we even get to the motivation problems.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to say. We already tried that with Jed. It didn't work, okay? And look, George Warhop's a fine offensive line coach, okay? But it can't be poking and prodding. I go back to what Todd Monken has said this offseason. He wants guys who love to play the game, okay? He wants guys that he doesn't have to motivate to play the game. To me, that takes Proctor off the board because he is a guy that you're going to have to motivate. And this has always been my frustration when one of many frustrations when it comes to the Browns and some of the conversation around them when it comes to the players and the cultural losing and everything like that. Okay. It's on the players. We can nitpick coaches and schemes and play calls and situational football till we're blue in the face. It's all well and good. Players got to go out there and do it. Players are the ones who have to be motivated to go out there and execute their assignments and do what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. I don't have the time and the energy to invest in your motivation, your attitude, your will to, all those things. That should burn within you. And if it doesn't burn within you, you can't play for me.
In this era of athletes, once they get to this level, because I've heard it for multiple years now in Cleveland, they say, oh, it's not like it was 30 years ago where you had the coach with a red ass who would put the fire under you, because they don't want that style of coaching. Like the whole idea is that that's not how they like to be coached. Well, then you better be a self-starter. But I do think and I thought Jake came up with a great question when we were talking before the show, which is when it comes to offensive linemen, how many would you take over Tate at 6? And I'll be honest with you, none of them. I like Mauanoa. He's a right guard,
right?
But I like Mauanoa. I'm not taking a right guard over a wide receiver, especially if Ioane, who might be there at 24, is going to be just as good of a guard, especially a right guard, is Mauanoa at 6. Fano. If Fano ends up being your left tackle, okay, then it's going to work out. If Fano ends up having to move inside to be your center, and you spent the number 6 pick, even if he's the best center in the NFL, okay, that was an incredible reach with high-level potential wide receivers on the board. I hate the discourse with the Browns at 6. And this rush to, well, you got to take the best offensive lineman available. If it's not a tackle, no, you don't. And I think that's my struggle here. Is it's like I think the reality of how the media is portraying this draft class, and specific to what the Browns need, is actually the reverse. I think that the gap between, if we're just talking tackle play, I think the gap between what I'm going to get at 6 or 12 with like a Monroe Freeling and what I might get with a Blake Miller, Caleb Lomu, or Ihanachor is nil. So why am I overdrafting a guy just because he can play tackle and potentially left tackle, earlier in the draft versus the difference between Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, and Jordan Tyson, and Omar Cooper, Casey Concepcion, and those next guys who I don't think are franchise change. I don't know Tate will be a franchise changer either, but at the very least he'll be a top 2 starting receiver in the NFL for anybody that drafts him, not named the Cincinnati Bengals.
They need explosive playmakers offensively, and that's ultimately what I want at 6. I want a blue chip explosive playmaker. We have not had that in a little bit here, okay? You spent your offseason retooling your offensive line. You trade for Titus Howard with Houston. You bring in Elton Jenkins. Zion Johnson, you signed him in free agency. All versatile guys, okay? And then the other Jenkins, Tevin Jenkins, they re-signed him too.
Other Jenkins.
Jenkins and Jenkins up front, right? Sounds like a law firm, but, versatility seems to be something that they're prioritizing in their offensive linemen, which might, I don't know if that opens the curtain for anyone to figure out maybe who would fit best with what they're doing. But when it comes to that first pick in this draft, I want someone, when the football's in their hands, they can do something with it. And I just, if we are stuck watching what we have had to watch the last 2 years with this offense, it's going to be a very long fall for me, I think is what I'm going to say.
How many O-linemen would you take over Tate? And I'll actually throw Tyson in there as well. We'll talk more Tyson later.
No, I agree with you on that. Like, I don't – there are good offensive linemen available in the first round. I don't think that they're better players than Love or Tate. To me, Love, Tate, and Downs are like the 3 best players in this draft. And there's a chance none of them are going in the top 5. There's a chance. I don't believe that to be the case. I think somebody's going to, but there's a chance all 3 of those guys could be sitting there for the Browns at 6.
I mean, if Tate goes before you go and you don't feel comfortable taking Tyson at 6 and there's no trade down there, I'm still probably taking a Ruben Bane or a Caleb Downs.
I'd take Caleb. I would
Mauanoa or Fano.
I would run the card up for Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I'd actually prefer an edge rusher, just getting to positional importance. But yeah, right. I think Caleb Downs is going to be a 10-year starter in the NFL at a really high level.
And to be fair to Andrew Barry, I know I joke about his the trying to deceive us and all that.
The old Pepe Sylvia.
He did tell us yesterday he's always truthful with us. We just don't believe him. I do think one of the areas where he was honest was when he was talking about the three safety look that's becoming a little more prevalent in the NFL right now as far as being important to defenses. And Caleb Downs would certainly provide them another game changer in their defensive backfield.
216-474-0092. How many offensive linemen would you take over Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson at 6? And from a no-no to oh no in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Count down the hours until tip-off with us, Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got Jason Timpf Hoops tonight coming up in about 15 minutes. Back to Cavs-Raptors. If you guys missed it, Daryl Ryder did predict a Game 1 loss.
I said I'm worried about a Game 1 loss. I didn't say they're going to lose
That's
Game 1.
not how Keith heard it. That's not how Mac heard it. I heard it. Many people on Twitter heard it. But I get it. I get it.
They're still winning the series in 5.
You threw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball down the plate, and then you were like, oh, I maybe threw that one too hard.
No, they're still winning the series in 5.
So last night,
I'm not going to do the Cavs in 6 that some people are doing right now.
Yeah, you did Cavs in 5 when you think they're going to sweep, though. So that, come on. That had its own little bit of cowardice to it.
No, they should sweep. I just don't think they will. They should.
All right, you're going to drive me crazy today.
Happy Friday.
Not so far. You're going to drive me a little crazy. Well, but they could. If we get into coulds, I could do 5 hours on coulds. They could do anything, much like the Browns in the draft. However, big ups to Parker Messick. That was a lot of fun last night until it wasn't. Although I did hear, I had people texting me from the stadium that they were like barking at people who were walking out of we're talking like the 7th inning. It's a no-hitter going on, and that there were people walking out of the stadium knowing that a no-hitter was going on.
That did happen.
Yep.
I know people that did that.
Mm-hmm. And I got to be honest with you, guys, that's why we go to baseball games. I'm sorry. Listen, I understand it's a social event. I understand that not everybody goes there just specifically for the baseball
or the Guardians.
But when you have a no-hitter going,
you can't walk out.
Well, here's the thing. I've walked out of games before, and it's been because it's been 15-0, right? But if there's a chance at history, it could be hailing, it could be tornadic weather. I could be Dorothy from freaking Oz 3 minutes after the game ends. And if there's history on the line, I'm not leaving that damn game.
No.
And by the way, the people who left right after Leotis Tavares, when the game was still in the balance, shame on you as well.
Now, see, that one
that's more understandable.
Once the no-no gets broken up, then yeah, you're free to go.
More understandable, but still not acceptable.
We paused everything at the mock draft last night so that we could watch it, and the moment it got broken up, we went right back to doing what we were doing.
I'll tell you though, Leotis Tavares, of all the schnooks that have ever schnooked in baseball, like, that guy's going to be DFA'd in like 2 weeks. And but he's the schnook that breaks up the no-hitter?
Yeah, but that's kind of how this goes.
No. Gavin Williams. Gavin. Oh, my God. Who was it? Juan Soto for a home run. Yeah. I can handle Juan Soto takes you deep, and that ends the no-hitter. A weak little blip of a single, which, by the way, was aided by the fact that I don't know why they were lined up in that exact alignment. People were bitching about Juan Brito last night. I was like, guys, he's 8 games into his major league career. He's not choosing where he's aligned.
Yeah, he's doing what he's told. But had he been lined up normally, that is a one hopper to second, throw him out at first, and we're an out closer. Like, I'm not saying he would have gotten it, but that infield alignment. And having him play close to the bag or behind the bag as he did, massive mistake.
Now, when it comes to Juan Brito on I think it was 2 plays later, where Pete Alonso is having an asthma attack rounding first base, and Juan Brito decides to relay to third base when he could have had Pete Alonso out by a half a mile, that one is on Juan Brito. That is, if you can't hear him wheezing rounding first base, Juan, all right? By the way, there's no language gap there. You wheeze in all the same languages, all right?
If you sound like Nick Wilson, rounding first.
Walking up the stairs. Yeah. Then you can go ahead and throw him out at second. I do think, last night reminder, we talked a little bit with Al Powell yesterday. When it comes to Parker Messick, obviously in baseball, when like a guy like Paul Skeens is an ace because he's got dominating stuff, and it's just his margin for error on any given night is so ginormous that him just going out there gives you a significant chance to win. And that is what we think of the Glavins, the Maddoxes, the Randy Johnsons, like the Pedros. We think of like those guys who are just out and out aces, right? And I get that is not what Parker Messick is. And I do think if my conversation on who's the Guardians ace or who will be the Guardians ace is between Gavin Williams and Tanner Bybee, I'm going to go with Gavin Williams 10 times out of 10 because of the stuff. But Parker Messick is the other kind of ace, or the other kind of ace candidate, where his stuff is relatively middle of the road. But the way the guy thinks and the way the guy competes takes you to a different level. Like Corey Kluber had better stuff than Messick, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But Corey, maybe you could argue at points he didn't always have number one stuff, and that could tend to ebb and flow throughout his time here. He always had the mentality of an ace. You can't coach that. You can't elevate that.
That's why they call him Klubot.
And so, like, Messick, to me, with just the entire operation of how he competes, Gavin's going to get the start in a game one. I get that. But, man, does Parker Messick just look like an ace to me when he goes out there, because he just attacks, and he is relentless. And he just does not – if a hitter gets over on him, it's because that's a damn good job hitting. It's not because Parker Messick just kind of left one out there or lost focus for a second.
I'm with you. Bybee, I'm not sold on him as an ace in waiting. Like,
I didn't like him getting the opening day start. I thought Gavin earned that last year.
Yeah. I like Gavin a lot, but Messick really is. I like your analogy of comparing him to Kluber, because, like, there were times where you look at Corey's stuff and even with him winning a couple of Cy Young awards, you're sitting there saying this, and they got away from him like just in time, right when he was hitting.
Yeah, when the fastball was consistently dipping from like 96 to like 94.
Yeah,
which was huge for him in terms of what he could do. But again, he was still pitching at a high level because of that mentality.
Right, and I think Messick has some of that in him, and he's been a lot of fun to watch early on. And I love what he said after the game. Came up about, hey, haven't had no hitter here since Len Barker. He goes, sorry guys, tried my best. I'll get him next time. I just love that mentality. A little humor in the moment, understanding the gravity of it, and also too, I'm not going to get caught up in the we haven't had a no hitter since Len Barker in '81 thing. Like, I'm just going to appreciate the game he threw last night. How phenomenally fun it was to watch in between the picks that were being made in the mock draft. I kept looking up to the TV and checking it out. And I'm just going to accept that for a great night at the ballpark and be very, very thankful that it didn't get ruined in the end, because I got really nervous in that ninth inning.
Yeah, it's funny. I made the comment on social media yesterday that I'm really getting sick of Cade Smith's Joe Borowski impression, and people are like, oh, it's more like Bob Wickman. It's like, guys, Bob Wickman was elite before the shoulder injury.
Correct.
Like, yeah, late stage Bob Wickman was not, it was close to Joe Borowski, but people forget, first 3 years Bob Wickman was here, he was unhittable.
Yes, he
and
was
Joe
elite.
Borowski was always hittable. And right now, Cade Smith is very hittable, and I'm a little, I get it, being patient. But as good as I feel about the bulldog that is Parker Messick, I'm starting to feel the opposite about Cade Smith.
And I'm not sure what options right now they have.
As a guy in AAA, Daniel Espino.
I almost feel like maybe the 8th inning is for Cade and the 9th just isn't. And you see that in some guys where they are they're the 8th inning setup man for the closer. And the more I'm watching Cade Smith, the more I'm thinking, yeah, he's an 8th inning guy. He is not the 9th inning.
If you needed to start a playoff series today, how are you going about these three pitchers? Parker Messick, Gavin Williams, and Tanner Bybee. I would personally go Messick and then Williams and then Bybee. I think the Guardians would go probably Williams, Bybee, and then Messick. I think you got to let the Bulldog go out there because he sets a tone, and it is palpable when he is on the mound. Jack Armstrong joined us earlier in the show. Well, now Jason Timp, Hoops tonight. Get you ready for Cavs-Raptors in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Monday morning, 5 o'clock, we'll talk Cavs-Raptors Game 1 and Game 2 heading into the battle as they take on those cranky dinosaurs. Guardians and Orioles as well, NBA playoffs, all kinds of stuff. We start an hour earlier, 5 a.m.
So wake up and get out of bed and give this legend the respect he deserves with the Fan Warm-Up Show, Monday morning at 5 on The Fan.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Your boy took a pounding. Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder back on Afternoon Drive. We got the lead coming up in just about 1 hour's time. And if you're just joining us right now, you can take the Fan wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn radio apps. We are less than 24 hours away in tip-off between the Cavs and Raptors series. We've got that to react to, of course. Plenty of big NBA storylines going on as well. And to talk all things Cavs, Raptors, and NBA, we head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him, you love him. Big name, Jason Timpf, Hoops Tonight, as I butcher that. Jason, we almost landed the perfect play on a very nice intro for you. But nonetheless, we appreciate you joining us.
Hey, guys, it's been a long week. I feel like my brain's fried, too, so we're going to just let it slide. I'm excited to talk about this series.
All right, so I have a theory that I have espoused many times, and I can use to attack my co-host for the day here. I think when people look at this series and say Cavs in 5, it's because they don't have the stones to say what they really think, which is Cavs in 4. Is that a fair take when people predict this lopsided of a series odds-wise as a 5-game gentleman sweep instead of a real sweep?
To me, the sweep is generally a sign of like a very dramatic mismatch. I think more often than not, we see these kinds of series, even when there is a clear better team, tend to drag to 6. So to me, when I pick Cavs in 5, it's actually more of a statement about how I feel like the Cavs are a clear favorite. I just think in general, it's just maybe Houston, Lakers, maybe an OKC first-round series. It's going to be there's a lot of good teams this year. Sweeps are hard to come by.
I still think my co-host is a coward. With love.
The Cavs lost in 5 last year to the Pacers. That was a general. They lost the year before in 5 to the Celtics.
Yeah, but they've won in other increments. They've lost in other increments. You're stuck on 5. That's all.
I think Toronto's going to win 1 game. That's all.
All right. So when it comes down to what's the difference from a quick Cavs win in this to a prolonged series for the Cavaliers, or maybe even a Raptors win?
So I think Toronto will have their advantages when they're on the defensive end of the floor, just in the sense that they're a big athletic team that rotates well, that has been committed to the defensive end all year long. They have some big physical perimeter defenders, guys like RJ Barrett and Jacoby Walter, who will make things difficult. Scotty Barnes is one of the top 4 or 5 defensive players I've watched all season. So they're going to have some advantages there. The reason why I had a really hard time talking myself into even really an upset shot for the Raptors has more to do with the other end of the floor. Just the Cavs all year long have been a much better defense when they've had Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley on the floor. And when they have those two guys, they can kind of stack in defensive actions and ball screens. What I mean by that is, like, if any of them has to show anywhere on the perimeter, the other is behind them. And so you kind of have to have some way of spacing them out in order to have some sort of sustained offensive success. And Toronto's just really not set up for that. Between Scotty Barnes and Jakob Poeltl, obviously they can go with Sandro Mamukelashvili, and they had some success with Sandro against the 2 big looks back on November 13th. But that comes with the added problem on the other end of the floor because Sandro's not a good defensive player. So it's just like a really bad conundrum for Toronto to solve. And when I went back to the November 13th game, which is the only time Jarrett Allen played, the Raptors won that game, but the buckets that they were getting against that 2 big lineup were almost entirely from the mid-range. They were almost entirely tough Scotty Barnes turnaround fadeaways, Brandon Ingram in the mid-range, floaters, hooks from guys like Jakob Poeltl. And they happened to make them in that game. That's the crazy thing. But it's just a very difficult thing to sustain. And the only real way they're going to be able to have any sort of sustained success is through like getting out in transition, somehow forcing cross matches so that Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen are guarding perimeter players and pulled away from the rim. And those are just kind of like pocket possessions here or there that'll take place, but are very difficult to amass a large sample size. So what it really comes down to is, like, can Toronto effectively score in that mid-range at a higher clip than a Cavs team that's going to generate higher quality three-point shots for better shooters, and those just tend to be higher percentage large sample plays anyway. So that's where I keep thinking Toronto draws dead. But, like, they're going to have a game where they hit a bunch of mid-range shots and their defense plays well, and that's where they end up pushing things to 5.
With it being a conference finals or bust mission for the Cavaliers, what's better for them, a challenging contested series with the Raptors or a repeat of what they did last year in round one, and that's just a complete dismantling and sweep of them?
I think they could stand. I honestly think this is the perfect first-round opponent for them, in the sense that they're not like Detroit, where they can really physically maul you, but they are a big physical athletic team that will be like a good kind of like appetizer playoff basketball, for lack of a better way of putting it. And, you know, any sort of Cavs fan will always cling back to that simple number from this season that Jarrett Allen, Evan Mobley, James Harden, and Donovan Mitchell basically played about 200 possessions this entire season together, which is, you know, less than 2 games worth with how the pace of the game is now. And they crushed in those minutes. They looked great, but we didn't get to see a ton of it. So in a lot of ways, like, having a good physical defense for them to kind of just get accustomed to scoring against, I think will be a good appetizer for them. I did the same thing about San Antonio for Portland, for example, like another kind of big, switchy, athletic team that's probably a little bigger and more athletic on the perimeter than San Antonio. It's like a perfect little appetizer for San Antonio as they get adjusted to playoff basketball. That's kind of how I feel like it is for Cleveland. But ultimately, we all know with this Cavs team, even though they've played well against Detroit this season, we all know that their biggest weakness is that they're not the most physically imposing team. And so it will prepare them, but ultimately Detroit is going to be a completely different battle.
Jason, it's interesting. Obviously, Donovan's got another contract decision to make here. The Cavs, you know, their hopes to kind of keep him interested and trying to win here. We're trading Darius Garland for James Harden. This does feel like a pivotal playoffs, though. And today we got the report from The Athletic that the Cavs could look to trade Donovan this summer if he doesn't sign an extension this summer. For you, what's the sweet spot of expectations where the Cavs can keep Donovan, where the Cavs can keep forward momentum and keep people interested in coming here to play with him to try and give him the best chance to win a championship?
You know, I think as you mentioned at the start of this segment, it's conference finals or bust. I think if you lose to Detroit, that's going to be really difficult to explain away, for lack of a better way of putting it. But as far as Donovan goes, I think a lot of it has to do with how well he plays too. Like, if he plays great, and it's not, it seems to be more of a roster construction issue, that's where it gets complicated, because obviously for Donovan, if he feels like he's being held back, which I think would be absurd, I feel like the Cavs, personally, my take on it is the Cavs have gone above and beyond to try to set Donovan up for success here. I think there's been some misfortune with injuries. And I mean, even with the Harden-Garland situation, I mean, we all saw Darius Garland in that Warriors game just get relentlessly picked on and physically overwhelmed, and to the point where it was a problem for them down the stretch of that game, even though we all love Darius and we're such big believers in what his offensive upside is. And so you have this player who's a more physically imposing one-on-one defender who hopefully will be more focused on the game plan when we get into the postseason. He was a little brutal post All-Star break, but I think Harden just presents a higher floor, as crazy as that sounds in the postseason, a higher floor player than Darius Garland. And then obviously with a healthy Evan Mobley this year, Jarrett Allen playing some of the best basketball of his career, there's kind of no excuses. And I would even take that a step further. Like, I thought the front office absolutely nailed the Jalen Tyson pick. I absolutely love him. I think that between him and Sam Merrill and Max Strus, like, you've got some more resilient spot-up shooters in this situation. It's kind of like an excuse-free zone. So in many ways, Donovan's got to put up in this case. The team has been there and done what they've needed to do. So you could argue if it doesn't work out, it'd be more in Cleveland's best interest to trade him, because now it's just about accepting reality and the self-awareness of realizing that you're not on the same level of teams like Boston and Detroit.
if they do get to that point this offseason, what teams do you think would make sense for Donovan?
I've been thinking a lot about this. So obviously you've got the ability to kind of turn him into draft compensation. So you could try to target teams that, give you some sort of middle ground where you get competitiveness in the short term, but maybe some draft compensation. Like what if you did call up the Lakers and you go, hey, I hear you're trying to sign Austin Reeves. Why don't we take Austin Reeves and a couple of picks so that we get a couple of valuable draft picks to continue to build, but we also get this dynamic pick and roll player to put alongside Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. I think that Miami is another team that you could look at. The tricky thing there is are you going to be interested in taking back someone like a Tyler Herro? I would personally think that Austin Reeves is better than Tyler Herro, but it'd be a similar type of deal where you could maybe get Tyler and get some draft compensation so that you have some sustainability in the short term, but also some sort of draft compensation to build around in the long term. Donovan's kind of tricky. He's in that he's not quite in the Jimmy Butler, you have to be desperate phase, but he's in that he's starting to get to that point where he becomes a riskier acquisition than going after, 26-year-old Luka Doncic, if that makes sense. And that starts to put you into some of the more desperate's not the right word, but into the more win now type of situations where people would be willing to trade for him.
James Harden's expected to opt out of that player option. There's been reports the Cavaliers would then go ahead and probably sign him to a 2-year contract, giving him more money. If this goes where Donovan does get moved, what should the impact be with Harden? Should the Cavaliers just cut bait and not bring him back?
The thing with James Harden is he's just weirdly one of the most reliable regular season players in the league. So just look at Cleveland or the Clippers. When the Clippers signed him to that deal, there were a lot of people that were concerned about that payday at that point, and then it turned out he was a positive asset in a negotiation with Darius Garland. And so because he's always available, he always plays. He gives you a certain offensive floor. I've argued he's one of the better middle tier offensive engines in the league. So I don't think there's a version of James Harden in terms of a new deal that puts the Cavs in a spot where he's some sort of dramatic negative asset. So at that point, you just bring him back at some sort of compromise number, like you said, maybe a little higher than where he's at right now. But with the way that the cap is going up, and with the premium put on his specific skill set, I don't think there's any universe where you're trying to attach compensation to him to get rid of him. So I think you bring him back no matter what.
Jason, great stuff, my guy. We had a million more things we could ask you, but you've been very generous with your time. We appreciate you, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you down the road in the NBA playoffs.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to next time.
Jason Timp there. Hoops Tonight on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. If you haven't checked out Hoops Tonight, Jason is really fantastic. Not just from the ball knower side of things, but knowing the league as well. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about quick series versus more time for the Cavaliers to find themselves in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if you can't do that, get it right.
Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder here. We get the lead coming up in about 40 minutes. But you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Garman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Afternoon Drive here from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand. The 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat is well represented today. You can always hop in there. We got Chaser. We got Cornlito, we got Devin, we got Barks from Dog Pound. All the names are there. You can be there as well.
To me, the sweep is generally a sign of like a very dramatic mismatch. I think more often than not, we see these kinds of series, even when there is a clear better team, tend to drag to 6. So to me, when I pick Cavs in 5, it's actually more of a statement about how I feel like the Cavs are a clear favorite. I just think in general, it's just maybe Houston, Lakers, maybe an OKC first round series. It's going to be, there's a lot of good teams this year. Sweeps are hard to come by.
So I am on team style points don't matter, right? You're still in the point where you're trying to figure out, what is our identity offensively and defensively. You're still trying to get healthy. You haven't played a lot of basketball together. So I am throwing this up and saying, in the end, the most important thing here is that you survive in advance, and that's, the way it goes is the way it's going to go because you still have some baking to do for this team. So that said, a quick series is better for the Cavs than maybe a little bit of a prolonged series where you can kind of, quote, figure yourselves out more in real time.
Oh, I thought you were just going to say sweep or bust.
No.
Right? You're saying there's going to sweep it. You're calling me a coward because I think they're going to lose one game.
No, I'm calling you a coward because you said they were going to lose one game, and you said I think it's going to be tomorrow.
That's not a prediction. That's a thought.
You're being a thought right now. I'll tell you right now. The semantics battle is that everyone can hear it. I don't need to adjudicate it. They hear what you're doing. I'm not entertaining this anymore. You're clearly predicting a loss tomorrow, and that's okay. But no, I mean, I understand. I do understand the logic behind a 6-game series gives every ounce that you have, every minute that you have on the court together before a hypothetical Eastern Conference Finals matchup against Boston is going to be one extra minute that you have together. And you have scant few moments together on the court because of injuries and when this team was composed or recomposed at the deadline. I get that. Nope, you need health. And the longer a series goes on, especially with Jared Allen's dodgy knee, especially with Max Strus just kind of coming back from his injury, injuries have been a big part of why this hasn't worked. The longer the series goes, the more you're going to need from Donovan, the more likely it is he gets run down early in the playoffs. Not only do I think it should be a quick series, I'm praying for a quick series so that, let's say your second round matchup against Detroit, I hope that goes 7 games. Give them as much time on the court as possible and you as little so you can do your tuning up in practice and just get healthy.
The good news is going into the series, the Cavaliers are relatively healthy. The injury report doesn't have any names on it. And that is probably, it is the first time this season that's been the case.
That's if you believe them, by the way.
Well,
with love and respect to the Cavaliers, Jarrett still admits that he's dealing with tendonitis.
Right.
Strus is kind of talked about maybe being closer to 90% than 100%, as a
But
rebuttal.
they're not filing anything with the league office.
That's true. What a win.
No. Well, for them it is, because the paperwork regarding injuries to the league office this year has been
chopped down a couple trees.
It's been fast and furious. So this is okay. How about meet me halfway? This is the healthiest they've been in months.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
They're going into this series the healthiest and most complete as a team in months. And the working on thing, like, and I know that Kenny Atkinson has talked about this because the core group just has not had a lot of time on the floor together. I'm not all that concerned about that. I think they're gonna be fine. You're not dealing with a bunch of rookies here. James Harden's been in the league, it feels like, since the 90s. I'm being a little facetious, but he's a 17-year veteran, okay?
I think time on the court does matter.
No, I understand it does, but
I think
I'm
it matters
not worried
more,
about it.
But I am. Because I think it matters more to you than it does a team that has played together longer. And I know Evan and Donovan have been here. I know Jarrett's been, but the point is, you have a new point guard. So the guy that's running the show in James Harden, and even beyond that, the guys who I think are the guys to unlock your perimeter defense, Keon Ellis, and Tyson's a little different because he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Those are all still new to this formula, and I think that's why time not on the court together matters more maybe to the Cavs than any other team.
The sample size that we've seen with Harden, the way he's gotten Jarrett Allen involved, to me is a positive. And I will admit that in years past, I've discounted Jarrett Allen's value to the Cavaliers when it comes to trying to compete for and play for an NBA championship. I argue it's not a big man's game anymore. It's a perimeter game, but you've seen James Harden unlock Jarrett a little bit and really get him involved. Same thing with Evan Mobley. I would argue those two guys, Allen and Mobley, are going to be the keys. I know we talked about earlier, you're like, hey, I need that monster game from Donovan at least once in the series. I need one from, James Harden. I think having Mobley and Allen and getting those guys going, and not just getting them going, but getting them playing consistently throughout the series, I think that is extremely important when you're talking about the floor time and getting everyone on the same page and all those things. I think those two guys are the key. I really do.
I think to this series, do I think Jakob Poeltl should be able to bottle up Jarrett Allen or Evan Mobley? I don't.
No.
I also think the Evan Mobley consistency thing has been consistently overrated because he and Jarrett have consistently been really good defensively in the playoffs. And I get that Evan's not every night he's not putting 25 up on the board. There are going to be nights where that's not going to happen. Whether that's matchup based or whether it's just, oh no, Donovan's got the ball in his hand and it's Donovan and James Harden jousting for who's got the ball. I continue like this. It almost feels like Evan's in a no-win situation with Cavs fans or with a certain segment of Cavs fans.
Right.
Where it's like, if he goes in Toronto and he just, let's say, again, this is a big matchup for him because he's got the advantage here. And let's say he puts up 20 a night. Every single game, 20 a night. And they go up against Detroit, and that's going to be a different matchup. And let's say he has 1 6-point game.
People will lose their minds.
It's confirmation bias. And so, and by the way, we completely negate the defensive impact of Evan and Jarrett. And so there's, we're in this weird spot where because it's an offensive league, Donovan gets all the credit. And then when Donovan isn't playing good defense in the playoffs because it's not where he's going to shine in this kind of in the postseason, he completely doesn't get any of the blame on that because, well, he put up 28 points or whatever. And then when it comes to Evan, the guy can have 10 great games averaging 18 points a game. And if he has 1 6-point game, well, perceptionally, the guy's a scrub.
Right.
And I do think that if this thing doesn't go the way we want it to, and I think it will, by the way, I think they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And then to me, it's about proving you belong in the Eastern Conference Finals, which doesn't mean winning. It means really hanging in there with Boston. But that's where I think this is going. Don't know for certain, but I think it's going there. But if it goes short of that, I think Jason was 100% right. There is a perception shift coming for the Cavaliers that I think Cavs fans have to get ready for. Everyone's trying to push Evan Mobley out. We're trying to find the next fall guy, right? It's got to be Evan or it's got to be Jarrett. Guys, there's a real conversation this summer with Donovan hitting 30 of, all right, you've tried this model for 4 years. You even tweaked it this year by bringing in a different player who as imperfect as he is in the postseason, has had big postseason games in his career. Now what? And I think everyone's ready to have the Evan conversation. Everyone's ready to have the Jarrett conversation or the Strus conversation or literally anybody but Donovan. And it's just so painfully obvious the Cavs have to have the Donovan conversation this summer if you don't get out of the second round again.
That's the elephant in the room.
Do you say element in the room or elephant?
Elephant.
Okay. I heard element, but
or element.
It could be both of those.
It very well could be.
Elephants are made of elements.
We all are.
That's my new kid's book.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm the elephant.
Oh, you could gift that to the morning show if things don't go the way we expect them to.
I have a plan. For that. If you guys missed the great unboxing earlier in the show, well done by Lima. Again, well done. Lima's accused me of selling out my Cavs fans' roots simply because I didn't say rah-rah at every move they made or think that everything they did is going to work out. That's fine. That's very good. Very well done, Lima. Just you wait. If the Cavs don't get to the Eastern Conference Finals, Lima's going to be getting his own box back.
They've done everything they can around Donovan. And, I don't know what else Kobe Altman could have done in, let's say, the last 3 years to put pieces around Donovan to help him shed the 2 and out, right?
I do. You could have traded Darius earlier. You could have traded Jarrett earlier. Now, again, we're talking about hypothetical deals. We don't know what was out there. But part of where Kobe failed with this thing,
he waited too long.
There's a lot of success that Kobe had. So it's not all failure. That's all I'm trying to say. But part of the reason this thing never pivoted was because Kobe never pivoted.
He was dug in on the core 4.
Until Darius Garland's value was so low that the best you could do was James Harden at 37, who was going to need paid after this.
Right. But I think that the problem with Darius was he was always hurt. And through no fault of his own, that just was the reality. He wasn't available when they needed him to be available. And when he wasn't anywhere near 100%. And I think that was validated by his comments after the Clippers lost the play-in. Whereas I played on 9 toes this year. I'm nowhere near 100%, and now I got to spend the whole offseason rehabbing and getting myself ready. So I'll hear you on the hitting the eject button a little late on him. But also, too, I think we overestimated his value as well. Because when we were talking about trading Darius a couple of years ago, we were expecting the sun, moon, and the stars.
I think we were expecting a two-way wing that can shoot the 3. I don't think that's the sun and the moon and the stars. 2 years ago. Yeah. Honestly, 3 years ago. Even after the first time when you got punked by the Knicks, I know we were all waiting around to make JB the fall guy. You show a little sense of urgency, maybe things go a little different.
Yeah. And JB's done pretty good in Detroit right now.
We'll see. That's still a fraudulent-ass basketball team.
You think so?
Yes. Yeah, it's Cade Cunningham. Who's going to score? You get a big Karis LeVert night, game 3 of this second-round matchup. Oh. You lose to Detroit. I'll tell you, I'm going to rage hell like you've never seen before.
Yeah.
You have no business losing to that group of slap asses. Oh, Jaron Duran, he's a good basketball player. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many the Cavs should have kept JB Bickerstaff calls do you think you'd get?
Oh, how many games into the season? They lose game 1, and it'll be chocked full of calls, and those people will still be dead-ass wrong. Yes. 216-474-0092. A quick series against Toronto or more time to figure themselves out. What plays better in the Cavs' favor in the long run? I say less time on the court, more time to stay healthy. That's what the Cavs need. Dispatch Toronto as quickly as you can, and my Saturday dilemma with the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Make plans to join the most knowledgeable lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Lead coming up in 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder back with you. More on the Cavs in just a second here. But as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows and The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I do have a Saturday dilemma there, Daryl.
Uh-oh.
So
I get nervous anytime you say you have a dilemma.
Why is that?
I don't know. I know what it's like to have dilemmas, and most of them are not fun.
That's true. Many people do not like dilemmas, and that's I among them. Who amongst us does love a good dilemma, though? So obviously tomorrow, Game 1, Cavs-Raptors.
Yep.
This is a non-negotiable for me. We do have an understanding that when it comes to playoff basketball or Brown Sunday, playoff Guardians, like I've learned to be a lot more amenable to family, get-togethers, or I'll just have it on in the background, that kind of thing. For most things in life, playoff basketball is, to me, a non-negotiable. But
that's fair.
My sister-in-law, not a Cavs fan, not a basketball fan, has decided to schedule my niece's 14th birthday party at 1 p.m.
Oh.
And I'm in a sticky wicket here because, one, I love my niecey, and I am very lucky to have awesome nieces and nephews across the board. No turds. We got a great no turd situation going on in the family, and so I want to be there. But one, I need a guarantee that the Cavs game is going to be on a TV, and two, here's the other thing: kind of need to be left alone. Like, you know what I mean? Like if somebody every 5 minutes is, hey, what's going on here? It's like, well, you could sit down and watch. I can't recap it for you. I'm trying to make notes for Monday's show, which is going to be half of reaction to Game 1.
Yeah, but Uncle Nick, this is what you do for a living, is recap it.
Oh, see, I will tell you, if kids do it, I'm such a softie, especially for my nieces and nephews, but I'm such a softie for kids. It's when adults do it.
Oh, yeah.
There have been a few Brown Sundays where people put things on Brown Sundays where I'm watching the game, and then they think it's very funny to poke at me as the Browns are losing and it takes a lot of strength. I just keep reminding myself how much I love my wife and children and how much I'm trying to be a good teammate here. So really what it comes down to is I know I can get the guarantee that the Cavs-Raptors game will be on there.
But you're not getting any peace and quiet to just sit down and watch it for 4 quarters.
This is exactly where my dilemma is.
Can you, let's see, it's on, I'm trying to remember, it's Prime, right? It's on Prime?
Yes.
There's so many streaming services now, you can't keep track where the games are. I had to catch myself there.
You're about to go Old Man River on us.
You
want to say back in my day? You can if it'll make you feel better.
I do miss being able just to turn on TNT and knowing that's where the Cavaliers are playing.
Would you like us to get off your lawn? Because we might.
I would like these leagues and all their streaming options to get off my lawn. It's called cable. Okay? That's what it's called. It's called cable.
All right, Old Man River, get back to the task.
Anyway, so can you just, I don't know, stream it on your phone?
Yeah, that's not good watching. That's just not.
The problem is you need to be isolated for at least 3 hours, because it's going to be 3 hours. It's all the commercials and all that nonsense for the game. It's not your usual 2:30.
He's got another one rolling up here. The games used to be shorter.
Well, commercial breaks used to be shorter, and then they're paying all this money, so they got to get their money back somehow.
Damn networks.
Usually I'm a pretty solutions-oriented type of person. I think you're just up the creek without a paddle here, pal.
That's all right.
If you're going to be there for your niece, I think you got to be there for your niece. And and do what you got to do, because you're not getting 2.5 to 3 hours alone tomorrow.
I was just informed, by the way, that there are eager ears listening to this right now. So now I really have to talk in cryptic tones, and certainly don't have to say what I really think or what I really feel, because ears are listening that might make this more of a conversation tomorrow or tonight than I care for it to be. Mac, what do you have there, buddy?
I was going to say, too, if it starts at 1, do you get there maybe a little bit early in order to try to stake claim to a room potentially with the TV?
See, that's going to be the thing that will get me in Dutch in real time, though. If I'm in another room, then there will be the accusation of you're not being a member of the party. So, there is an element of this. The real dilemma is I don't think there's a chance in hell I'm getting out of this. I think the chance is I either go and take the hit. I either don't go and take the hit, or I go and then I take a different hit because I'm going to be paying attention to Cavs playoff basketball a lot more than I am of she's opening a gift. She's 14. She's opening a lot of gifts. I've seen the other gifts. I can miss this one.
Mac's on to something. Can you go earlier? I know the party starts at 1, but could you maybe get there at noon or 12:30 so you get all your greetings out? You can give your niece her birthday gift or gifts. She can open them, and then 1 o'clock, or actually more like 1:05, 1:10, you find a couch and a TV and you watch the game.
Vanessa's family and my family are far different when it comes to showing up early. Now, in fairness, my mom shows up 2 hours early to everything we do. So Vanessa rightfully is a little gun shy about showing up early to things because she's still getting dressed or she's in the shower and mom is already there. But in fairness, that's exactly how early I will get to everything. I mean, I show up at 11:30 most days and the show doesn't go on air until 2. But I don't know that that's an option because I actually think with Vanessa's family, showing up 5 minutes late is preferred to showing up 5 minutes early.
I see. I'm always the one running late. I'm the person I'll be there in 10 minutes, which usually ends up being I'm there in 20. I'm not proud of it. It's just the way my life tends to work out.
See, but my thought is that if you get your pleasantries out the way, you go ahead, give your gifts, everything like that. Uncle Nick at least shows, even if it's like you said, if everybody else is showing up 5 minutes late, all right, fine, you get there right at 1. Maybe a little bit before 1.
You must open this gift now.
You don't have to open it. Just, hey, you at least saw that I gave it to you. And then you can go ahead and before anybody else tries to claim one of the rooms or whatever, doesn't even have to be the main one. Maybe if there's a secondary room with a TV, you can go ahead and take that for yourself.
Happy birthday. Time for Uncle Nick to go watch some basketball.
I think the lesser the room, the weirder it is that I claim it. If I just claim a spot on the big couch and the Cavs and Raptors are on, I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to stick out as much of a sore thumb as if I'm in their bedroom watching on their personal TV. Now, the funniest part of this is, so it's a 1 p.m. party tomorrow, and Ness and I were talking about it, and she was like, "Hey, just as a reminder, they're not serving lunch." And so we have to we have to kind of eat beforehand. And of all the people,
wait a minute, time out here. Wait a minute.
Time called.
They're not serving lunch?
No. Nope, they're serving cake.
Okay, that's outrageous.
This is exactly the reaction that my 12-year-old had. Mind you, the fat man, not outraged. My wife, not outraged. Isabella wanted them brought up on war crimes because they weren't serving lunch when they scheduled a 1 p.m. birthday party. And I love that my 12-year-old has more opinions on birthday parties and how they should be run than I do.
I'm Team Isabella here.
You gotta understand, she wouldn't shut up about it for half an hour. It was every time we'd be talking about what's on TV, and she'd be like, "But seriously, I mean, it's lunch.
I hope you get home.
That's what you do at 1."
You know what? I hope you get home tonight and she brings it up again.
She is your mini-me, so I'm not really surprised by that at all.
Yeah. Oh, you mean she doesn't know when to drop a bit? No. Am I okay to skip if the Cavs aren't on TV? How do I handle this Saturday birthday party dilemma? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
time-honored tradition, but does it matter that much to you anymore as a Buckeye fan?
And Deion Sanders had Colorado back, but are they going in the wrong direction? What has happened to the once proud Buffaloes?
It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com
and the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder here. A feel-good Friday, an F-off Friday, a Cavs playoff basketball soon-to-be Friday. We're going to have our guy, Jake Murrin, give us some basically he's going to set us up in about 40 minutes here. Who's going to be behind the pick? As the big question is, does Todd Monken make the selection? Does Andrew Barry? Can we get Paul DePodesta back from Colorado? And what each pick might tell us. That's coming up in about 40 minutes here. But start off with Jason Timpf of Hoops Tonight. Joined us last hour. We asked him about the Athletics report on the Cavs' interest in trading Donovan if he declines to sign an extension this offseason.
I think a lot of it has to do with how well he plays, too. Like, if he plays great and it's not, it seems to be more of a roster construction issue, that's where it gets complicated because obviously for Donovan, if he feels like he's being held back, which I think would be absurd, I feel like the Cavs, personally my take on it is the Cavs have gone above and beyond to try to set Donovan up for success here. There's kind of no excuses. In many ways, Donovan's got to put up in this case. The team has been there and done what they've needed to do. So you could argue if it doesn't work out, it'd be more in Cleveland's best interest to trade him because now it's just about accepting reality and the self-awareness of realizing that you're not on the same level of teams like Boston and Detroit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's at some point you just have to look yourself in the mirror and be honest about the situation. And, you know, I don't know what else the Cavaliers can do to help Donovan Mitchell get over that second-round barrier. Now, you had said earlier, and I do agree with you. It because I had argued that Kobe Altman needed to get off the core four at some point. He at some point needed to realize this core four was not winning an NBA championship. This is pre-Harden trade, and he finally did it this year. But if they aren't able to achieve the goal of getting to the conference finals, there's going to be some very uncomfortable and some very difficult conversations they're going to have. Not just about the supporting cast around Donovan, but whether or not Donovan should be the centerpiece going forward.
So I think we all got put at an interesting angle here when the reports came out that Donovan was really wanting to win and that Donovan was willing to break up the core four to win. And I think people got a little uncomfortable. It started to feel like that feeling that we would get when, like, LeBron would start to put the pressure on the Cavs organization. So I understand that right now we want to preserve, we want to keep Donovan here conversation, and that's where we should be. Donovan is one of the top 5 Cavaliers ever. The last 4 years have been incredibly fun. He has fulfilled so much of what you wanted him to be, championships notwithstanding, Eastern Conference Finals notwithstanding. That said, that's how we feel today. And this postseason, Donovan has as much to prove to the Cavs as the Cavs do to Donovan. The common denominator in second-round exits is Donovan Mitchell. It happened in Utah. It happened in Cleveland. So the Cavs will have to ask themselves, if you get bounced out before the Eastern Conference Finals, or if you got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals and you're healthy, you are going to have to ask yourself, is this just the ceiling with Donovan, and is it maybe time to pivot to an Evan Mobley-based model if we can still get a whole host of things to pair with Evan Mobley going forward? We're not there yet, but, don't get broadsided if this thing goes wrong, because that is the way this thing could go this offseason.
And also, too, if they pivot away from Mobley, we've had the conversation about Giannis this summer. Well, Giannis comes with his own set of challenges. He's over 30, and he gets hurt a lot now. So, I mean, again, these are the difficult conversations that organization's going to have to make. Toronto Raptors sportscaster and analyst Jack Armstrong joined us today at 3. Said the Raptors playing with house money coming into these playoffs.
Mitchell is a great scorer, back end of the shot clock. Mobley and Allen are amazingly capable scorers. Mobley's a phenomenal defensive player. Allen brings great size. He's not 100%, I understand that, but these guys are really, again, been part of this thing for a few years now. There's a lot of expectation here to do it, but I think for the Raptors, they're going to have to win the 3-ball battle, turnover margin, things like that. And look, they again, just from a confidence perspective, just staying close. I think the pressure is all on the Cavs. So if you can make these games interesting, close down the stretch, I think all that pressure shifts to Cleveland, and you're playing with house money if you're Toronto.
Little Cavs news to pass along here. Danny Cunningham sending this out in the last 5 minutes. Thomas Bryant, Cavs big, is listed as out for Game 1 against Toronto. Everyone else is available, so that's the latest injury news there. There's, honestly, right now, all the pressure's on the Cavs. The only time in which the pressure will get on Toronto is if they take a multi-game lead on the Cavaliers, which I don't see happening. So, I said earlier that this is the Cavs versus the Cavs. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, this is, hey, are you built for the pressure of this? Hey, are you guys ready to answer the call? I think they are. But the beautiful thing about the NBA playoffs is things turn into what we know very, very quick in the NBA.
Well, here's how you know this series should be very positive for the Cavaliers. When the opposing teams broadcasters the Raptors, they're playing with house money. I mean, how many times have we done this over the years, Nick? Whether it's the Guardians, some respects the Browns, very few times with the Browns, but they're playing with house money. However this series ends up, they're playing with house money. Now that's what's about to happen to you. Yeah. That's what that is.
Browns analyst Nathan Zegura joined the Morning Boys earlier today, and he revealed what his ideal first round looks like for the Browns.
If you said Carnell Tate Blake Miller to me after day one, I'd be thrilled to be a local kid. All of that tough, long arms, fits the position, fits, I think, everything that you'd be looking for there. Now, Lance Zierlein thinks, Kenny, if the Browns want Blake Miller, they've got to get ahead of Philadelphia. He'd be absolutely shocked from what he's heard if he gets past Philadelphia, which I believe is 23 right in front of us. But he said that the Steelers would absolutely be willing to move out of 21. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, I don't think that the Pittsburgh Steelers will be doing the Cleveland Browns any favors at number 21 to help them put together the rest of their offensive line. Look, my focus is still wide receiver, impact playmaker on offensively, and then fill in the fifth spot on your offensive line. However that combination plays itself out, fine. I still think there's maneuvering, wheeling and dealing that's going to happen. I don't think that the Browns will pick at 6 and 24. I think something's going to happen to change those picks, but prepare for anything. I after listening to Andrew Berry yesterday, Nick, I am convinced to just expect the unexpected. I'm sitting here thinking this, right? Because it's logical. It makes sense. Those are the holes and the needs that need filled, which tells me, to Andrew's point, last year they ended up taking a 3-technique defensive tackle, and they took a linebacker with 2 of their top 3 picks in that draft class. Nobody had him doing that. I think a left turn is coming.
I think there's a lot of ideal first-rounders, but specific to what Nathan was saying, if we're talking wide receiver O-line, Tate and Tyson, one of those two guys, whether that's at 6 or 12, if you do get a trade down. And then at 24, I'm hoping Lomu, Miller, or Ihanachor is there. And if one of those 3 guys is there, and that's your first round, especially if you're able to get a future pick, from Dallas in a trade down, that is an incredible first round. By the way, don't discount Caleb Downs, David Bailey, Ruben Bane. Those guys are also, if they're there and that's the Browns pick, that would be a very good pick as well.
Mike Rener of CBS Sports is on with Baskin and Phelps today. He explained why he has the Browns picking Kaden Proctor 6 overall.
I think he's the best offensive lineman in the draft. That's why. Okay. And I think someone will, at the end of the day, agree with me. Not a lot of people do, it seems like, in the media. But his ceiling, to me, is the highest because of his physical tools, because of what he brings to the table at 6'7", 350. 6'7". That you just don't get often in the NFL. And to me, when you watch his tape, by the end of last season, he was the best tackle in this draft class. He's the youngest tackle in this draft class, and he's 3 years of starting experience, he's only gotten better every single year. So with rare physical ability, with obvious improvement on tape, with obvious room for improvement, which is just getting his weight down to a more manageable. I just think this guy could be special, and you don't necessarily need him right away if you're the Cleveland Browns. You can wait a year or two to get him.
Yeah, I think if you're taking a player with the 6th pick, he better be able to play right away, and he better be a home run. The two things with Proctor are, his weight and his motivation. And those are just non-negotiables for me on offensive line with top 10 picks. The Jed Will stuff is fair. Caden has everything you need physically to be a really strong tackle, even if it's just a right tackle in the NFL. That's a big if when we're talking about motivation and weight issues.
I can't. I'm with you 100%. I don't have time for guys that I need to give a swift kick in the pants to show up and give 110%.
Not at 10.
Not. I'll be honest with you, Nick. It's not just not at 10. Not in the top half of the draft. We're talking about a 7th round pick here, fine. That's why he's a 7th round pick.
Call that an Armani Bryant.
But not in the top half of your draft. Absolutely not. And Todd Monken's on the record saying, hey, I need guys that want to and love to play the sport of football.
Parker Messick had a no-hitter broken up last night by a pair of singles in the 9th inning. Guardians manager Stephen Vogt broke down Messick's near-historic outing.
He pushes the tempo. He dictates how quick that game's going to go. Attacks the strike zone, works quick. We talk about it, feel like every 5 days. That was very special what we got to watch. And that's an unbelievably talented lineup, that he took a no-hitter into the 9th against. Continued to attack, continued to give them different looks throughout the whole game. He and Hedgie were, magnificent with their sequencing. Parker's tenacious, dedicated to his craft. He wants to get better every time out. I'm sure he's going to come in and nitpick every single pitch that he threw with Carl and the pitching team because that's who he is. And it definitely wasn't good enough for Parker, and that's what's going to keep him going.
If Juan Brito could have played like where second basemen are
easy
supposed
with
to play,
that hand motion,
that would have been nice. I'm still frustrated by that. I don't know why they lined him up so close to the bag. Not to say it was, but you could have gotten a step closer.
Mm-hmm.
Could have gotten a step closer. I still don't understand that infield positioning.
I keep waiting for Messick to have like a come back down to earth moment, right? Because, again, good stuff, not great stuff. Whether it's movement, whether it's velo, I would classify – I don't want to say league average because but the league average fastball now is 94.5 miles an hour, 95 miles an hour. His four-seamer, I think, is 93 miles an hour. So he doesn't blow people away. But, man, he is a bulldog. He is fearless. He does get the ball quick, makes his decision, and attacks, but he attacks the strike zone. But, 11 starts – here are his career numbers. 63 strikeouts in 65 innings, 11 games, 2.07 ERA, 6-1. The kid's got a 2.8 WAR in 11 games in the big leagues and a whip of 1.1. That's, he just, again, if you didn't have Gavin Williams here, in 11 games, we'd already say Parker Messick is the ace. It's just you got a guy on the staff who has apparent ace stuff, and you're going to give that guy every opportunity to be the ace from there.
Where are they putting the statue?
We're not there yet.
Just checking.
But I like it.
Off to a good start.
Browns were one of 20 teams that you're going to want them on this list. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
0 down.
can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder back on Afternoon Drive here on a Football Friday. Big happenings in football today that likely impact the Browns at 6 and potentially 24, but Odyssey Sports Draft coverage presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only, and by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. So we do want to say, we have not mentioned it, we have the draft board here. Once again, the 92.3 The Fan mock draft event was a smashing success. So not only do we say a huge thank you to Game On in North Olmsted for having us out there. Had never been there. Incredible venue. The staff was so awesome. But, man, you look at the board. My favorite thing to do every single year after the mock draft event, Daryl, is to watch after Keith has posted the big board, watch people on Twitter who do not get the bit melt down and read the comments of, this is why you can't take anything seriously that fans say. Oh, my God. Every year, same response. Like the same people don't get the bit. And it's the funniest thing in the world.
It really is, and it got a little nuts.
Did somebody offer up their wife? Did I hear that?
No, an in-law's phone number.
Oh,
trying to like pawn her off, I guess, to keep her occupied.
Oh, is that like future draft considerations?
Yeah, well, someone tried to trade salary cap space. I'm like, you can't do that in the NFL. Somebody tried to trade Deshaun Watson. I'm like, you can't unless you cut half the team.
Yeah. Were they willing to do that too?
No. Justin Herbert was a Cleveland Brown for like 30 seconds, and then they traded him for Jared Goff. Travis Kelce ended up a Cleveland Brown. So it was a lot of fun, because that's the whole point, is to go out there, have fun, do some wacky fun stuff. The Steelers and Ravens spent their picks on long snappers. I think the Bengals drafted a kicker. It was fantastic.
What happened at 29? Because Zavala is a kicker, so I just want to know.
And the Browns ended up with a kicker.
Was that a Browns fan that did that, or was that like a Steelers fan?
No, that was a Browns fan. They forgot
about Andre Schmidt.
They forgot who Jimmy Haslam called a cornerstone find by Andrew Berry.
How quickly they forget.
They did. And Shedeur Sanders was also traded. That was he was traded to the Chargers for Herbert. So
that sounds like an equitable deal to most people listening. Certainly Shedeur fans would be like, of course, that's his value.
Yeah.
What I will say is, what people, it's funny, every once in a while, JP is Mr. The event's not for me. And I'm like, the best thing about this event to me is that the fans have taken it over.
Yes.
And they have brought a personality to it. If this
Somebody brought the Fan Bowl trophy with them from remember we used to do the Fan Bowls. Trophy's missing the top. That broke off. I don't know where that is, but like
still got the bottom though?
He's
got the wagon?
Yeah, he's got the wagon, and he's like, yeah, you presented this to me a couple years ago, which I felt bad, because I don't remember what I did the day before, let alone 4 or 5 years ago. But, he brought the Fan Bowl trophy with him, too.
But, we had people, the person who had the Cowboys, she was dressed up in Cowboys regalia with the dudes with the Viking hats. I don't even think they had the Vikings. I think they just saw the event and were just really into it.
The one was the Browns GM.
That's funny.
And a Bills fan, too.
But the guy that had the Steelers, I actually talked to him outside. I think his name was Walter. I could just be getting names mixed up because I met so many people out there. He was telling me his story about how excited he was. He was like, I was just hoping to get any team, and I got the Steelers. And I was like, this one time you don't have to draft a kicker.
Yeah.
But no, it really, it's so funny. Like, there is the output of the board, but watching every year people get more excited and more into it and take on its own thing. Guys, that's just a testament to you guys listening and what a great heart you guys have and what great creativity you have. That was so much fun. And it was funny. I did consider sticking around yesterday because I usually bolt right at 7. And then I was informed I could not get out of my 5:30 wake-up call with the oldest kid today. And I was like, well, I guess my ass is going home and going to sleep. But we do have some I guess, I don't even know it's news, but today, with 6 days to go to the NFL draft, it had been set in motion about a week ago that Jordan Tyson, Arizona State wide receiver, that he was going to do a personal private workout for NFL teams. And this was put into play because there had been this huge talk about Jordan Tyson draft stock plummet because of the injury concerns. And he has missed time every single year he's been in college with injuries, some more serious than others. Who knows whether this is draft smoke or draft fire. Apparently teams came away very impressed. That was from Matt Miller. And Matt Miller said that the conversation starts at pick number 5 for Jordan Tyson and predicts he'll be off the board no later than number 16. That could be agent service, just to throw that out there, but I never really bought into Jordan Tyson shouldn't be a top 15 pick because injuries, because he is, if you took the injuries away, I think he's actually a blue chip prospect. He's one of the rare guys in this draft that I think are franchise cornerstone type players.
The injuries are the only thing that makes me nervous about him as a player. And we know how that tends to go here in Cleveland. So, but if the medicals check out and the Browns are comfortable with them, then pull the trigger on it. Fine. I would have no issue with it. Like I said, the only thing that makes me nervous about him, his injury history.
Yeah, but I just think it's weird to me how we process player limitations or player concerns going into the draft, because injury's the one that just fans are just all the way out of. Nope, our best ability is availability, right? Whereas like, if we're talking about why a player didn't work out, I don't consider you a bust if you had injury problems. If you can't stay healthy, there's nothing you could do about it. And the team, even if they saw this coming a mile away, they made a calculated gamble. Like that to me, if you have no work ethic, you're a bust. And because that's something you can suss out.
Yes, that is on you. You can control your attitude, your effort, your preparation,
legal
all of
issues. You can usually see those things coming from a mile away. Fit is a huge thing you can see coming from a mile away. The one thing that, hey, we'll see how it goes. Again, JSN fell to the 20th pick, 5 years ago, for 2 reasons. One, he had the hamstring issues, and that's been cleared up in the NFL. And 2, he was supposed to be a slot-only player. He played outside as, I think, an X receiver more last year by far than he did in the slot.
How about them fixing his injury issues? The Seahawks. He
was wearing the wrong shoe size?
Yeah. The Seahawks, listen, the Seahawks aren't the only team that does this. A lot of teams are doing it now, and I think all the teams should do it. They do the body scans to properly outfit the guys, and it turns out he was wearing the wrong size shoes, and that was contributing to the hamstring issues. They get him in the right size shoes, and lo and behold, the hamstring issues now disappear. And it makes me think, going just back thinking about the Browns, Nick, all the years, all the players that would come here and they'd have these soft tissue injuries. Most of them were hamstring injuries. And the first thought that popped in my head is, please don't tell me that the equipment guys were putting these guys in the wrong size.
That's the one place
cleats.
They must have chinced. It was they spend top dollar everywhere. The shoe guy was on the vet min, and that's what screwed the Browns over. I just think, like, listen,
isn't that incredible?
But again, like, hey, JSN's not able to stay healthy. That's why he went 20th, and it's turned out. And listen, I know for every JSN, a guy who wasn't healthy and found health, there's 3 guys who were not healthy in college and continue to not be healthy. To me, I'm willing to risk it because the reward is that substantial. I'm not willing to risk, well, he's not going to be as good of a player because whether it's a fit or he's just not that talented, because in the end, you still didn't get the pick right. And it's in the narrative that has bugged me from start with Jordan Tyson. And again, I think if Jordan Tyson had played at Ohio State, I don't know that we're talking about the draft slide. I think playing at Arizona State, it's the same thing with Iheanacho, and nailed it finally. That's a guy that when we talk about his lack of experience, probably doesn't hurt him the same way at Georgia as it does at Arizona State. But what kills me about this is, well, you can't take him at 6, but you can take him at 12.
Oh.
What? That's 6 picks? And so, like, the injury risk is less at 12 than it is at 6? Or even this weird idea that he should fall to the pick 24. Listen, if it happened, I would fall to my knees and thank God. If he falls to 24 because of injuries, the league's stupid.
Well, the broken collarbone's a non-issue for me. Even the hamstring injuries, those can be corrected, fixed, go away, whatever. It's the knee injury. Like that's the big one. Okay, when you're talking about having multiple ligaments, that type of a reconstruction with your knee, I think
how many wide receivers end up getting through football without at least one torn knee?
Right.
I understand it happened earlier than you would like, but like Chris Bell, without the knee injuries, probably a top 32 pick, and he's falling because he might not be there week 1, and because he tore up his knee. It's like, okay, if we just don't draft receivers if you don't want guys to tear up their knees.
Right. But what I was going to add to that, Nick, was that was a couple years ago. Okay, that was, I think 2022 or something like that when he had that injury.
2023, but yeah.
Yeah, so he's had some time to recover. So even that is, like, I don't think is as big of a red flag. Now, if it was just like last year, he was coming off of that or something, that's a different conversation. But that was a couple years ago that happened. So, like, even with the medical history, even though I'm nervous when a guy has, injuries, like, I can talk myself through each one of those and be like, you know what? We're good.
If you say Carnell Tate's the pick at 6, I'll go, cool. I got a good player for the next 5 to 8 years, and I'll be very content with Carnell Tate. If you say Jordan Tyson is the pick at 6, I'm going to think you might have drafted the best wide receiver in this draft. And like I think he is going. While I think a lot of fans, and rightfully so, we're in Ohio State country, are going to look at this and go, Carnell Tate, I feel safe with this pick. Let's go, right? Like
right.
We're giving the quarterback a chance, and I think you'd be right to some degree. The guy that I'm going to start really having higher hopes for the offense, if you draft, is Jordan Tyson, be that at 6, be that at 12, be that at 24. And injuries happen. We'll see. Hadn't been healthy. All these things are fair. I'm sorry. In a draft that is short on blue chip prospects, if the only thing holding you back from being a blue chipper is injuries, I think he could be. People say there's not a difference-making wide receiver in this draft. You are dead-ass wrong. His name is Jordan Tyson. And the only downside here is it sounds like he did good enough in his private workouts today that anybody fetishizing or fantasizing about him falling to you at 24-39.
It's not going to happen.
It's very, very unlikely. And you know me. I defended you when JP's talked about, no one's trading at 2027 first or second rounders. Like, we don't know that. Like, that's the buzz going into the draft. No one was supposed to trade up for a wide receiver cornerback a year ago, and they did.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a lot of narratives that I don't buy into, that I think we cling on to going into the draft. The one that I think is absolute rubbish, specific to this, is Jordan Tyson. If he's the pick at 6, that could have a home run impact on this offense long term. 216-474-0092. So Jordan Tyson working out for 20 NFL teams today, including the Cleveland Browns. Do you think he should still be in play? It's 6. More on that. More on mixed reviews for the quarterback class in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make it to
digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be caller number 5 right now at 216-474-0092 to win a pair of tickets to see the Cavs take on the Raptors April 20th at 7 p.m. at Rocket Arena. Get tickets at Cavs.com. Good luck from Afternoon Drive and 92.3 The Fan. We got plenty to get to. We will get back to some Cavs basketball talk here, but Nathan Zagura was on with the Morning Boys as we talk about the draft 6 days away, and he talked about the Browns' approach to the quarterback position in this year's draft.
I've heard very mixed things in terms of, kind of the draft people that we've had on the show or on opinions in the league. Again, it only takes one, right? It takes one per team to fall in love, and he's not available on day 2, but it wouldn't shock me if he went in the top 15, and it would not shock me if he went in the second round. So I think there are very widely held opinions on him because the sample size is pretty small. There were good things early, then he was dinged up, and it wasn't as good late. So, no, I wouldn't be surprised either way. Do I think the Browns could draft a quarterback? I do. Would I be surprised if they did not? Not at all. I know that the Browns would like Drew Aller, and I think you'd be looking for somebody who's toolsy, that you hope that you can develop and has basically everything that it takes to be a starter, from size, arm strength, talent, all of those things. So could a Drew Aller find his way here? Could a Carson Beck that, Todd Monken obviously would have some familiarity with, could he make his way here? I think all those things are possible. We'll see just ultimately how it plays out. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns did add a quarterback.
A year ago, 2 years ago, you could sell me on a Drew Aller type prospect or a Carson Beck type prospect in any draft. Considering that you drafted quarterbacks last year and that you are probably very, very likely going to be finding that starting quarterback in next year's draft, I really struggle with, even if it's just a 4th or 5th round pick, putting another asset towards the quarterback spot when that quarterback's not likely to play this year for the Browns at all.
Yeah, and that's why I asked Andrew Berry yesterday about just his philosophy, because this was supposed to be the year for quarterbacks, right? And yet last year he drafted 2 of them, while it appeared that they were setting themselves up for this coming class. Same thing next year. Now next year is supposed to be the big year to get quarterbacks. So no, I'm with Nathan. I agree with him. It wouldn't shock me if they drafted a quarterback. They need a 4th, okay? They have 3 right now. You need a 4th to get you through the offseason. You're going to have somebody for your rookie minicamp as well. So you're going to need multiple arms for your rookie minicamp. So them drafting a quarterback wouldn't shock me. My only thing would be against that, Nick, is that you already have 2 projects on your roster. You have Shedeur, you have Dillon, okay? What are you gaining by adding a 3rd project along with Deshaun Watson to that room? Now, granted, and you could say an undrafted rookie free agent signing would be a I disagree, because you can cut him and no one's going to blink an eye. Yeah, but if you draft a quarterback and you cut him, people are going, whoa, you just wasted a draft pick on a quarterback that you ultimately cut. So
and listen, we are all viewing this as a 1-year proposition. And I know the Browns might look at this and go, well, we'll still get the quarterback next year, and you can never have enough quarterbacks. Well, yeah, but you don't have enough developmental offensive linemen. You don't have that next developmental edge rusher or corner or another safety or another linebacker. And that's, to me, this is about, let's set the table so that the roster is in the best possible position. So if you are in a position to take a quarterback next year, you're just not worrying about the pieces you have around them. So Jake, we're actually going to bring in here because, yesterday I had said, if you take Jeremiah Love, to me that is Todd Monken going and pounding the table and saying, for me to fix this offense, I need an elite level playmaker. Position be damned. Jake's going to run us through some names here, and we're going to try and guess whether we think that'd be an Andrew Berry pick or a Todd Monken pick. Jake?
Okay. Yeah, you explained it well. I know yesterday with that Jeremiah Love comp with Monken, I thought it was interesting to go through some other draft scenarios for the Browns. And I want to start with the odds-on favorite, Carnell Tate, at number 6. Would that also signal a Todd Monken selection, or is that somewhere else in the organization?
I actually feel like that's I don't want to say a compromise pick. I think that's one that the front office and the head coach can hang their hat on. I know the concern with Tate is you don't have all of the testing metrics you'd like. Yeah, but you got a lot of football that you can base this off of. Listen,
it's called film. That's what matters.
Well, and here's the thing. Andrew gets this knock as being an analytics guy. Yeah, he's also a football guy. Like he didn't just come up in like the computer department for the Colts. He started as a scout.
Yeah.
So it's not that they aren't analytically inclined, but the idea that they need a full testing format to go ahead and take Carnell Tate, I just don't buy. I think it would be a hey, I buy this as a dual pick here.
Yeah, the term I use, collaborative. That's a collaborative pick. That's Todd Monken and Andrew Berry being on the same page.
Who next?
One that you're not going to like, Nick. Kaden Proctor at number 6.
I actually think this would be an analytics pick. Because that is, I've heard Kaden Proctor, because of the measurables, and he did test pretty well, that he is supposed to be a favorite amongst the analytics crowd. Why? Because they can't test heart. You can't test heart. That's the one that's how the analytics always does. That's where they always. It's how Justin Gilbert was the 9th pick in the draft. It's how guys get overdrafted because of their spark score. So I would say it's actually analytics and not put that on AB or Todd Monken.
I thought that Paul DePodesta went to go run the Rockies into the ground.
Ken Kovacs is still over there. Other guys that are exactly like Ken Kovacs, I don't even know.
That would, but specific, Mark? That would be an Andrew Berry pick in my view.
Does it change for you, Nick, if they trade back to 12 with the Cowboys and then take Proctor there? Is that an Andrew Berry pick, or does that still scream analytics?
I mean, you get more points for the trade depending on what you got for it. But no, I mean, anywhere you pick him, like you're doing this because he's 6'7", 350 pounds, and because if you look, he looks like a football player. The problem is all the other stuff, the motivation.
Perhaps another project at number 6, same position, Monroe Freeling. How would you guys feel about that?
That's
or who would be
interesting.
behind that pick?
That's interesting. You go first on this one. Let me make my mind up on this one.
If they take Monroe Freeling, I would say that would be an Andrew Berry pick.
I kind of think so as well, because Monroe Freeling is a project, and Monroe Freeling is another guy that has the measurables, and maybe the tape doesn't live up to it. And I put that more on the line of selling upside long term. Coaches like guys who are ready to play now.
Yeah.
Right? GMs love guys who are ready to play a year from now who might have the higher ceiling.
I'm going to go right back to Daryl on this one because it's a pick that you would support. Caleb Downs at number 6. Who would be behind that one?
Todd Monken.
I would second that. That's a football player. Coaches love football players. Todd Monken would fist pump that one right there.
Not a player attached to this one, but if they double up at either wide receiver or offensive line, maybe they're different answers based on the position, but if they double up at 6 and 24, does that signal one way or another who's behind that decision?
You mean both
strategy?
First-round picks are either wide receivers or offensive linemen?
Yes.
Well, listen, anytime you see multiple offensive linemen go with 2 high picks, I think someone's O-line coach pounded the table and got what they wanted.
Yeah, that's George Warhop doing work there.
All right, can you give me Ty Simpson as the final one? Because I just want to set this one up.
Would that be at 24?
Either or.
Okay.
It's Todd Monken. I cannot see a world in which an analytically inclined front office is going to draft a guy with 15 starts or less, and when they're already thinking about 2027. Todd Monken's got the personal relationship. Todd Monken is trying to fix this offense, and that's how he's saying it. He's not just talking about fixing the Browns. He's talking about fixing the offense, and it would make sense that he doesn't want to wait a year, knowing he might not have a year to do that.
Yeah, I agree. If Ty Simpson ends up being a Cleveland Brown, we can blame Todd Monken for that.
Daryl is done with Let Him Know. Good stuff with Jake there. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Despite there only being one quarterback in Fernando Mendoza at the top of the NFL draft next week, there could still be a lot of intrigue.
Tyson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder here on a feel-good Friday, on an F-off Friday. Not enough F and off today, if we're being very honest with ourselves. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 40 minutes there, and you guys can check out the last pre-draft edition of the Fan Offseason Special Wednesday night with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, my guy Daryl Ryder, providing one final preview of Thursday's first round and the latest around what the Browns could do on draft weekend. That's the Fan Offseason Special right here on 92.3 The Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live. If you guys missed it, to start the show, Lima had been teasing and been kind of touting this gift box that he had bequeathed me ahead of round one of the NBA playoffs. We opened it in the second segment of the show. If you guys missed the video, he gave me some Raptor stuff because Lima's big accusation is that I'm rooting for the Cavs to fail simply because I didn't laud the James Harden trade and think it was the smartest thing they've ever done and go along with the group thing for the rest of the station. And by the way, I have had 6 uncomfortable weeks, maybe 8 uncomfortable weeks, where every time Harden, Garland, or certain Cavs conversations happen, it leads to an all-out Donnybrook, not just with my partner, but with every other show on this station. Some say I have clung to my actual morals by not moving off my take, and I've stood there like Game of Thrones whipping out the sword, taking on the throngs and masses of homers at this station. But I would like to know, Daryl, when do I get to return and give a smart-ass answer back to Anthony Lima? I will not be doing it Monday. But at some point, there will be a gift given back. Now I just need to know when I get to do that.
After the Cavaliers mop the floor with the Raptors. You can do that.
Ooh.
Yes. By the way, I just realized this.
Yes?
He put that in a little Tykes box. What's he trying to say?
I think that's what it came in.
No,
because it was taped.
I understand that. But the gifts that he gave you were not little Tykes.
You were very Pepe Sylvia today. I think he just has little Tykes at home, and I think that's the box he could find.
Listen. It's a slippery wizard. You never know.
Out anyway.
He might be trying to say something else with the box he picked.
Between Lima and Andrew Berry today, you're like, what he could really be saying here is, have you been spending a lot of time on 4chan recently?
No.
Because conspiracy, do you have a tinfoil hat?
No,
Are we about to go full conspiracy writer here?
No, I just know that Lima puts thoughts into some things. I'll say this. You're not the one stalking Darius Garland's statistics on social media like he is.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Listen, if the Cavs lose, I'm going to be very disappointed. I will be. I would rather be wrong about the Cavs and they go to the NBA Finals this year than me be right and I get to say that I was right. I really would. But being able to shove it in the face of Lima has become something that I will enjoy quite a bit. Ken and I might disagree on this, but Ken and I, we really haven't had any fights about this. We're pretty copacetic. JP and I, is that going to be a landmine if I'm right about the James Harden trade being the road to nowhere? Believe me, is that going to be a sticky wicket for the rest of the summer, which is great because I don't have enough of those, right? But Lima, that's the thing. I think you're right. I could, if the Cavs win this series,
right?
And let's say we win in 4 games, 5 games, right? Pretty simple series. I could go there.
Send him something. Send him some Clippers, something or other.
Or I could wait. Because if I give the return gift back too soon,
and they get bounced in the second round, it might lose the teeth in it.
Now, in fairness, if they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, I don't know what I could give him that's going to get him as good as he got me with the Raptors stuff.
It's fair.
So there is I could get him quicker and have some fun with it, or I could really wait until it would really sting and really maximize
but you're also,
the double birds to Lima.
But you're also, though, counting on it to play out the right way. That's a risk on your part.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the risk here.
That's a gamble
but
on
the
your
reward
part.
is really good. The day after the Cavs got eliminated from the Pistons, Lima opening up a very snide gift from me would be, you know me.
Like an autographed J.B. Bickerstaff photo or something like that?
I will not. I have an idea. If they were to lose prematurely what I would get him. And then I have an idea if they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Or like an old Rustin Piston or something to throw in a box?
Those actually cost money, Daryl. In fairness, Lima spent about $50 on what he got me, the Raptor stuff.
You could probably get some at the junkyard.
Yeah, so I got to go to a junkyard, pull a piston. Do you know how hard it is to get to a piston on a damn engine? No. Work easier. Work cheaper. That's how I like to get my revenge. But no, I have an idea of if I'm just wrong about the Cavs, I have one way I could go. And if I'm right about the Cavs, I got a sea of ideas. And the idea that he could open it up, I might even try. Guys, you understand if they've gotten eliminated like on a Sunday,
would it cause you to show up for the morning show to do it in person?
No, but what I might do is come the night before, and then leave the gift right in his spot. And then take like a video and be like, looking forward to the morning show tomorrow. That way it's like the third.
And then he's like not going to make the show. Like something's going to come up.
Oh, that's actually fair. You want to wait till the day after the disappointment.
Yeah.
The day after tomorrow, as it were.
Right, yeah. Because there's a high probability he's just not going to make it in that day.
Why are you done with let him know?
I never I thought it was a lame slogan, catchphrase, whatever, from the moment they launched it. Mm-hmm. But it's like 4 or 5 years now. Mm-hmm. Can we just be done with it already? Can we come up with something that's a little more creative?
Do you have any suggestions?
No, not at the moment.
Because you should let them know.
Yes.
If you want them to let them know, go.
Right. Now they're doing this thing with the...
bleeping out the F word?
Yeah, with the Cavaliers C in there.
By the way, that plays whether they win or lose.
That's true.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're going to be tweeting that a lot more if they lose than if they win.
Actually,
I don't think they've realized how this one could whip around on them. And this thing, the bleeping, and it's only got the C in there. They could get the drop on you.
Except for there are only maybe 3 stars needed for that particular response if they get bounced sooner than we're all expecting them to.
Oh, I think people are going to use the full word. I think we're not going to shorten it here. They're going to maximize their ability. I don't know. I've never really felt any which way about let him know.
I did find it interesting.
If Donovan does move on this offseason.
Let him know he left.
Well, no. They're going to let him know. But no, we got to change it then because he tweets it before every game.
Correct.
That he plays for.
There's that
but
too.
But here, I don't know.
Wait a minute. Are they keeping it because Donovan likes it?
Okay. It's now 3 conspiracy theories inside.
That was intentional on my part.
I'm sure you want me to believe it is. 216-474-0092. Daryl is done with let him know.
We just need a snappier catchphrase for the Cavaliers. The Falcons stole an old Cavalier playoff catchphrase, "Rise Up."
Oh, I didn't know if it was the F word again.
No. No, though, I'm sure they'll be saying that plenty this fall down there in Hotlanta with all those former Cleveland Browns playing for Kevin Stefanski.
Now, do my eyes deceive me? Am I witnessing who is on the line to challenge the throne today on a Friday where I have spent the entire day basically trying to beat up Daryl and really just needle Daryl, who again said the Cavs will lose tomorrow?
He said I'm concerned that they're going to lose tomorrow.
You said Cavs in 5, and the game there's going to lose is tomorrow.
Is that a direct quote? Am I misremembering something?
Mac, it feels like a pretty direct quote in my remembrance.
No, pretty direct and direct are 2 completely different things.
I feel like you've been trying to hedge your bets for the rest of the show ever since you said it.
I don't remember saying that they're going to lose Saturday. I said I'm worried that if they're going to lose the game,
get your
that's
memory
probably
checked. Early onset is a real thing, buddy. All right.
Listen, I just went through that a couple of weeks ago.
Is he flip-flopping or does he have dementia? 216-474-0092.
Okay, so I'm sorry I don't brag about my cognitive tests like maybe some other people in this world do. The executive, I'll admit, the executive function not at the level that I'd like it to be, okay?
We all agree with that. All right, let's go. Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show, buddy.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I don't know which one of you to attack. I feel like I'm kind of at a loss here. Nick.
Why not try both?
I'm going to, actually, because it covers both of you. Nick, Daryl, you both have been wrong plenty of times in the past. You're going to be wrong plenty of times in the future.
We agree with that.
The problem for you, Nick, is you're wrong all the time. You never come back from it. Now, yes, Lima's throwing some shade at you, man, and you know what? Rightfully so, because what's the best case scenario for you? You're right, and the Cavs tank out, and everybody in the city's pissed, and you've got to be the guy like, ha, 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 I told you guys. Nobody likes that guy. You'd be hated around here. And you're a jolly big fellow right now. Everybody likes you. You don't want to be a hated figure.
I do like that you said jolly big fellow right now, as if there was some time where it was just jolly but maybe not big. I do like that.
You're generally a jolly, happy fellow, but you do get a little annoyed at times, which I can appreciate. So.
Usually it's when I'm here.
Exclusively today.
Well, Daryl, you do bring out the anger in just about everybody I know.
All right, so I will accept that I have been wrong before, and I have owned my own wrongness before. I want to know. Tell me the last big thing I was wrong on.
The last big thing, I don't know, Nick. It's hard to keep track. There's so many of them.
Or there's so few.
You know what I'll start doing? I'll start logging them. I got nothing better going on right now, so I can just start logging them.
All right, buddy. Well, keep track of that, and it's great to hear from you, bud.
Later, guys. You're just brilliant.
Jim in Strongsville there, giving us a call. Great to hear his voice. It's been a couple weeks there. Daryl is done with Let Him. Oh, wait, no. Joe in Independence is going to challenge you on Let Him Know. All right, let him know, Joe, how you feel about him wanting Let Him Know to go.
Daryl, how we doing?
I'm good. What do you want to let me know?
Good. Well, no, I'm on your side on the Let Him Know. However, I would really like to learn a little bit more about your balance between tradition and shaking things up, because I believe you're on record a lot about the Cavs changing their uniforms and colors all the time. You would like to stick to tradition on that.
Well, I'd like them just to get one consistent branding image instead of the mashup that they continue to have.
You just described the entire NBA.
Yeah, I know. But the Cavs have done it forever.
So then what's the difference between a saying and colors for their uniform? Do you like tradition, or do you want them to change tradition by changing their slogan?
Well, I do like tradition, yes. I think Let Them Know is a horrible tradition. How about that? Is that fair? What are we letting them know? What are we letting them know? Just I'm curious. What are we letting them know?
How serious do you take catchphrases from teams?
I don't.
Joe?
I certainly don't.
Joe, we got a boogie, buddy. Thank you so much. I want you to go over there, and I want you to go up to every member of the Cavs organization and ask that question like you're a member of the I-team. Like you're the third Gallic. Like plural marriage is legal, and the Gallics have added you to the family stable there. What exactly are the Cavs letting them know? That'd be hot. 216-474-0092.
It is funny, like right after tip-off, the PA guy goes, "Let them know."
Is this a three-way?
All right. That's enough of that. Are you over? Let them know. More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge.
MaxClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Daryl Ryder here. In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here. We didn't get to this early. Well, we started getting to this. We're talking about the fact I do have a birthday party for my niece. Happy birthday, Ella. Tomorrow at 1, and the complicated dynamics. All the feedback that I've now heard from everyone is, if you host a birthday party at lunch, the expectation is lunch will be served. That is not what's going to happen tomorrow.
At least a pizza.
Yeah, I mean, we generally, when we've done this, we've done pizza. Pizza's pretty affordable, especially where we live. We got a lot of affordable options there. It's so funny because I'm not mad about it, mostly because I'm already 1 foot out the door with this damn thing, as it were, because of when it is. But, like, everyone else in the family seems to be more upset about it. No lunch here than I am.
Which is somewhat surprising.
I know.
Usually you'd be leading the pack and protesting no free food available.
You would think that I, being the heavy-set gargantuan that I am, I would be the stickler in the mud. No, it's everybody else. So, but there's a party rule, right? Everybody expects if it's lunch hour, so
yes.
noon to 2, you are expected to do lunch.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Mac, you live a different lifestyle than I do because you're a single man. You go to different birthday parties than I do, as I have nieces, nephews, and whatnot. You can concur with this?
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm going someplace, I expect there to be food at least, or even because I've had friends that have gone out to different bars and stuff like that, and I have gotten bitten by that assumption and not asking, because we did go to a place that pretty much only had drinks, and that did bite me in the behind though. But yeah, you should have, the expectation should be that you should have food there.
216-474-0092. Do you guys agree on that? Obviously, we do have Guardians O's Game 2 of the 4-game set tonight. What I will tell you is Cade Smith is on thin ice with me going forward until we get some semblance of just stability from him in the back end of the bullpen.
It's early in the season right now, but the alarm bells are going off.
Yeah, the only thing that kills me about
the patience is getting thinner.
And so here's the thing: I can, when Tanner Bybee, pitchers starting pitchers having to lengthen out and work on stuff coming out of spring. I'm here for you if you need 5, 6, 7 starts, 6, 7 starts to figure it out. Closers, I don't know. You got one job. And with Cade, it's so funny. We've forgotten about the first couple weeks after Cade took over for Class A last year.
Yeah.
He was bad. Like what we're seeing now mirrors that. And it was really down the stretch that he kind of came alive.
And maybe that'll happen this time around too.
At some point, if half of your sample size as a closer is bad, you know what I mean? Like I'm running out of time here because, listen, if the rest of the bullpen was able to do its job, if you were 1 for 7 the way you normally are, where it's like, all right, your worst guy's like a Festa, I can deal with it. You're not. Like the weaker the last 2 or 3 spots are in your bullpen, the more dynamic I need the closer to be. And Cade has everything he needs. He's got the stuff, right? And here's the thing. I don't get this. I'm sorry. I think high leverage, meaning like you might come in the 6th inning, you might come in the 8th inning. I think that is so much harder to do than just closing a damn game. Because the pressure is you can lose a game at any point if they put you in there. I know Cade has settled into the 8th inning role. They've used him in high leverage situations previously in the middle of the game for 4+ batters. And he's aced it. So I don't get it. I don't understand how, again, high leverage to me, what Andrew Miller was the greatest at of all the relievers I've ever seen, even Josh Hader, all the relievers I've ever seen do that high leverage thing. Cade Smith can do that. Dude can't close. I mean, he was just serving up high fastballs, just meatballs yesterday. That Pete Alonso one deserved to get smacked out of the yard.
Yeah.
Even baby Huey, Pete Alonso, was shocked that he was given such a meatball there by Cade Smith.
I'd probably say another 2 weeks maximum. Give it another 2 weeks. That gets you close to the end of the month, and if it's not on track, then you got to pull the trigger and demote him.
So I'm torn on this
because I think a full month is fair. To your point, right? That's your only job. You're not coming in the middle of innings anymore with runners on base and having to get out of jams and whatnot. I'll also say this too. It's the closer that just is constant, 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. That's also rare. I mean, there have been a lot of closers that have come through here over the years who've been very, very good at their jobs, that they've gotten themselves into trouble and then worked themselves out of the trouble. The good news is last night, for as bad as Cade Smith was, it didn't cost him the game. Thankfully, it didn't cost him the game. But my worry is that continues and those start turning into losses.
So here's the thing. I agree with you that closers, listen, you're not, even if Cade Smith is the best version of himself, he's not going to be Emmanuel Clase. That's not what I'm asking for. But he has.
Or he's not going to be Jose Mesa pre-1997 World Series, Game 7.
But he does have the stuff. You're right to say, well, there's not a lot of closers that can just go 1, 2, 3. But a lot of that's predicated on just pure filth.
Right.
He has pure filth. And so and in fairness, like I said, he's leaving taters up in the zone. That's about location. All right. Or that is about maybe a lack of confidence. Right. But when a guy's got good stuff and he's out there nibbling or getting too cute, which is what I thought he was doing yesterday, you know what it starts to make me wonder about? Is it between the guy's ears? That's the thing you can't have. And it's just, I understand the difference, and I understand, but the truth is, like you mentioned, demoting him, what choice do you have? I mean, they got a kid in AAA that if they're ready to bring Espino up, I mean, he's throwing 100 miles an hour in AAA. Okay, I don't want to introduce a kid to the big leagues all out of nowhere. Right. And, oh, by the way, now you're the closer.
Well, and that's why I said, let's give it 2 more weeks. I get it. On thin ice, it's been frustrating to watch him. He's not been good early in the season here, but he did get it together last year. And I do think that there's something. He showed you he can do it. So that's why I'm like, okay, let's not give him the hook today. But, yeah, there is a limit. And you can't win a division or clinch a playoff spot in April, but you sure can lose one. And also, too, you don't want to count on what you did last year. You don't want to dig yourself another hole. They're off to been a good start, no complaints, but if there's aside from not enough consistency with the big bats, right now, my chief concern with this ball club, closer.
Yeah, well, I think that's my point. If the offense just never gets out of the gate, right? Meaning all right, DeLauder's giving you some stuff. Brito early had some stuff. Bo Naylor's had his moments. Everybody's had their moments. Jose looks like he's heating up. But Kwan's still not there. Manzo's still not there. If by the time they get ready, the rest of the guys disappear, and it's just the offense doesn't work,
right?
I can live with that. If you just have injuries in the rotation, which you've sidetracked a couple seasons before, I get that. That happens in baseball all the time. It happened to the Royals last year. When you have a guy can be a maybe not elite, but high-level closer, I can struggle with Connor Brogdon, who is the absolute pits coming out of the pen, or Holderman, or one of these other dudes. I can give you grace to find out who's going to be the last 2 or 3 guys in that bullpen, because I saw that coming from a mile away. Yeah. When the offense is giving you a chance, though, when the rotation is doing more than giving you a chance, 3 of your 5 guys are giving you a chance, just not one of the 3 isn't Tanner Bybee. But when your rotations, living up to your hopes and then more, and so is the offense so far, early, got to keep it going. And then it's the closer, the most proven guy in that pen it's like, again, you don't have a lot of options, right? I think Andrew Walters isn't going to be back for another month or so. I know Francisco Alemán, who was another guy they had hopes for closer role. I think he's kind of stalled out of AAA. Espino's, it's the first time he's pitched in 3 years, I think.
But by the way, I know you say not ideal to bring him up and slap him into the closer's role, but I can't think of anything more Cleveland Guardians than that.
Well, he does. His stuff has never been about, or his issues have never been about stuff,
right?
Or even Major League readiness. He would have been in the bigs 2 years ago if he had just been healthy. But I understand if the Guardians want to slow play him. But where I lose frustration is I know Cade Smith can do this.
Well,
and it's just him not doing it is really starting to irritate, or him doing it in a way that mirrors Joe Borowski. when you have Bob Wickman prime stuff or Mike Jackson prime stuff, that's the frustration.
Yeah, and if there's anyone that can solve the puzzle, it's Carl Willis. Carl has done amazing work with this organization, this pitching staff historically in his lengthy time here. So, I guess maybe that's the one thing that gives me some comfort is that, it's an issue. Agree with you. No argument there. But if maybe there's a guy that can fix this, it's Carl Willis. They employ the guy that might be able to fix Cade Smith.
Yeah, he's not God, though.
I get it. But
Cade Smith has got to do the fixing.
I get it. But I'm just saying, Carl, Carl can identify whatever it is. Is it a mechanics thing that's causing him to throw the meatballs? Is it something physical, right? That Carl, you can see it, then he can fix it. You brought up what would worry me, and that is the between the ears, because I don't know that that's something Carl can fix.
Well, and in fairness, they're just guys who don't have it between the ears,
right?
Or there are guys like Karinchak who can have it sometimes, don't have it, and then you lose a mile an hour off your fastball, and all of a sudden you're pitching at AAA for the White Sox.
Right.
216-474-0092. How patient should the Guardians be with Cade Smith? I feel like I've been patient. And I feel like I'm patient with the offense. And I'm patient with Tanner Bybee getting it back on the board here. I think when it comes to that bullpen, I've already got to be patient with spots 5 through 7. I don't think we have the luxury of being patient with a closer, in case you missed it on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Chris Mack, here to help you beat the books with Westwood.
symptoms leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to Jack Armstrong, Raptors broadcaster. He joined us at 3. Said all the pressures on the Cavaliers. Jason Timpf hoops tonight at 4. We ended up just talking pretty much all Cavs-Raptors with him. We had wanted to get into LeBron stuff, on some of the other stuff going on, but he had some good stuff on Donovan Mitchell's future in Cleveland. And he agreed with me that Donovan has as much to prove to the Cavs as the Cavs have to prove with Donovan. But if you missed a second of today's show, as always, guys, you can watch back the entire thing on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Do not forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, after all. And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked. Let's go ahead and get to, in case you missed it. You're up there, sir.
Big news in the NFL today could potentially impact a Cleveland Brown. Will Anderson Jr. got a monster 3-year, $150 million contract extension from the Houston Texans. $134 million of that fully guaranteed. That makes him the highest paid non-quarterback by annual value in NFL history. He surpasses Micah Parsons at $46.5 million. Aiden Hutchinson, $45 million. JSN at $42+ million. TJ Watt at $41 million, I should say. And Jamar Chase, a little over $40 million. I don't know, pay raise time for Myles Garrett after getting a pay raise last year?
And we did have the Mike Garafolo, I don't know if it's a report, but his opinion that Myles is more likely to get a contract adjustment than maybe get traded this offseason. Here's the other thing I would say. That makes the contract adjustment they just did to open up cap space 3 years from now make even less sense.
Well,
if you had the sense that you're going to extend Myles, then hypothetically you would have just done it and kicked the can, move the bonus date into September. Then instead of move the bonus date and then at some point in June be like, here's another $10 million a year, Myles, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because that's all they did. They just moved a bonus payment date forward.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is Will's been really good since coming to the NFL. I think first year 7 sacks, 11 sacks 2 years ago, and 12 sacks this last year.
Here we go. Defensive Rookie of the Year, 2-time Pro Bowler, first-team All-Pro, 30 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries, and 64 quarterback hits.
But when you if you look at the production, the actual production's been really, really good. Has it been best defensive player in the year production? Not yet. So I know we're still on the point you're projecting and all that, but
kind of feel like this is where Myles was about 5 years
first
ago.
Contract. Yeah. Where it was like, we know what you're going to do, but we'll do you now.
Because at the time, it was $125 million extension he signed with the Browns.
Yep.
That was a benchmark at the time. Last year, when he got that extension, that was a benchmark. Again, both of them lasted, I think, a grand total of 3.5 weeks.
Yep. Now, what's interesting is the Texans now have to make the decision on C.J. Stroud. It's not going to be this offseason, but next offseason, you look at C.J. Stroud in a contract decision there. You look at Baker Mayfield in a contract extension there. What was interesting about this offseason is it was really like Kirk Cousins. It was Aaron Rodgers. Does he retire? There wasn't really a veteran market between the two guys I mentioned. Kyler Murray's going to be on the free agent market again potentially. There are 4 or 5 names on the veteran market next year, plus a better quarterback market in the draft that I think should have our customary offseason experience in the NFL. All right. Actually, I'm going to go a little lighthearted here. It was announced sometime back that Spaceballs would be getting a sequel. You are a Mel Brooks guy as well, right?
I am.
All right. Well, now we have a title for the Spaceballs sequel and a date as announced by Mel Brooks himself on Twitter.
It's me, Mel Brooks. I have a major announcement. Everywhere I go, people say, Mel, where's the new Spaceballs? When are you going to make the new Spaceballs? When are you going to make the new one? Well, we did it. And the title is Spaceballs, the new one. It's just like the old one, but it's newer. That's why it's called the new one.
So I will tell you, obviously the initial joke in the original Spaceballs 40 years ago was the quest for more money.
Right.
And part of the actual trailer, he goes, well, I found it. So we don't have a quest for more money. I found the more money. But when he unveils Spaceballs, a new one, or the new one, I did laugh really, really hard. That's a really funny joke and a very Mel Brooks kind of lane joke there.
Yes.
And now we did get the History of the World part 1 or part 2, the sequel. There was a Hulu series. I never watched it. A lot of it was just I didn't really love the people who were behind it. Now I will ask you: are you giving Spaceballs 2, a new one, or the new one, a chance?
I will watch it. I hope it is better than some of the revised or resuscitated sequels. Beetlejuice was okay. Wasn't great. The most recent Beverly Hills Axel F, I think, was what Netflix did. It was okay. It wasn't the same, even though same premise, all that. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a watch. You're curious, but like my expectations are going to be very, very low.
I am such a Mel Brooks fan. And again, like if Mel had been in charge of the History of the World series on Hulu, I would have. But it was a bunch of guys writing it, and Mel kind of being like, "Yes, my name also." My hope is that Mel is more creatively involved in this. But yeah, I got to be honest with you, it's a Mel Brooks movie in the theater. The last one I was able to watch actually in the theater was Men in Tights. Like 1993, 1994.
We're men in tights.
But no, I'm excited about this, and it's so funny. Like the American public is so on to Hollywood.
Yeah,
and I get it. I mean, hell, we talked about the Avengers movie, the runtime being almost 4 hours. It's like nobody asked for that.
That's insanity.
Just break it into two. I'm willing to pay twice the amount of money
for
to watch
two separate movies.
Two separate movies, 6 months apart. I'd rather that. Like even Project Hail Mary, that's 2.5 hour movie, and it's a kid movie. I don't know. It's a good movie, by the way. Mac oversold it a little bit. It's a very good movie. I like the movie, but at some point I was like, we're 2.5 hours in?
I read an article. It was about the Netflix movie formula, and they were talking about how they basically, within the script, have to retell the plot of the movie like every 15 minutes.
It's not even that. Read a book right now. I'm reading the Dungeon Crawler Carl series, which I love. It's a 350-page book that is 80 pages of recap. I'm like, oh, yeah. It's not a direct recap. It's not as obnoxious as like a Netflix movie can be.
Yeah.
But it's enough that I'm like, yes, I get it. I understand the stakes. I've been reading with you this whole time.
But yeah, I mean, that's because of the shrinking attention spans and everything that's out there. By the way, I'm brought to you by Shabin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Got 4 full hours of me instead of just the usual 10 to 15 minutes.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Or I'm sorry, depending on which one is a better fit there. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! And of course, we salute the Supreme Leader, because if not, there would be serious consequences. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Not on the board, yes. Meredith Kane, Mackenzie Flume. We say thank you for your additions to the show today. Daryl, we appreciate you for hanging out, buddy.
A lot of fun. Do it again soon, I'm sure.
Catch this man on the Twitters, at Right or Wrong FAN. I'll be back on Monday with JP fresh off his little vacay, and we'll be getting you ready for the Browns. We'll be reacting to Cavs and Raptors. Stay tuned and stick around, though, for our buddy Jake here in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.